right? So if you somehow just say you're able to, you know, shoot a line of sight projectile over there, right? It would just like whoosh, straight through it, you know, because it's just an illusion. Really, it's 221 feet lower. It's just a crazy claim, right? Especially when we can go and repeat this over and over again, right? These people in this observation, they stayed there all day doing different observations, and they did it at nighttime as well. It looks exactly the same, you know, all the time. And then they shot lasers across the lake, and they could both see each other's lasers on the other side of the lake. So, yeah, it's a pretty damning observation for the globe side, to say the least.
Yeah, and like you were saying, DJ, the curvature and the motion too, and the vacuum of space thing, the three key points here that they can never answer. Those are the building blocks of the entire thing. So they always want to stay in the sky and talk about satellites and moons and suns and stuff. But if they don't have those three things, there's nothing to talk about, really. Go ahead.
Exactly. Exactly, Dave. Good point. Yep. Yeah, we can just you know, the conversation doesn't even have to get to that point if they don't have any curvature to begin with.
Now I become very skeptical about space agencies.
Yeah, space like America, right? So they go to the moon, and they come back and they bring moon rocks back from the moon, right? And then they go to the Netherlands and they gift the Netherlands a moon rock, right? Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong gifted the Netherlands government a moon rock, and they put it in a museum. They was very proud of their moon rock, right? And they decided to have it tested, and it turned out to be completely fake, right? It turned out to be a chunk of wood, petrified. So yeah, do we really want to trust, you know, trust these people? I mean, people can just look at the footage. The footage looks ridiculous. It's very laughable. And even if I was a globe Earth believer, I would still call bullshit on the moon landings. That's for sure. And it doesn't disprove the globe, right? You can believe the Earth's a globe and know NASA's full of shit. Like probably the vast majority of people that, you know, are skeptics of the moon landing are actually globe Earthers.
DJ, are you trying to say that the moon landing footage and videos didn't age very well?
Yeah, exactly. It probably looked freaking amazing back then. I mean, you kind of we noticed that effect now. Like, you know, I remember movies I watched back in the 90s, and I thought the graphics were absolutely amazing. And then I rewatched them now, and I'm like, oh, it's really bad. How did this look so realistic to me back then?
Yeah, if they would have a modern like CGI technology, they would make a moon landing better.
Well, you would think so. But look at what India put out for their moon landing mission footage. It's even worse than the 60s footage that NASA put out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and also the SpaceX footage is really funny as well. I've actually got a funny little GIF that we made here. I don't know if you remember, about 6-8 months ago, they sent some people up into like a little capsule, and he popped his head out of the capsule, allegedly, right, in space. So I have a little clip of that, and he looks like a dummy, right, like a crash test dummy or something, like a mannequin.
Yeah, and they use animation, I think.
Yeah, so I think they use a mixture of techniques, green screens, animations, miniatures, models, all kinds of different tricks. They use zero-G flights, right? Like parabolic flights. They got a bunch of footage. They film underwater, and they're being caught with bubbles, you know, bubbles in their footage that apparently they're supposed to be doing a spacewalk, and there's all these bubbles floating around. So yeah, it's all over the place. Oh, where's this footage? Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is a funny one.
Yeah, but one scientist on DW said that you believe science and you believe everything that scientists created, but you don't believe that you cannot experience directly and you cannot observe directly. Why? Why this dichotomy?
Oh, what do you mean? Sorry, say
I
that
mean,
one more time.
he tried to say that everything that have been created by scientists and science, you are believing it, and you cannot. I mean, why you don't believe on other thing that you cannot experience by directly through your eyes?
Like, do you have an example?
Yeah, like he said that you cannot go on a space station and from there you cannot see the Earth is globe. So you can. I mean, you don't believe. Why this dichotomy? You should believe because we are scientists. We are saying every
Yeah,
time and
yeah.
truth.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people actually say that it's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. We even have a globe earther who comes in here named Matthew, and he's a math professor, a university professor. He's a globe earther, and he debates against flat Earth, but he also agrees that he did the mathematics and that you would not be able to see curvature from the height of the ISS. You know, they're just showing you the horizon using a wide angle lens when you're seeing that live feed. And then you have a look at the Chinese footage, right, from their space station, which is the same height, roughly, you know, and then they show a completely flat horizon from their main cameras. It's just it's all contradicting information.
Yeah.
Here's another good clip. So, you know, I think that they have like a mock-up, right? Like a replica of the ISS, firstly inside swimming pools, and then they also have it inside these like zero-G flights. And if you have a look at what a zero-G flight looks like when it ends, it looks like exactly what you see in this ISS footage. And if you have a look at this guy closest to the camera, he looks like he's done this 100 times. Now, NASA claims this was some problem that happened and it caught them by surprise, right? Have a look. These guys look like they've done it 100 times. He's smiling. He catches the object in his hand. Like, yeah, I think that they can't be trusted. There's just so much footage, you know. It's crazy, you know. And here's what it looks like from the Chinese space station. Somehow I lost my images.
And that scientist also mentioned that flat earthers create distrust on big institutions like space agencies or the
Yeah.
the others lab, which like trace comets and asteroids.
Yeah. I mean, I think most of these institutions and, you know, scientists, I think they genuinely believe what they're saying. You know, they probably genuinely believe flat earthers are a problem and that really the Earth's a globe and we're putting misinformation out. But, you know, bring them in here. You know, when they come in here, they don't do very good in these debates, right? They can't present any evidence for their globe.
Damn, you guys really believe in flat Earth?
I think you should ask with TJ.
Yeah, you don't really need to believe in it. I mean, you experience it every single day of your life.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, I mean, like you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I mean, we were just taught that the Earth's a globe from a young age. Now, if you go to the beach or to a lake, right, you're going to see flat water. You're going to see
Have,
a flat
have you been
horizontal
to an
horizon.
just a second. Have you been to an airplane?
Yeah, I fly all the time, dude. It's completely flat. I don't know how people say that they see curvature from an airplane. Like, you don't, even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height. Even just mathematically, you would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height.
You haven't
So, I
seen
mean, what's that? So, go ahead.
you haven't seen a curve. Huh?
No, I don't think there is such a thing as Earth curvature. Occasionally you might have, planes have thick, round glass windows. I mean, if you have a presupposition in your mind that the Earth's a globe, you might think that you're seeing curvature. But, I mean, all I've ever seen is a completely flat horizon from the height of a plane. And I've flown all over the world, so, tons of different planes. And, I mean, I can show you, like, right here we go. Here's a time lapse of a flight. So it's just uploading to the side chat now. So yeah, have a click on that, right? We don't see any curvature there. And that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe, right? That's just from that height you wouldn't see the curvature anyway. Sometimes when you pan your head left to right and you look a very long distance across the horizon, it can kind of look like there's some curvature, right? But if you have a think about it, you can see the same distance in every single direction. So when you're looking to the right, you could see, like, just as an example, say 10 miles, right? Every single spot you look, you can see 10 miles. And if you plot that out 360 degrees all the way around you, that's a big circle of vision, right? We see in a circle. If you went out into the ocean on a boat, and looked around 360 degrees, you can see the same distance 360 degrees all the way around you. You see in a big circle. So some people could mistake that as thinking they can see the curvature of the Earth, but it's most definitely not. And
I don't believe
we can prove that in other ways.
No, I don't really believe you have been to an airplane. Just seeing these videos, and if you have really been to an airplane, so if you like you take off during the takeoff,
Mm-hmm.
the airplane, if you see the surface, you see it's slightly curving in the ends of the. If you gradually go up, it's slightly curved rather than it's a flat.
Well, no. I
I,
mean,
I have a
even
video regarding to that. If you want
well,
that.
what's the lens they've used on the camera in the video? Because I've taken footage when I'm on a flight, right? I'm like, wow, it looks so flat up here, right? And I start filming it with my camera, and then I get home and I can see it looks like it's curving, right? And it's just because of the
Because
wide
of
angle lens.
concave lens.
Yeah. Because then when I tilt the lens up, it starts curving the other way, right? Like the wrong way. So really, like, the lens is a problem, right? You need to use a very special kind of lens called a rectilinear lens if you want.
Yeah, Insta 360 can depict like a 10 meter a globe.
What about the eyes?
Yeah.
I've seen from the eyes. Eyes is like concave or convex. I don't think that concave or convex.
Well, through my eyes, I've only ever seen a completely flat horizon. I mean, we even have globe Earth scientists, physicists on the globe side, right? They say that you can't even see curvature from 6 times the height of an airplane, 350,000 feet. They say you don't even see curvature from that height. So when we've sent up weather balloons to 120,000 feet with a proper lens on them, it's completely flat.
If I could throw in one point real quick, DJ, if you think you
What the
see something
fuck?
from an airplane or whatever, why not? You should be able to measure it on the ground. Go ahead, go.
Bro, what the fuck is if do
Yes.
these people really exist?
Yes, my brother. We do.
DJ, are you from Pakistan or what? I think
No.
Pakistan really believe in flat Earth theory.
No,
And
I'm not from Pakistan, bro. I'm from Australia.
majorly Pakistan scientist believes that the Earth is flat and whatever they
Yeah,
think.
man. There's
It is
millions of
influenced by
people
the religion, maybe.
from all countries. No, it's not influenced by religion, even though religion, like religious books do talk about like a flat earth, right? This is based on empirical evidence and real world observations. Right, so
Where you are from?
secret Asian man just put 121,000 foot, right, observation in the side chat there. Right, this is what it looks like from 4 times the height of an airplane.
If I could tell this gentleman, this isn't about believing; it's about just accepting realities as presenting itself. You know, we're
Yeah.
Yeah,
trying to
just do simple math.
trying to shed
You'll
beliefs.
find the answer.
We are living in 21st century and we're discussing about the flat Earth, man. What's the
So even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He says you can't see the curvature from the height of the Red Bull jump, right? That's 129,000 feet. That's much higher than an airplane. He says, you know, this is someone that preaches the globe Earth for a living, right? And he says that you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. You know, it's not high enough. So when
Yeah,
you're
you think
looking
that
through a plane,
all that
go ahead.
space station and all the astronaut are the fooling around here?
Yeah, only 26 people have ever even said to have left low Earth orbit, right? And that was back in the absolutely ridiculous Apollo moon missions by the USA, right? Obvious fakery in the moon missions back then. Okay, that's the only people that have ever said to have left low Earth orbit, right? The other people are only going up to a height of 400 kilometers, allegedly, right? The height of the ISS. Right, that's not like going to the moon or anything like that. And then when they interviewed NASA and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? Right, the NASA astronaut said, well, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back again. Right, and they also just happen to lose all of the telemetry data as well that goes along with the mission. So NASA is super sketchy, right? They came back from the moon and they started gifting moon rocks to countries, and then the moon rocks turned out to be completely fake, right? Chunks of petrified wood. So, I mean, once we start talking about space, it's just kind of like you kind of have to trust them, take their word for it. You can't go and test that, but you can go test water, right? Water does not lie to you. The earth doesn't lie to you. You can go test that. Obviously, water needs a container. And then the surface of the water is flat when at rest. So if you go to a 20-mile lake, there would have to be just under 300 foot of curvature over that 20 miles. But we can zoom across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's impossible on a globe. We all experience a flat earth in the first place anyway. Right? They just say, oh, you're too small, you can't see the curvature, but really it's curving. And then, yeah, it seems like it's stationary, but really it's spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different directions through space. But you just can't feel it because you're so tiny. They tell you when you see a sunset that, oh, really, the sun's not moving across the sky, right? It's just because you're spinning away from the sun faster than the speed of sound on a ball. And it just makes it look like the sun's setting. What flat earthers say is that what we experience is actually reality, right? Because we can go and empirically test it. And when we see the sun setting, the sun's moving across the sky, right? Just like we all experience. So it's kind of like they've replaced everyone's common sense with absolute nonsense. And then people defend it, right? People defend the people that have lied to them unknowingly. It's Stockholm syndrome in a way.
Yeah, but I think daylight and season and tide, everything can be explained on like globe model, but you have very
Well,
concrete point like
yeah,
curvature.
you know, I get you. Yeah, they have explanations for everything, right? They'll have mathematical formulas for everything. So, you know, it's very comprehensive mathematical theoretical model, right? What the globe has. But their explanations fall short when you start questioning them for evidence to back up the explanation. Right? All of the math is based off the radius value, right? The size of the Earth.
So
The
like
math
you
for
are
gravity.
Yeah.
So like you are
The
reading
math.
saying that every country is on a flat surface, right?
Yeah,
That's what you
like a topographical plane, right? It's like a flat plane with hills and valleys and mountains, but sea level is the same level for everyone on Earth.
What's the top of the flat surface and what's the down? Can you explain that?
Well, the top is like what we're standing on right now, and then the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug is only 7.6 miles, right? It's called the Kohler Super Deep Borehole, and it was dug. They started digging that in the 70s, right? And they got down 7.6 miles, and they couldn't get any deeper. So that's all we know.
I'm saying that what's the pole, what's the South Pole, and what's the Antarctic and Arctic really exist?
Yeah, they absolutely exist. I don't know about like there actually being a South Pole, but we have a magnetic north, which the compasses point to, and air
That
travel
actually keeps
is.
shifting.
Sorry, what was that?
Actually, Heisenberg asking the same question as I
The
did.
magnetic pole,
I
it
think
shifts over
3
time.
weeks ago.
Everyone, it's fine. Everyone that comes in and asks the same questions. It's normal.
So yeah, the interesting thing about the magnetic pole is that it shifts over time.
Yeah.
So 500 years ago, it used to be in Canada. Then it was in
Yeah.
like Russia, and it's towards Siberia and China right now. Like I've noticed over my lifetime, it used to point differently, like the needle.
Yeah,
It's strange
absolutely,
over time.
man. Yeah, and then they say there's like 2 south magnetic poles, which is just super weird as well. There's a lot of anomalies when it comes to like the magnetic declaration and declination, and you know, we've got, you know, the celestial north and the magnetic north, and you know, it gets very complicated when you start looking
Absolutely.
into it. Yeah.
Especially if you take all of them in to be like, I don't think they should all be like given the same value, you know? Like go with what actually like matches maybe with what you see rather than the mumbo jumbo that's being like coming from
Completely
other
agree.
theories. Yeah, like
Yeah,
there's other
a lot
stuff
of
that
it.
has been mixed, you know, it's diluted information.
It
So they try
is,
to make
yeah. A lot
sense.
of it's like modeled, like based on
Yes,
assumptions, and
based
it just
on, yeah,
exists in
exactly.
equations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know that my needle used to point differently compared to the sun when I was younger, and now it points differently.
Wow, that's amazing.
I've measured this stuff. Like I look at this stuff when I travel, for example, like the constellations and everything. I'm from the southern hemisphere, so I grew up looking at books, and they were all like the plow, the northern constellations, which I never saw in my life. I used to go out and look at the night sky. I don't see anything. I was literally in grade 9. This is basically me at 15 or 16 as an adolescent. I did still not see any star from the books outside in the sky. And then I
Yeah.
read a book from Australia, and that book mentioned that the southern constellations are different from the northern ones. I was like, oh fuck, okay, so this makes sense because we're still using the books from Britain from those days, right? And we're in the
Yeah.
south. So then I went
Yeah.
out and recognized the Southern Cross and like the 5 sisters or 3 sisters, and constellations started making sense. Then in Arabia, I could like see some of the northern like stars and everything. And in Kenya, which is basically very close to the equator, a mix of both. So I saw some of the southern ones and some of the northern ones. It's like a weird mix between the two. It's the transition area.
Yeah. And when you look at star trail photography from the equator, it's pretty amazing. You know, it's kind of like they're all, you know, like almost like a cog, like they're spinning away from each other, and it just looks
Yes,
amazing. Yeah. I think there's like
in a way.
some amazing anomalies in the sky. I think there's a lot people don't know about what's really going on, you know, with the sky. I would call it the sky clock.
Yes, but it's because of the model. So if you consider that we're a ball or a sphere moving around, it makes it makes the calculation very hard as well. So it's in a way to drive people away from it. But if you actually just go outside and look at it, or like read the movements and everything, yeah, there's stars that move slower, like it's a 10-year cycle, some of them is a 50-year cycle. In Southern Africa, for example, we don't like see much of the solar eclipses. It only happens once in 121 years, and it happened in
Oh,
2001. So I saw it in my lifetime, but only my grandkids gonna see it. Like most of
yeah,
the time when
yeah,
the world is dark, we're still in light over here, and they say it's the inclination of the Earth and stuff like that. But
yeah,
if you relate it to other stuff like earthquakes and stuff, we equally don't have them either. It
yeah,
happens
yeah,
in Asia.
absolutely.
There's tsunamis in like Japan and Indonesia and Thailand and everything, but Africa doesn't get affected by like much of this stuff.
Hmm.
So it's like center Earth basically in a way.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Or at
Yeah,
least close to it.
yeah. On equator, there should be more environmental hazards and like a tsunami or like hurricanes, but we never seen.
Yeah, it doesn't happen like in Africa. You get it maybe in other places, like maybe the Pacific Ocean is called the Pacific Ocean because it's much more like calm.
Yeah,
That's why it's called Pacific.
absolutely. It's like the Ring of Fire is in that area,
Yes,
isn't it?
exactly. Yes, absolutely. So the calmness is like a bit ironic in a way.
Yeah.
I know the Indian Ocean is like warmer. So they say the average temperature is I think 1 or 2 degrees higher than the other oceans. It's a warm water.
Yeah.
So there's a place, I forgot what it's called, but in South Africa, basically you go to a certain town or a place where the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean meet, and you can see the line, the divide. The water does not mix. You can see the Indian Ocean has a different color, and the Atlantic Ocean has a different color. There's a line you can see in the
Yeah.
ocean.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a dividing line.
Yeah,
Then
there's
there's the Bermuda stuff, which is, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still feel it's something that has a lot of cult or occult stuff going on. Like if humans
Yeah,
were
and
left
there
to
are
naturally
different
investigate the stuff,
biodiversity too.
yeah, like we could have gotten somewhere. Like even if I know there's weird stuff going on, but like the fact that people are not allowed there and scared to go there means like there's controlled information going on.
Yeah, like in the state of Malacca, we have an invisible line in the ocean. I mean, the fishes don't cross that line. I don't know why that is
They
happening.
dump sewer in the line.
Yeah, they don't cross the line, bro.
Did you say fish or feces?
Fish and all the oceanic animals, you can say.
Oh, okay, fish. I thought you said feces. Like normally countries dump sewer in the ocean.
Yeah, but
That
like
happens with plants as
when
well.
like
There's places
Indian
on Earth
Ocean
where the
and
branch doesn't go on the other side. It just ends. There's like a line or a streak where it ends, and then the plant doesn't grow. Just 2 meters away from the other one, but
that's
there's like a
amazing.
line.
Wow.
They just don't grow.
Interesting.
There's this the eucalyptus, the one from Australia. So somebody in from Baltistan was telling me that they've got a village where the only difference is the eucalyptus does not grow on the other side. Like it cannot grow even if you plant it. They just end in a line in that region, and they cannot. Like the soil looks like it's the same, everything looks like it's the same, the weather seems to be the same, but they just don't go to the other side.
Wow. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's like a lot of energies we don't see. Basically, our eye does not see a lot.
Yeah.
So our vision is quite limited when it comes to these things. There's a lot of stuff we're supposed to feel rather than see. There was this person before saying that the curvature starts to appear after 6.6 miles. Is that something they actually like put out or something? I'm still thinking about it, and 6.6 miles comes to like something like 10 kilometers. I think it was a girl from India or something. She was saying the
Yeah. I
Himalayas is
mean,
5.5 kilometers. That's why you can't see the curvature, which is not really
no,
making
well,
sense right now.
that's not the claim. I mean, you know, the horizon distance is dependent on the height of the observer. So if you're 6 foot tall,
Yeah.
then the horizon should be 3 miles away. You know, if you're 8 foot tall, it would be 3.5 miles away. You know, and if you're 66 foot tall, then it would be 10 miles away. So it just depends on the height of the observer. If you do an observation from 1 foot height, then the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. So it just depends.
Yeah, that's 1.1.
But it
is a
doesn't
lot
match
of-
up. When we go out and test for this in reality, it just doesn't match.
Yeah,
We can
because
see
you
the
can literally, yeah, you can see places, sometimes the planes and stuff, you can see it like 10 kilometers away, even 20 kilometers away sometimes.
yeah, even more. Yeah, we've got when you use infrared lenses, you can see even further. I mean, I can show you a quick example in the side chat here. So this is a
Then,
21 mile.
I think geostationary satellite might be a balloon satellite. If
Yeah, somebody was here talking about the balloons and stuff, but the balloon is basically a way of taking it up. It doesn't have any other difference, I think, in the way it captures, the data. Basically, it's just something that rises
but
vertically. And that
if suppose on flat surface there should be no scientific force, so how it can and stationary over there.
gravity, you mean?
Yeah, no, geostationary force, a different force, like if it be like when we send satellites like geostationary satellite, they push the satellites at a certain limit, and they just cut off the engine, and the satellites will be
Yeah,
stationary
that's the claim.
over there.
Right. They say the geostationary satellites are something like some huge distance away from the Earth. I mean, how can we validate this? We
Yeah,
can't.
that's weird. I've never settled with that kind of a thing. Like, so supposedly it's spinning with the Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it stays in the same position above the Earth.
Right. Now, when it comes
without
to creation,
using any
right?
thrust or energy.
We are space and time, right? So if you take elements, let's say the satellite weighs a ton. If you take a ton from the weight of the Earth, which you use to make the satellite, which is metals and everything, and you took it out of the supposedly spinning ball, it's supposed to affect the gravity, and like you've distorted the shape. So we should have felt that effect. Like it starts changing over time. Supposedly there's a lot of satellites in space. So it means they took materials from this Earth, weight that has reduced the weight on Earth itself and taken it to space, which has its own gravity now, because supposedly every body has some gravity in space, right? Like that's the theory. Like depending on the size, it has more and everything. So it's supposed to have at least a bit
but
of
if
it.
we use conventional physics or math, that would be explainable or understandable too.
Okay, hypothetically, if half of the Earth, like you take the metal, or maybe all the metal that we can mine, and make, let's say, another ball or satellite or whatever, and take it out of like the Earth and put it into that layer you're talking about, right? It's supposed to, in theory, just distort the whole spinning thing and go haywire, because the gravity of that new ball is going to be equal to the gravity of the remaining Earth, and now they're sharing the gravity, and the magnetism is just going to be like, they're not really touching each other. They're going to start spinning like a fidget spinner, in theory. So
Yeah,
on
I
a
think
minuscule scale,
that's why it's
it's
not
supposed to
possible.
affect us. That's the thing, you see. When planes are flying, when we take stuff from the Earth, the metals and everything, and take it off the Earth when it's flying and stuff like that, it's supposed to have affected all this stuff to do with the rotation and the supposed gravity and stuff like that. But it doesn't get affected. We don't feel it.
Yeah, and if we use like a physics, we can say that we don't experience any kind of motion because of inertia, but like we don't experience the motion of train when we be sitting on the seat in train.
Yes, on a
But
minuscule scale, yes. Well, they try to
yeah,
explain it
but
by
the
saying
problem
that
is
the ratio is very
I mean, the
small.
stationary
That's why.
satellite cannot be possible on flat surface, because in flat surface there would be no centrifugal force.
You're talking about gravity now. That's the one that's well, maybe.
They're not. They're meant to just be free falling. It's not due to
So
the centrifugal
basically,
force.
right. So basically what's important here is what is keeping it afloat, right?
Well, it's not even floating. I mean, look, I mean, the thing is, you know, we Google photo of satellite in space. We get's a bunch of cartoons, right? We can't
Yes,
validate these satellites in space. It goes
absolutely.
against, yeah, it goes against natural laws, right? We
Yes,
can't validate the vacuum of space to begin with, and we could just debunk the curvature, and there goes the entire satellites orbiting around the Earth claim. Now, what we know as a fact is that over 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables, and NASA also, you know, and most definitely there are satellites up there in one, you know, in some form or
like
another.
drones and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, like solar drones and you know, satelloons, right? They have a massive satellite balloon program. I mean, NASA's first satellite was the Echo 1, which was a balloon. They said it stayed up there for 7 years straight. So, I mean, when we have satellites crash down to Earth, right, they always have balloons attached to them. So, I mean, they may have quite a bit of technology that we're not, you know, completely aware of.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's a lot of anomalies when it comes to asking them for validation of satellites, right? We ask for the telemetry data that shows, right, the how the satellite is able to stay facing Earth. What mechanism is you know, the satellite using as it's orbiting the Earth, right, to stay facing the Earth, because the sensors on the satellite would have to stay pointing towards the Earth. So when we go looking for confirmation of that,
that is also possible, bro.
well,
okay, so how do they take these satellites up? They take it using rockets, right?
No, but the problem is we have weather forecasting. So without any access of data outside that, I mean, we need to see the cloud.
There's no data. There is data, like observation is absolutely there. We see stuff from down here. We've got like statistics, we've got patterns and stuff. Absolutely. That's noticeable. We've got cameras. We're not saying there's no cameras. But like maintaining it up there. So there's a membrane basically, in theory, right? That is encompassing the sphere. So which means our atmosphere, that's where the word comes from. Atmo and sphere. So
Yeah.
Or the stratosphere, right? So in this case, it's a strato layer. Okay, when the ground is flat, we've got this air that we're breathing, and then it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and goes up. At some point, with the theory of space, which is a vacuum, there is a membrane which is supposedly holding all this stuff in from leaking out, right? Because it would be sucked into space, like the air. We would have no more air. So this membrane, when the rocket goes out, supposedly the satellite's supposed to float after this membrane on the outside, where supposedly there's no gravity and stuff, right? So when the rocket is leaving, it's piercing this membrane, breaking free from gravity. Does the air leak out with it, or does it close immediately? Are we losing air because they're putting satellites up in space? Like, does the hole close or what?
Yeah, that's the other concrete argument. How an isolated system is possible in free space.
Yeah, so when you say free space, an isolated system is possible, yes. But from the time we started piercing this membrane, does it close or does it continuously leak out our air? What about the ozone layer? It's O3 basically, like oxygen, and they say they created it in a lab for like experimental purposes. And the people who basically discovered this are not known people. In the past, like when Einstein had his theories or Newton, these are famous people, like people know this. Whether or not they accepted what they said during their lifetime, but they're known for this. Like he was a person who said this or discovered this. Marie Curie discovered, radiation or whatever, radioactivity. So there was just a group of scientists that went to, I think, Antarctica and discovered a hole in the layer. Supposedly it's invisible. How they discovered it is also, hey, they say they used some machines and whatever. And then later they're saying that after banning CFCs, it's recovering and closing up again. Now, somebody said that it might just have been a strategy to sell CFC, non-CFC, whatever we're using now in fridges, basically, for refrigeration. And before we were using chlorofluorocarbons. I'm not very good at chemistry, but they say that O3 is inert. It's part of the stable elements. It's not really an element or whatever, but like there's that group with argon and all that on the periodic table on the right side, which do not react easily with other elements. If O3 is inert, how was it being eaten by the CFC? It means it was reacting with the CFC. It's not inert.
Yeah, that's why I'm very curious about what's beyond the Antarctica.
Exactly. It's so cold. I mean, people don't go there, so we can't.
Isn't it interesting? Yeah, interesting that no one's ever just kept going south over Antarctica and come back around the.
I mean, like they won't tell you. They won't tell you that it's obviously the weather is not friendly, but if you think about it, like only special teams go there, and we're just supposed to take the word for it. Like, okay, they discovered this, they discovered that kind of stuff. So credibility is like really shaky when it comes to such.
Yeah, of course. I think we have a very, very advanced drone technology, and I think governments should try to explore that area, and they should show us what's over there.
Every time I've flown in planes, like I look down at the Earth, it's just as flat as it's supposed to be. I mean, there's a plane flying horizontally parallel to the Earth. I've not seen a curvature. I've seen the sun even going down, like setting from a flight. I could see the darkness down below, and the plane was still like, I could see the sun, and I could see that they were in darkness below.
Yep, I've seen that before.
And I can see that the sun is kind of roundish and it's going down the horizon kind of thing, but I don't see two balls. I don't see the curvature of the Earth matching with a round sun.
Yeah, exactly. The celestial bodies we see in the sky bear no resemblance to the ground that we're standing on.
Yes, that's the point. Like the bodies do make sense that they're round. So if the moon is round, it's something we can see. I mean, it's mostly round. Sometimes it's a little distorted.
Yeah, it's most definitely round. But I mean, is it a sphere? I mean, it looks like a sphere, but we can't 100% confirm that. There were actually scientists in the 60s that were saying that the moon is made of plasma and that there's no way you could ever go and land on the moon, right? And then we have observations of things called lunar waves, where it looks like a plasma wave like rolls over the entire surface of the moon, and a bunch of people have captured this. And then it
That
kind of
does make
looks
sense.
like some people claim you can see through, like when you have like a crescent moon, you can see stars and things like that, right, behind the moon. Other people say that the fact that you can see, when you see the crescent moon in the sky during the daytime, it's completely blue, right? It's not dark like a shadow. Now, there probably are explanations for these things, but I think there are a lot of anomalies about the moon.
As well. That's true.
It's a mystery.
That does make sense. I have seen a couple of years ago, a star was very close to the moon. I can't remember. Maybe I didn't focus on it so much. Like if it were in the part of the crescent, like the one that was supposedly covered.
Actually, DJ,
I've been
yesterday
finding-
one guy made a very a concrete counter argument. He said that when sun rising and sun setting, why we first see light in the sky, then on the like surface.
Yeah, there's some speculation behind that, but I mean it's just due to the scattering of the light from the sun. I mean, before you can actually see the sun, it's it's already
So it
pushing
really
through.
matters.
It's already pushing
Exactly,
through,
like what it's going through.
the visible atmosphere, because it's pushing from a distance, right? And it's reflecting, off the atmosphere, right? So you can see.
This stuff
Yeah,
has
you
caused a
can
lot
see.
of difference among Muslims, and like basically it's
Yeah,
something
but
ongoing in our region
light
as
has
well
incredible
because of the
speed.
moon. Well, yeah, I mean, people are supposed to look at this stuff objectively, and we've got these differences even in families, right? Like I've got an uncle and an aunt who
No,
are like
I asked to DJ, bro.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
DJ, I asked that. I mean, the light has an incredible speed. So we can see that when sun is rising, we can see up in the sky there is sun and the cloud is red. But after that, when time passes, we can see the light on the surface.
Yeah, I know, but the light can only push so far through the atmosphere. And we have different wavelengths of light that can push further through the atmosphere. So you'll see the blue light, right? The spectrum can push the furthest through the atmosphere. And then once the sun moves further away from you, that's when, you'll see more of the red spectrum as it moves away from you further. I wish our friend Sporadic Echo, he's unmuted. I don't know if he can talk at the moment, but he knows a bunch of information about this particular topic. He might be busy at his office at the moment, though. Yeah, he can only text now, so maybe he can touch on it a bit more, right? And look, some flat earthers also speculate that sunlight is different than daylight.
Yeah, like
That
a different form of energy.
sun's kind of exciting the noble gases in the atmosphere and acting somewhat like a Tesla coil.
Right.
Yeah, and
Yes.
he said that I mean we could explain a red moon on a globe surface, but it is very hard to explain a red moon.
A red shadow.
Surface.
Well, the thing that's hard to explain is a red shadow. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
At all. So a lot of these things are anomalies, right? We don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what the moon is. There's a lot of anomalies. We don't claim to know everything.
Zulkarnain went to the dimension where the sun sets, and he found that it's setting in a pool of like boiling liquid, maybe water or something like that. That's where the sun sets. That's where the red glow comes from. It's like setting in some kind of a pool.
No. It's
like
just a wavelength.
Water or something like that. So that's why sunset is different from sunrise.
It's just a wavelength, bro. With cure. We have learned in physics.
Yeah, I mean, we know about wavelengths. Obviously, like there's light we don't see, and there's trailing light as well. After the sun disappears, there's like something left over, like the energy. Even in terms of heat, for example, the sun, like in the hot places, at least where I lived, the hottest part was after sunset. Like during the course of the day, it used to be like 45 degrees, maybe 50. And after the sun sets, which is around 19 hours or something, at around 20, it's going to be like 55 degrees. It goes 5 degrees hotter or something for a few hours. So that's after the sun is gone. I
I'm
think
going
the
to.
Yeah,
ground,
that's interesting.
the ground used to bring out the heat or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna share a really interesting video in the side chat. So when you have time, have a look at this video. It's absolutely amazing. It's to do with the sun, right, and the noble gases in the atmosphere. So it's somewhat in the speculation category, but this video has been put together amazingly, and it is. I think anyone that watches it will really enjoy it. So I'll just find that quickly.
There is an interplay as well between. Has anybody come across between like a comparison or the interplay between moonlight and sunlight, lunar and solar energy? Because they kind of work together.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation. You know, people have done tests that moonlight actually is like cold light. You know, it's yeah. So people have done a bunch of tests with that, but I think there's a lot
I
of
didn't know
flaws
this.
behind a lot of those tests.
Yeah, even like
Yeah, but the thing is, if moon emits light, so moon cycle is kind of very shaky. You cannot prove moon cycle.
The moon cycle.
No, the cycle is different from the light. The cycle is just something we know exists. The moon
No,
disappears in 29
moon
or
cycle,
30
like
days.
a half moon, mid moon, and
Right?
banana size moon.
Yeah, but the light is different. Like when it increases, basically.
Yeah,
it's
well,
more
they don't
said
say
efficient
that
with
that
cloud cover.
they don't say
Vijay,
that the moon. Well, they're not saying that the moon cycle is caused by the shape of the Earth, right? They're just saying it's from the angle that the sun is hitting the moon.
yeah. That's why actually Lord said that if like he mentioned that I
No,
mean
they
the
do
moon
say that the crescent
emits
is
light.
caused by the sphere of the Earth casting its shadow on the moon. So that's why it's supposedly a crescent. It's rounded because Earth is a sphere. However, that's only true for the crescent, and after it's gone halfway, basically 5 days. When the moon is at 6 days, when it's half a moon, it doesn't have that curvature thingy anymore. It's literally just a semicircle. Like there's a straight thing, like it's rounded on by itself on the round part, but the inside
But
of it
Lord,
is
I would say
straight.
that can be explainable on like a globe surface.
No, they don't. They don't claim that any of the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. Or it's all to do with the way that the direction that the sun's hitting the moon. You can look it up.
Yeah.
They do claim that
Yeah,
the
when
Earth
you
comes
get a
in the way.
chance, check out the video that I just put in the side chat. But also, Sporadic Echo has put some information about your previous question about the sun, just above this video. So check that out. He's a very smart guy.
The light extension stuff.
Because I
He's
think
saying, yeah, the sun emits a complete spectrum of light / radiation,
Right.
and the atmosphere is a filter. When you're closest to the sun, you see a blue sky, and the sun is white. When the sun moves away, it brings the blue with it and leaves you with red. And then it's dark when the sunlight is absorbed more completely. The atmosphere is in your vicinity. The atmosphere in your vicinity is about 200 to 300 miles around you, beyond which you can see the sun due to light extinction, diffraction, scattering, and absorption make the sunlight disappear in the distance. Interesting.
I think
And then,
in Newtonian physics we have another like experiment about light scattering, and Newton tried to prove this like whole idea of like a spectrum of light using prism, and he explained it. And we can replicate those model in laboratory. Every time you get the same result.
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't discount everything from Newton, that's for sure. But yeah, I haven't looked into that, so that's also interesting. So there's a good video that I put underneath what Sporadic posted there, right? And it says our daylight doesn't come from the sun. It's a very interesting speculation, and they show some great examples in the video as well.
Yeah, I think that might be interesting.
Yeah, oh,
Because
absolutely.
maybe because we think the source of light is the sun. Yeah, of course. Actually, we have been using noble gases in lamps for a very long time.
Some amazing high altitude footage of the sun and the moon there in the side chat.
So is the moon setting in clouds or what?
Yeah, I think it is.
Wow. And the bulge is towards the outside, which is something that doesn't make sense when they say the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
It's even interesting how the moon is so evenly lit when if you shine a light at a sphere, it doesn't light up evenly like that.
Evenly, yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a focus. You can actually tell. Like we would have been able to look at the moon and tell the direction of the sun.
Yep. And then how does it completely change the spectrum of light from like that nice warm, spectrum that you're
The
getting from
cold
the
light.
sun? And then into like this white spectrum, this cold spectrum. It's very strange.
Yeah, the moonlight is very different. Like the way we sunbask, we have to moonbask as well, separately.
I mean, I know in the many religious texts it does say that they're both lights, right? Like one light to govern the day and the other light to govern the night.
Yeah, I learned this from Hinduism. They have a day, the Karwa Chauth one, where you come out and like somebody told me that the whole idea is to like moonbask basically on the full moon. So you spend 1 or 2 hours out in the moonlight, that kind of stuff. And ever since I've been trying to like be outside more when there's like moonlight and everything. Definitely has an effect you want. Just the way we need sunlight, we also need the moonlight. It's a different view as well. Like at night, if you go to the river or something, you got the stream. Animal movement is different. Like there's just a different energy to it. Sometimes it's silvery, like very silvery.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Wait, I'm just checking out a video.
Now tell me who is saboting round at this round. Okay, I pull up. Hello.
Yeah, you've got to
Why
the
is
stage
it
as
so
well,
quiet in here?
because you weren't talking.
No one's talking. Right. Very interesting.
You are, and you should continue.
What?
The stage is yours.
The stage is mine. Well, right. Well, I want to share something related to if Earth is flat or not. Actually, right. Let's get this started. Right. Before that, I shall share a story regarding an Irish person and how he, well, it's kind of like a moral story. Okay, you'll get it once I'm done. And yeah, right. So there was a farmer. He was from Ireland. He was Irish, and he lived in a village. Right. He had many big farms, and yeah, he was like very very like just into tractors. Actually, he had a lot of tractors. Was the biggest tractor fan ever. He knew everything about them. He had the latest ones, the ones that would not even require a driver or a labor. Like they just work on themselves. Like this guy was a geek, right? Now, besides tractors, he had this very beautiful, lovely wife, and that's the only person he had in his life. He didn't have any children. He didn't have any family members. He didn't have any friends or no colleagues. Just his wife. As a human, that's only the person that he had. So he loved tractors. Of course, he was the biggest tractor fan, and he had his wife that he loved very much. One day, he decides to go to the town to buy some goods, to buy some electronics, to buy some spare parts for the tractors, right? And also some gifts for his wife. Fuck. So he leaves his wife behind. He goes to the town. He gets some goods, spends some days there in the town, and when he comes back, there's a tragic. It's his wife is dead. So he's very devastated after finding this out. When he learns about this, he's very upset. How did this happen? Well, the wife actually got killed by one of the tractors. Well, it was just working and she was taking a walk, I guess, and she got crushed by the tractor and she was dead. Right. So when he finds out about this, he's very much in grief. And yeah, day by day, he actually starts to hate the tractors because tractors were the only thing that he loved was killed by the tractors. So he was very upset about it, and he started to hate the tractors. He's not a fan anymore. Sometimes he goes crazy. He destroys the tractors. He bury them in the ground, burn them, destroy them. Just do all sorts of stuff, like mentally ill stuff. He was very disturbed, and day by day passed by. He misses his wife every day. Right. One day he decides to make a change. Actually, he looks back. He's like, "What am I doing with my life? I'm just harming myself this way. Maybe it is what it is. Maybe I should move on. Maybe I should move on to a new chapter of life." Right. So he decides to just start a new beginning. Right. He finds another woman that he decides to go on a date with. Right. This woman, this very beautiful woman. Now he takes her to a very very fancy bar, a very fancy pub. Right. They go there, have the drink. This farmer, he's like trying his best to like make a good impression. Right. So he takes her to the bar. He, as a gentleman, he pulls a chair, lets her sit, and then finds his own chair and then sits. And they order this drink. Right. There's this drink. This is very unique, and I guess it's a fancy bar. So there's a drink and it's kind of like levitating, right? It's like filled with smoke or covered with smoke, and it looks like it's floating. So like I said, he was trying to impress this girl. He orders that drink and they wait for the drinks, and in the meantime, actually, there's another tragic incident that happens. Is that there's a machine that's used to generate the smoke. That's the only purpose. And they take the smoke and they put it in the glass, and so this machine actually breaks down, and the bar is like filled with smoke. Everyone thinks there's a fire. They rush outside the bar and they call emergency. But this guy, what he does is, the farmer, he takes the woman, escorts her out safely, like takes her out of the bar, and then he figures that there's no fire. Actually, there's just a machine. Right? He's a very smart guy. What he does is he goes back into the bar. He takes a deep breath, takes it all in, takes all the smoke inside his lungs. He steps outside the bar. He exhales. Everything's gone. Everything's clear. And meanwhile, the emergency that has arrived, they're like, what the hell just happened? How is that possible? And everyone's clapping and everyone's like, oh, he's a hero. And the woman who's on a date with him, right? She goes and she's like, how did you manage to do that? The guy says, oh, it's very simple. I am an X-Factor fan.
Like a book, like a description.
You did not do that. Holy shit. I'm surprised everyone's here. Okay.
Yeah, we meditate during the sun hours and the moon hours. I'm actually very sleepy, so I want to catch a wink.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chest out, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
going down to actually having something to be there. That's enough.
It'll do for campfire. Everyone has taught these lies when they go to school, but I'll go back to the ball. Anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I'll go back to the ball. I believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. You gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I'll go back to the ball. I tell you my senses over Newton and Einstein. I'll go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why? So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I'll go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I'll go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why? Why don't they just take a photograph?
Beneath bent boughs where breezes break, tread a trail unshorn. through shifting shale and silver streams, hone a fate unknown. Let dust descend with whispered weight, a cloak of cool repose. Yet kindle embers where shadows fade, a spark that fiercely grows. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. Past craggy cliffs where cold winds call, stride through mist and mire. Let sodden soil sing soft and slow, a hymn of hidden fire. No compass carves a crooked course, no star to steer the sight. Yet every step, a stubborn spark, ignites the endless night. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. In the cradle of the quiet, where the world unwinds its thread, gather glints of gleaming grace from paths the lost have led. Through the dark let drumbeats dawn, raise voices in a tide, unfurl a flame, renew a vow, where doubt and dreams collide. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. With every breath, break through the veil, let spirits burn, they shall prevail. Shape the dawn through dusk's embrace, the truth, the flame, a timeless trace.
by avoiding direct reference to people or feelings and instead emphasizing objects, facts, and ideas. It is technical by using vocabulary specific to the discipline. Different disciplines also have different styles and structures of writing. For example, some disciplines such as in the humanities expect longer paragraphs which include topic sentences to show how your argument is structured. Other disciplines, for example, in the sciences, expect short paragraphs with no topic sentence.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
it's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
What else was placed inside the firmament? As we move on in the Genesis narrative, we see that there are lights placed in the firmament. Lights, a great light and a lesser light. Does anybody see great light and a reflective rock? A reflective rock. You guys see a reflective rock there? I don't see a reflective rock there. I see you made two great lights. Okay, what about planets? You guys see planets there created on the fourth day? Somehow I'm missing it. The word planet does not exist in Scripture. Now, you read Genesis 1 and show me any mention of Yahuwah creating planets. It's not there. What you see is Earth created first, and the sun, moon, and stars created to serve it. Heliocentricity is totally foreign to the biblical narrative of the cosmos.
In the world we live in today, we are told that the universe originated with an event known as the Big Bang. According to this theory, everything that has ever existed was originally condensed into a single small point. Then, that concentrated point exploded, shooting all matter into every direction, thus giving birth to what is known as the universe. The Bible, however, tells a completely different story. In the book of Genesis, we are given the account of creation. This is the record of how God created the earth. Genesis 1 verse 1 says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." According to this verse, the earth is the result of God creating it, not the result of a giant explosion. But perhaps the theory of the Big Bang and the biblical account of creation are not contradictory. Perhaps God used the Big Bang to create the earth. This idea becomes impossible after examining the sequence of the days of creation. God created the earth on the first day. God did not create the sun, moon, and stars until the fourth day. Therefore, there could not have been an explosion propelling all stars into every direction, simply because stars did not exist yet. There are other details in the theory of the Big Bang that do not line up with the Bible. First, the Big Bang supposedly took place 13.8 billion years ago. The Bible, however, says that God created everything that exists approximately 6,000 years ago. Secondly, the Big Bang theory says that the universe is constantly expanding, becoming bigger and bigger every day. The Bible, however, says God finished creating the heavens on the sixth day. Genesis 2 verse 1 says, "Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them." If the universe is currently expanding, that means that it is not finished. The Big Bang is simply an attempt to explain the world we live in today without including God in the equation. There was simply a small point of matter that then exploded. The Bible, however, tells us that this is impossible. Hebrews 11 verse 3 says, "Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear." If the world is incorrect on how the earth was created, perhaps it is also wrong on what the earth is as well. Let's continue to investigate the creation account to get a better idea of what God actually created. We are told by the world today that the nearest star outside of our solar system is 4.4 light years away. This means that the nearest star is 24.94 trillion miles away. One of the fastest jets in the world is the Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird, with a top recorded speed of 2,071 miles per hour. If stars truly are that far away, it would take the Blackbird 1.4 billion years to reach the nearest star. According to the Bible, however, stars are much, much closer. Genesis 1, verses 14 and 15 say, "And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth. And it was so." Notice that God placed the lights within the firmament, and not outside of it. This tells us that the stars are located in the sky directly above us. Have you ever noticed that we see the same stars, such as the North Star, in the same constellations, such as the Little Dipper, every night? This is because we are not traveling through a chaotic, ever-expanding universe. If we were, we would see different stars every night. Instead, we are on a stationary ground, and God has placed a set number of stars directly above us. Their distance away can be measured in miles and not in light years. The world also says that stars are enormous balls of gas, millions and millions of times larger than our Earth. According to the Bible, however, stars are much, much smaller. One way to prove this is because sometimes in the Bible, stars actually fall from heaven onto the earth. One example is Matthew 24, verse 29. "Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken." Another example is Revelation 6, verse 13. "And the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs, when she is shaken of a mighty wind." This is possible because stars are not enormous balls of gas ready to implode. Rather, they are small lights which God has placed within the firmament. This is why a star was able to guide the wise men to the location of Jesus. Matthew 2, verse 9 says, "When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was." The reason the star was able to move over the town of Bethlehem is because the star is a small body of light which God has placed within the firmament. If stars were trillions and trillions of light years away, they would not be able to rest over a single town.
And what we call planets are the wandering stars of Jude, which are reserved for judgment. Now, question, why do you need to judge a rock? Why would God need to judge a gas ball? Why would God need to judge a fireball? Unless these are sentient beings, there's no reason for him to judge them. Planets as we know them exist nowhere in Scripture, not even in 2 Kings 23:5, the word being Mazzaroth, which is a reference to the signs of the zodiac. The King James is, as far as I know, the only one that uses the word planets there, but it's not that word. The word that is used there is Mazzaroth, which is the constellations. And there are multiple online sources that will verify that if you want to look into that. As we get to the New Testament, we see Yeshua says in Matthew 24 that, they ask him what it's going to be like in the last days. He said, "Take heed that no man deceive you." Interesting. The word used for deceive there is Strong's number 4105 is planeo. The word means I lead astray, deceive, cause to wonder. Planeo, properly to go astray, off course, to deviate from the correct path, circuit, course. Roaming into error, wandering, passive, be misled. Planeo is the root of the English term planet. This term nearly always conveys the sin of roaming. And we look at the various derivatives of that. This planeo, 4105, 4106, plane, again, a wandering, error, wandering, figurative, deceit, delusion, error, deviant behavior, departure from what God says is true, and error, deception, which results in wandering, roaming into sin. 4108, planos, misleading, deceiving, wandering, same thing. Planos, a deceiver trying to get others to veer off God's course, path, or safety. Interesting. When we get to Jude, it talks about wandering stars. That is 4107. Planetes. Planetes, properly a wandering star. Planet, false teacher, operating without moral compass, exploiting others' aimless people, prompting them also to stray from God's circle of safety. So whenever we're saying the word planet Earth, the words planet Earth, we're saying the wandering, deceptive Earth that leads us away from the circle of God's safety. Just throwing it out there.
Well, it's all the paradigm drives your conclusions.
You know, we have some purposes given for the stars in Genesis 1, 14 to 19. That's the day 4 creation account. It mentions the stars and other heavenly bodies to mark time, to rule over the night, to be for signs, seasons, festivals, and so forth. People have been using the stars for marking passage of time. The patterns repeat every night. They repeat every year. They come back in their season. There's a lot of regularity going on here.
The Big Bang. How do you see that? Is it holding up over time?
I don't think so. I think it's getting some problems. So much so that more than a dozen years ago, I think in the New Scientist magazine, there was an open letter protesting the Big Bang Theory, and it's had hundreds of signatories since. And most people signing it are atheists. They're not even creationists. So this idea that the Big Bang model is universally accepted is not true. There are many people out there, well-known people, very famous physics and astronomy people, that have real problems with the Big Bang. And I don't see any way that you can reconcile Big Bang with the Bible, though a lot of people seem to think that you can. I think the temptation they have there is to try to interpret Scripture in terms of the current cosmological thinking. That's nothing new. That's happened before, as it turns out, with disastrous results. So I think when you look at the history of science, the way we've discarded theories over time, we've had theories that were supposedly beyond dispute, and then later on discarded. When you see that lesson from history and then you want to wed Genesis, you want to interpret Genesis in terms of the ruling paradigm, I think you need to be very careful.
Again, that's Dr. Danny Faulkner. I respect him, I like him, but he can't even see his own error here. The first guy rightly states that the paradigm drives your conclusions. Whatever your preconceived paradigm is going to drive your conclusions when you twist and manipulate Scripture to try to fit that paradigm. Danny Faulkner, on the one hand, subscribes to the standard cosmological paradigm himself, while warning that the temptation is to interpret Scripture in terms of the current cosmological thinking. I'm like, dude, many creationists are doing the exact same thing. They're doing just that. They are forcing a narrative, a paradigm onto the Bible that it in no way supports. For instance, let's go back to the firmament again. It says that the sun, moon, and stars were placed in the firmament. The word rakia being firmament, but it's preceded by the letter bait. How many of you know when you put the bait in front of a word, it means in? It's the first letter in our Bible, in the beginning, Bereshit. This is Berakia, in the rakia. Again, the letter in means inside, in, not outside and around. Now, I used to teach this myself because I used to believe in the paradigm of Kent Hovind, Karl Baugh, and others like that, and I applaud these guys. These guys have done an amazing job of destroying evolution in the secular school system and helping kids to take a stand. I was one of them. You know, we had to pass our tests, right? So we had to answer the questions the way the books, whatever they're teaching us. But Kent empowered me. I had his 12 VHS, remember VHS, set recorded onto audio cassette, and I would listen to it in my car. I practically had the whole thing memorized and would teach it in Sunday school. And to pass the test, I had to answer whatever the questions were. How old is the Earth? Well, according to the textbook, 4.6 billion years, despite the fact that, so it took me longer to finish my tests, but I would pass the test because I would give them the answers so they couldn't mark it off, but they hated me because I was clearly showing them I don't accept what you were saying. I'll pass your stupid test, but I don't believe what you're saying. You know, and I parroted these guys. I taught how many of you have heard the canopy model? You've heard of this, that the firmament was a canopy of ice or something that surrounded the earth, and at the time of the flood, it was, you know, maybe a comet or something had impacted it, and it disintegrated and rained down over the course of 40 days and 40 nights. I used to teach it myself, but there are a couple problems with that. Problem number one, David said that the waters are still up there. And problem number two, this is the bigger one, the model requires that the sun, moon, and stars be outside the firmament, not in it, as the scripture clearly states. Sun, moon, and stars are placed in the firmament. That model, Earth is encapsulated in this thing they call a firmament. Sun, moon, and stars are outside of it. Sorry, it doesn't work. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back next time.
Wow.
I'm Mitchell from Australia, and this is yet another simple observation that anyone can do at home. You have a coin and a flat table, and I'm going to demonstrate how we can make an object disappear bottom up without the need of curvature, or without the need of a physical obstruction for that matter. Now you globers are going to sit at home and say that table is just higher than the observer height or the camera height. Now let's get that sorted quick smart. When we zoom in, we increase the focal length and increase the angular resolution. And we can resolve that coin in its entirety. As you can see, the bottom of the coin shining and when you zoom back out, the coin is unresolvable again. Nice flat table, no physical obstruction. This is all optical. There's absolutely no obstruction here. This is due to angular resolution. The angle from the observer to the coin was far too small to resolve the coin. Now when I lay it down, we can still see the coin flat on the table. No problem. And you can still see some table underneath the coin. But when you zoom out, the angular resolution is way too small to resolve that coin. Nothing to do with physical obstruction, and the table definitely isn't curving. A 100% of the light of that coin is still reaching the observer. The only thing that is creating this optical illusion of something disappearing bottom up is the angle to which you are viewing the object. As you can see, the entire coin is resolved. And when you zoom out, decreasing the focal length, it's unresolved. Now, if this was a ship out in the water, all you globers would assert that it is Earth curve creating this bottom-up disappearance. But as I've just shown, angular resolution is a thing. Now, what is angular resolution? Well, it all has to do with the way that we view light, whether it be from your eyeball, a camera, or a telescope. In optics, the best focused spot of light that a perfect lens with a circular aperture can make is called the airy disk. Now, as you can see in this left-hand side, there are 2 points of light and 2 airy disks. They are both resolved. Now, when they get closer together, this meets the Rayleigh criterion, or the diffraction limit. So the Rayleigh criterion specifies the minimum separation between two light sources that may be resolved into each distinct object. And when the light sources get even closer on the right-hand side, they become unresolvable. So relating this to my observation, when the coin is closer to the camera, it is fully resolved. As you start moving the coin away from the camera, it meets the Rayleigh criterion, or the diffraction limit, and this creates a smaller angle, making the coin disappear bottom up. And when you move the coin further away, it becomes fully unresolved. Now, as I said, 100% of the light from that coin is still reaching the camera, it's just unresolved. But when you zoom back in, you increase the focal length and you increase the angle at what you are viewing that object. Now, when you zoom in enough, it will meet the Rayleigh criterion, where you can see the two distinct objects again, the coin and the table. And when you get past that diffraction limit, you can fully resolve the object. Now, this has all to do with the angle that you are viewing an object. Now that we know about angular resolution and the diffraction limit, let's add some distance. This pole is about 3 foot off the water, and I'm going to put my camera on top of it. This is a common observation by most people with a zoom camera of seeing a boat disappearing bottom up. But as you can see, it's definitely not going to be due to Earth curvature, as the horizon is still far in the distance. Now, this is a good example of angular size. When you zoom out, it reduces the focal length, and the angular size gets so small that it reaches the diffraction limit. When you zoom back in, increasing the focal length, the angular size increases and you can resolve it again. But as you can also see, angular resolution of the image has also changed. And the horizon is still far in the background. Now, comparing these two images, on the left, the observer height is 1 inch, and on the right, the observer height is 3 foot. And you can see clearly that the boat has started to disappear bottom up. There is no earth curve, as you can see the horizon in the background, but both boats are starting to disappear bottom up. Let's add some more distance. This is Bathurst Lighthouse from 20 kilometers away. The left image is from a 30-meter viewing height, and the right image from a 2-meter viewing height. The obstruction in the right image, the globe proponents will assert, is only from Earth curvature and nothing else. But I've shown you in this video that angular resolution can cause obstruction from bottom up without the need of any Earth curvature.
What's going on? Looks like we got some guests in the room. Hello. Yeah, I've seen a ton of people join and leave, but yeah, we need to sort out some playlists. I think the maybe some podcasts isn't a bad idea as well to play through, because there's some maybe not actually. I don't know. I'll think of some good stuff.
Yeah, it's tough because this topic is so visual, almost by necessity. Like, it's hard to talk about flat Earth to a blind person. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If we could find some good educational content that's not like an hour long, maybe between like 3 minutes and 20 minutes on topics that can guide users through things without visuals, that'd be great.
Definitely.
Somebody else was talking about debates. People keep talking about debates, and I personally don't care for debates, but I understand that it's a great way for people to quickly, understand some of the arguments and what works, what doesn't work. There are some really good debates, though, some in the past that have taken place that are absolutely instrumental. Like if we could find debates with Indio, primarily.
Check out these two clips. Sporadic. 1 second, I'll just get them.
Yeah, I'm aware of that entire discussion between Flat Earth Dave and the physicist. The physicist was refreshingly honest and not spiraling out, spurging with contempt, Flat Earth Dave didn't do too terrible, I thought, either. I mean, he presented some information in a wrong way, non-compelling manner, but overall, I mean, I'd give that whole thing like a B on a grading scale. And I agree with you, Machen. Indio does need to be recording his own content, but he's not that kind of guy. He's not a grandstander. I don't have access to Discord right now because I'm in the car, but I think if you go to our home server, to the 24/7 Flat Earth server, use the search bar and just maybe type Indio and then filter results by links like to YouTube. You might be able to bring up some clips that people have done of YouTube's expositions and debates. There's also a treasure trove of legendary content from the years past by by people who don't visit anymore. I don't know if you remember, DJ, but that guy Deus Volt, when he used to be around all the time years ago, back when I was brand new to this, he used to love just twisting people's brains into knots over the simplest things. I loved his approach.
What was his name?
Deus Volt, D-E-U-S-V-U-L-T.
Oh,
He had
I
like a New
remember the
York
name.
accent.
Yeah, I don't remember listening to him, but I remember the name.
He was very patient. He would just ask questions. And that was his method, just the Socratic method. He was also very honest. Like he'd say, I'm not here making these positive claims. I'm just asking you these questions. And his approach seemed to work so well as he would expose how the mentality of defending the globe is such that you have to hold contradictory ideas. And he would expose those contradictions for the audience.
Sounds good.
There's also Lemon Bird. Like Lemon Bird brought some sass and had a really good technical understanding for physics and math. But some of these folks, some of these older legends were still operating under old frameworks that we've had to dismantle. Like offering replacement theories for certain phenomena in nature, which we probably shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. 2020 arguments.
Yeah, exactly. I was listening to an old Planete Veritas stream. That's Robert Pisano's channel, and he was on there with Hank. Larry, right?
Yeah.
It was like 8 or 9 years ago. I'm like, holy crap!
Wow.
Yeah, I had no idea they knew each other.
He was a Glober back then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like Hank. Yeah, I think he was a Glober back then. I remember him being a Glober when he first came in to 24/7, or at least on the fence.
That's funny. Yeah, so this was about 8 years ago then, maybe 9 years ago. He'd presented a long distance observation, some 20-mile observation, and he was arguing from the standpoint that Earth has a hump of water in between you and the observer. And this is back when we were more clear on how to describe the geometry of the globe. Because the hump of water is a perspective you have only if you, the observer, are tilting yourself downward.
Yeah, it's only if you imagine a direct line of sight between your eyes and the target.
Right, in which case you're not going to be perpendicular to a horizontal plane of reference. You're going to be tilted down.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, that tilt and the complementary angle that goes to the presumed center of the globe, 3959 miles down, that complementary angle, subtending from a distance of 3,959 miles, is what globe Earth surveyors must demonstrate to within a reasonable degree of accuracy in order for their claims of diverging zenith angles to exist. So in other words, they have to demonstrate that their total stations, that their theodolites, are capable of measuring an angle subtended over 3,959 miles in distance. using a bubble level.
Few people joined.
All right. I say a lot of flat earthers are stuck on the reciprocal zenith arguments by claiming that the theodolite has to be level across the distance from point A to point B of observation from the theodolite. And that's not entirely it. The theodolite has to be accurate with respect to the gravitational vector down to the center of the Earth, over 3,959 miles. That's the real killer. That's the real globe killer
You
there.
have to watch Shapeshifters.
I hope we've all appreciated Lord of the Rims' name. I like that. That should be a shop somewhere. Good afternoon, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Good afternoon, Jed. I hope you're good, man. Good to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Got a bunch of people rocking in. We got Jedi's rocked in. We got Says Who. Welcome, man. Good to see you. And John Luna. Good to see you too.
What's up, gentlemen?
Good morning, gents. Good afternoon.
Lunch break somewhere.
And Lord of the Rims, we can unmute him because he's been hot micing. But I think he's in the chat now. So welcome back, Lord of the Rims.
Yeah,
Sorry,
my
man. I
father
had to mute
told,
you because there was some background noise.
yeah, there's imagine it got loud and stuff. I was worried as well.
It's fine.
So it's all tires and rims. Yeah, I still have a few sets left. Wasn't there a presentation going on?
We were just playing some like flat Earth presentation using the music bot.
Ooh.
Oh, more people rocking in. Roots. Good to see you, man. Welcome.
Oh, everyone's in trouble now. Roots is here.
Yep. Yep. All the Globers just left as soon as they saw Roots come in.
So all I see from the bot or the app that says Musox 2 is unable to find the songs matching the query you provided.
Yeah, it's just because I was trying to play a clip. Apparently, it doesn't play clips. It just plays regular YouTube videos. It's a good little clip, you know. It's a physicist saying that refraction only makes a tiny difference, and it doesn't allow you to see far, you know, beyond the curvature of the Earth, just a few percent, up to 10% maximum. So it's just you know, something to show the globe Earthers when they, you know, try to say, oh, we can see 20 times further because of refraction. Well, so you're throwing a physicist on your side under the bus. So that's that.
That's true. There's a refraction model app that you can find. It's somewhere on the University of Chicago's website for their physics department. You can play around with it, and they treat the air as a medium with an effective refractive index of 1, like just flat out 1.
That's
They
one
don't
out
even
of 100.
bother like sending it.
Does
Sorry?
that one does that one mean 1%?
No, it's a ratio. 1 is considered to be a perfect vacuum. So
Ooh,
refraction
not
has
zero?
to do with a medium's ability to interact with light, with photons.
Right.
So you can have like a medium may have a certain density, but very low optical density, like glass. You know, glass is fully transparent in many cases. You take a pane of glass, you can hold it up and people will run right into it, you know? But it's dense, right? It's dense like a rock. So it may have high degree of density, but its optical density is low because it doesn't interact with photons very much. So
it kind of filters out something.
yeah, it's a light filter. Yep, a media tend to be light filters.
It's great having such high IQ
Silicon
people.
dioxide, yeah. I think in the past they used other stuff for like windows, see-through material.
I feel sorry for any Globers that have to talk to you guys today. Jeez. I feel like I'm looking at a all-star team here.
Yeah, those that do the like satellite stuff. Like we put satellites up there, and how do they like remain suspended? It's not possible. Like, where does the centrifugal force come from?
Yeah, but DJ, more to your point about that physicist that was speaking with Dave Weiss and Angels of Light. Yeah, they really did mess that up. But yeah, I remember him saying that would be a huge problem if anything was over 10. And they had plenty of examples they could have shown, like you said, and they kind of dropped the ball big time with that because I think they would have had a much better material to clip if they would have went the right direction after that statement from him.
Yeah, so I was just looking into it. You know, I don't know why they've said that he's a physicist. He's a scientist. He's like a high level engineer. He's a professor. Right, here's his credentials. I mean, his titles here. You know, he's not a physicist. I have no idea why they've gone ahead and said he's a physicist. It's retarded to do that.
So they were just dropping the ball all over the place, huh?
Yeah, well,
Mischaracterizing him.
yeah. So Paradexum or whatever his name is. Yeah, he mentioned it, right? So I don't know why they've said he's a physicist, right? So yeah, I definitely take that back.
People on both sides of this tend to puff up their expertise. I mean, just look at gosh, I hate to keep talking smack about these folks, but the Aether cosmology people just love having credentialed experts come on and side with them. You know, they're willing to throw arguments under the bus for the sake of making friends with credentialed experts.
Yeah, why say someone's a physicist when they're not?
Trying to appeal to other people's appeal. It's really funny. Fallacious appeals. It's amazing. It's like two wrongs make another wrong. They don't seem to get that aspect.
All right, let's see what are his actual qualifications.
What does he teach? What is he a professor of?
Engineering, I think. So it says about him in his LinkedIn, it says an experienced CEO, professor, management scientist, and it wants me to sign in to read more.
Oh, he's going to know you looked at his profile if you do.
All right, I'll sign in.
Hello. Is anyone talking?
Manish, welcome, bro. You have some feedback coming through your microphone. I can hear myself talking, which is unpleasant.
Okay. Sorry for that.
That's okay. Oh, look who it is. It's Matthew Lance.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I'm here to improve my English. And
welcome.
Just want to talk. Why everybody's silent here? What happened?
I don't know. I just got here. Do you think that the Earth is spherical, or do you think that the surface of the Earth is flat?
I think it's spherical, it's round. Like a normal guy.
In English, spherical means a three-dimensional shape like a basketball. Round just means circular, like a dinner plate or a pizza. So there's difference between spherical and round.
Okay, so what should I say? Spherical?
You probably meant spherical, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because something could be flat and round at the same time, like a pizza is flat
But
and round.
it's not perfectly round, means spherical. So what should say for that? What should we say for that?
You probably meant that the surface of the Earth is roughly spherical, mostly
Yeah, yeah,
spherical, something like that.
yeah.
Now, why do you think that? What is the evidence that you think that points to the Earth being spherical?
I have seen like Discovery and all these Net Geographic. That's why.
Okay, so some documentaries.
Yeah, not documentaries, just shows about
I see.
Earth and all.
Do you think that there are any observations or things that a normal person could go outside and see that would make it that would show that the Earth is spherical or flat?
No, there's just some footages of the Earth from satellite. They showed just that only.
I see. But in both of those cases, you would have to trust what somebody said on the TV show, or you would have to trust the information that somebody said came from a satellite.
Yeah, that's true, but I never thought about it. Yeah, but there are means what should I say? Uh, there are so few people on Earth that think the Earth is flat.
That's true. So it is the majority opinion.
Yeah.
What about things that you could see yourself, like the sun or the moon, or things that happen in the sky? Is there anything there that might give you information about whether the Earth is spherical or flat?
No, means it gives a sign of like it is a flat, because if you see the horizon, it just like the sun goes down and it's just flat looking like that. Looks flat, yeah.
Okay, so it looks flat, yeah.
That's what I think.
Where does the sun go at nighttime?
Like if is it flat, it's uh down us, like what should I say?
Underneath?
Below us. Yeah, underneath.
Below us? Okay.
But it just feels senseless.
That's true,
Your
yeah.
name is Matthew, no?
Yes, my name is Matthew.
Oh, so is it your photo in the DP?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so how old are you?
54.
What? Really?
Yes, 5'4".
Oh, your voice is not that. You look younger.
Well, thank you. I live in California. Generally, people in California don't smoke, don't drink as much, aren't subject to as many health problems. So that I blame it on my location.
Okay, your English is good, so why are you here?
I'm just seeing what people are talking about because I'm interested to hear why people think the Earth is flat. I don't
Okay.
think it is flat.
Oh. Okay. So, should we talk something different?
Sure, you can tell me about where you're from if you like. If somebody comes in and wants to talk about the flat Earth, they can. But where are you from?
I'm from India, Mumbai.
Oh, I would love to visit Mumbai sometime.
Yeah.
But not during the summer. During the summer, it's too hot.
Yeah. During rainy season, it's just flooded, so don't come either in that time. Come in winters, so it will be good.
In the winter? Okay.
Yeah.
How hot is it going to be today? Let's see.
What's the time at California right now?
Right now, it's 9 in the morning. And I see that it's 28 degrees in Mumbai.
Yeah. And here
Right now,
it's
in Los Angeles,
9:30
it's 18.
of night.
Oh, okay, so it's yeah, it's almost 12 hours different.
Yeah.
Here in Los Angeles, it's 18 degrees, so it's not as hot.
Okay. 18 degrees is good for us. Like if I got 18 degrees, then it's fine for us.
Right, I like it. It's a nice temperature.
Here in summer it goes up to like 30, 32, and it's so much. You can't go outside, like your skin will burn.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So I usually don't go outside that much. And if rains come, then just everything, like every road, like have pothole then, and just it's just fucked up. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand.
And tell me how it feels to be older.
I like it, just because my life is more settled than when I was younger. I have a job, I have a place to live, so there's more routine, which is nice.
Okay. Oh, means you married or not?
Not right now, no. I
Okay.
also have more vacation time with my job because I've been working there longer, so I can have 3 weeks of vacation every year.
Okay. So what you do? Job. What you do?
I work at a university where we put the videos together for the online classes.
Okay. So you are not the teacher.
I teach part-time, but just 1 or 2 classes every term.
Okay. That's great. Does you watch anime? Do you watch anime? Sorry.
No, I've never seen anime. Maybe 1 or 2 movies, like the Kurosawa movies,
Okay.
but not any shows.
Any movies? Bollywood, Hollywood?
I've seen 1 or 2 Bollywood movies, but I can't remember the names of them.
Like DDLJ? It is famous
I
one.
don't
That's
know.
one.
It's been a while, so I don't remember.
Do you
And
know
of
Shah Rukh
course,
Khan?
I know who he is. Yes,
Yeah,
he's
I'm
very
the
famous.
biggest fan of him. Like I love him so much. Really, everybody in India love him.
I saw Slumdog Millionaire, which is a Hollywood movie trying to be
Yeah,
like a Bollywood movie.
yeah. But you know, every time any Hollywood persons, English persons tries to make Indian movie, Indian like movie, so they just show the like slums and all these things. Okay, that thing I don't like. Okay, here
Right.
not there are not here is not only slums. Here are so much. Here is so much. Not only slum.
Yeah,
So I
that
don't
makes sense.
think only that to showcase. It's good. Oh, I know this character. I think. Yeah, Demon Salvatore. Yeah, it's
Damon
from
Salvatore
Vampire
Welcome.
Diaries, no? Yeah. Yeah. And any other Indian movie have you seen?
I don't remember the names of any. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't watch a lot of Hollywood movies either, although I did see Tom Cruise in the newest Mission Impossible movie.
Okay. Means in Hollywood, I have just seen like the most famous one and was top rated. Like I have seen Breaking Bad cause it was top one ranking in IMDb.
Oh,
Then
really? Yeah.
Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, like that.
If you liked Breaking Bad, The
I like it.
prequel is
Yeah, I have
called
seen El
Better Call
Camino.
Saul. Well,
Yeah,
there's also a
the lawyer
prequel, which
story.
is a show about it beforehand.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I didn't see
Better
it
Call
because
Saul.
I didn't have time. And
Okay.
it's like it's serious, very.
I
It's
like
slow.
Breaking. Yes, I like Better Call Saul better than Breaking Bad, I think.
Okay, I will try breaking lines. A Better Call Saul after my education, like after a year. Then I will binge watch
When
it.
you have more time.
Yeah.
Well, if you're watching those movies and understanding them, then your English is very good because Breaking Bad has, you have to understand English well enough to understand what's happening.
Yeah, I understand everything, but I can't able to speak it properly. Cause in India, nobody speaks. If someone try to speaks, they laugh like, what are you doing? Trying to show off or what?
I see. I thought there were some places in India, especially if you work with the tourism industry, where you have to speak English a lot, right?
Yeah, but I don't go anywhere. So, did you watch El Camino?
Yes, I did. I liked it.
Yeah, I also liked it. And just what should I say? But and did you watch Chernobyl?
Did I
Hello,
watch what?
Chernobyl, that Soviet Union blast.
Oh, Chernobyl, the series, yeah. There's even some
Yeah,
movie.
Chernobyl, yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
Chernobyl.
I also watched it.
Yeah,
I
Was
did
okay.
Chernobyl was good.
I did the marathon basically, I think like 2 weeks ago or something. And like everything that was out there on Chernobyl, including a documentary. That's the only one remaining, which is an hourly like progression of the actual disaster.
Oh, interesting. The most recent documentary I watched was about the submarine that exploded 2 years ago called
Yeah,
Ocean Gate. It was visiting the Titanic.
yeah. Is it off Netflix now?
It was on Netflix, I believe. Yeah, but there's another one on Max, there are two that came out recently.
Okay.
Yo, money. I think you can like I don't know if make money is the right word for it, but you can like have Bollywood make a series of the one that happened in India, the Bhopal disaster.
Yeah, really. No, there are some movies I think about it.
Yeah, but like a
Means
series about like actual and much more
no, there
fun.
is not actual series on it. I don't know why,
Because
but
the
there is
government
a
was
show.
corrupt. So they got money for like covering it up kind of thing.
Yeah. Here just the film that runs on box office well is like a hero's film, like a superstar's film, like Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan. If there is no hero in the movie, a main character, then the movie will not work, no matter what.
Well, sometimes I think stuff does come up like they can include just a good storyline and stuff like that, and then people talk
Yeah,
about it and become
like
hot, you know?
if you put good story and all, make a good movie, then they will
Mm.
not recognize it. Like people will not watch it unless they heard it like it is a good movie from
Yes,
people,
yes, absolutely.
the
Yeah, it always
reviews.
starts that way. It doesn't have to be
Then
quick. Like it's gonna pick up gravity later.
yeah, then
I think Amir
for
Khan
that
is the right kind of guy to make such a series.
Amir Khan.
Yeah, I think he's the one
Yeah,
that should
that's
do it.
great. He's great,
Yeah,
and his new
if he
movie is
does
there,
it,
Sitare Zameen Par.
that's not very new. I watched it like I think 10 years ago or something.
What movie did you watch of him?
The same one, the one you're talking about, the one Sitare Zameen Par is very old. Like it's even
No, not
before
that.
Doom, I think 3 or something.
No, like it's Tare Zameen Par, and the new movie that had came now, it's Tare Zameen Par.
Oh, it's a new one. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, Sitare Zameen means Tare Zameen Par. It's so good. Like the little kid that doesn't know how to study and he's struggling with it. That's so good.
Wow. Is it Haryanvi or something?
Haryanvi. What do you mean? Like,
The dialect, because Sitare is stars, right? Sitare Zameen Par. And then
no,
Tare Zameen Par
Sitaris.
in Haryanvi, Tare Zameen Par is like on your Zameen, Tumhari
No, no,
Zameen
no.
Par.
Tare. Tare means
Yeah.
star.
Yeah, but in Haryanvi, it's Thari Zameen Par, which means on your land.
Yeah. Where are you from?
From Africa. But like I
Oh,
heard it in some movie, the Salman Khan one, the one where his daughter was like trying to be a wrestler or something.
yeah. So, it's Dangal. No. Sultan. No. What the fuck? It's Amir movie where his daughter wants to become a wrestler. So it's
Yeah.
Dangal.
Yeah, Dangal. Yeah, they call it Dangal. I think the wrestling or something.
Yeah, Dangal. Salman Khan's is about Sultan. Yeah. He became CSP. The Matthew is gone. Where is? He was a good guy.
Yeah, it's gonna be back. It's a room where people come and go.
He said he's 53 or something like. That's too much, bro.
Yeah, mature people, your kids are grown. It's a good age.
Yeah.
Ripe.
Do you watch animes?
Not currently. The site I've been trying to use is failing to like download it. So
Hi anime.
I'm supposed to get. I forgot what it's called. It's one of the hot ones nowadays.
Zoro TV, Hi anime.
On a flat Earth, of course.
Yeah, I think an anime it's showed as flat. I think it's shown
I think
as
it's
flat.
spherical.
I know you think it, but it measures flat.
Yeah, it can be. Who knows?
It can't be flat and a ball. That's impossible.
Yeah, you cannot have both. It has to be, one of them. Or other possibilities, like for example, like a donut or something.
No curve, no donut.
Oh yeah, donut has curves. Or at least has two flat sides as well. So it's supposed to be like a.
Donut would be crazy. Really.
Yeah, you need curves for that.
What's your name?
So why is flat Earth more logical than global? Because flat Earth is, before you're taught about a globe, flat is what you actually see. That's like the default.
Why we are discussing this, bro?
Because they're selling you stuff, bro. Like you pay for Google Earth and you pay for all this stuff, so you need to be aware.
Oh, yeah. Is it all Matrix or what?
Exactly.
Why everybody is like silent here? I have been through all these tabs, but everyone is silent. Why?
Meditation is good for health.
Wow. Like you have to
Once you
come to
connect,
Discord and just meditate.
when you connect to the flat Earth, called Dharti in Sanskrit or Hindi. So
Yeah.
Dharti is like the flat Earth basically, and when you connect to that one, the energy is much more calm.
Bro, your Hindi is so good. Why?
I was studying that in 2015 and just kind of lost touch.
Should we talk in Hindi?
Not here, because like other people don't get it so much, but I can speak it. I just can't read it anymore.
Okay. And yeah, the reading part is hard.
Yeah, I lost practice because the letters are like 57 or something. I don't know, but yeah, I kind of struggle with those. Before I was in a WhatsApp group, and every morning people would wake up and post like jokes and stuff like that, even news, and I could like practice at least something. And then I just kind of lost touch. Yeah.
I'm also trying to learn English here.
Oh, yeah, that's a good move.
I want to just improve my vocabulary.
But don't you think if you live in India, you need Indian English like more than outside one?
Like everybody understands the normal English, so
Yeah, they do understand, I think, but like when
but
they
it
speak,
feels to
sometimes
have
we need
great.
translation and stuff.
Like if I speak like Shashi Tharoor, it will be great. Like
I don't know that guy, but like we get Indians, for example, in like meetings and stuff, international meetings, and sometimes we have to translate because the words are used
yeah.
differently in Indian English.
Oh yeah. Not major, but like small, very less. Mostly it's same.
Yeah, I noticed like there's a bigger difference now than before. I don't know why. There's like a cutting of the words and stuff. So in Indian English, you can just say, I suggest you. In English, like in our English, that's an incomplete sentence. I can say something like, I suggest you do something. But in Indian English, it just means I suggest to you. You don't use the to. You just say, I suggest you.
I didn't know that. Wow.
So I hear that from like professors and stuff, and they're like, I suggest you. It's trying to say I suggest to you, basically.
Yeah. Main problem is accent. Not the
Yeah,
problem,
that problem.
but whenever I go
It's
to
heavy,
any
yeah.
any Discord server, like everybody is like making fun of me, like saying that where is what was that? Why did you redeem it? Yeah. Why did you redeem it? Fuck. Did you get
I
it?
don't know that. No, I don't know that phrase. What is it?
Why do you redeem it? It's a meme. Like Indians scammers do it like to redeem it and just scam other people's.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's why just people make fun of us Indians.
Oh, so the new one is redeem it because the previous one was like too vulgar. Over here, we still use bob and vagin. I don't know how it's pronounced in Indian English. The old meme, the one before redeem, is bob and vagin. So basically, it's this guy who's like, it's to do with the perversion. On Facebook, the girl just said hi, and the guy is like, sand, bob, and virgin. Basically, he's trying to say, like,
So what does it mean in Hindi? Bhajan.
basically, he's trying to say something like, लड़के ने उसको हाई बोला और सीधा कहता है अपने मतलब वो सीने की और नीचे अपने चूत की वो भेजो फोटो.
Okay, acha.
So the way he was writing it was like sand, bob, and vagin.
Bro,
So that
Hindi
became
is so
like a very
good.
popular thing.
I think you are an Indian.
So it's very popular with like especially India being the rape capital and everything. So there's like the bob and vagin guys. That's the adjective for Indians now.
And you also know the curse words in Hindi. That's so good.
I'll just say the other one. I forgot. The top one.
What top one?
Base 2.
Base 2 means what do you say?
You don't know what base 2 means? So in English we've got base 1, base 2 and base 3. So लड़के को जब छूते हैं डेट पे जाएंगे ऐसे अगर चूमा उसको बेस 1 कहना है. अगर सीने तक हाथ पहुंचाया उसको मतलब उधर इट्स
तो
बेस
base
2.
2.
हाँ
Wow.
नीचे तक अगर पूरा किया तो बेस 3 कहना है. It's like a
Oh,
home
I
run
didn't know
basically, like in cricket or something. So in baseball we've got base 1. I think I don't play baseball, but basically there's base 1,
Okay,
base 2 and
so
base 3.
what base you are in? You do? You try?
For me, I go for base 3. First
Wow.
time.
That's great.
Yeah.
Like, wow. No
Just
talking,
go for
just
base 3. No, you
not
can talk,
talking.
but like not Indian style. Like it just means like after everything is done, like you can ask your friend, for example, how far did you go or whatever, which base did you reach, or that kind of a thing.
Who made this? Like, 24/7 like flat Earth Discord. Who made it? And the person who made it is not talking.
Maybe he's not here. You know, people are like busy. They've got like lives and stuff. So
This isn't. This is a full-time room. It's always here.
Okay.
yeah, the channel's always
Yeah,
here.
we're
But
always
I
here.
think he means like the owner or the admins and stuff.
Oh, so
We have
people
a home
make
server.
it's
Yeah, we
already.
have a big server, and then sometimes these these servers like the English hub, they invited us to come and have a channel here.
Okay.
It's
Oh, that's
the
why it's kind of new, yeah?
the number one channel in the server already.
Yes.
Wow.
It's better because we're much
We're here to help.
more, I would say, humane or just, you know, upright, like disciplined. The others are very, very. You just get squabbles, a lot of emotion, and gets vulgar as well. A lot of bad energy, basically. I even tried to like go to like ask a Hindu. I just pop in and I have to like get out because basically Hinduism right now is just we hate Muslims. Like everything else is just they won't really answer you in a sense of yeah, sometimes like okay, maybe some book says this or that, some kind of a belief, but everything comes down to one answer, which is Hinduism is evolving. So that's just an answer supposed to answer everything, like it's evolving. That doesn't make sense because you lack consistency. I mean, in which direction is it evolving or whatever? No answer. It's just evolving.
Yeah, and the young influencers of India, they are also promoting the Hindu versus Muslim thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Modi
Because of
from his
that.
time, I mean, supported that. So this is how he got popularity and everything. I think he's basically like Trump, where
Yeah.
like certain sentiments were used to get into power, kind of thing.
I don't support him, but what should we do? Like we are voting
Well,
last.
I remember an uncle saying that he's not going to win the previous election. He won anyway.
Yeah, the value you can get from this room and from us is we can teach you not teach you, but we can help you to learn words like what the meaning of horizon is, what the meaning of level is. We can help you to understand about the claims of the globe, the size of the
Angles of
globe,
elevation.
angles of elevation, correct? Yes. These are terms that are
Horizontal
not
and vertical.
normally Yep. These are terms that are not normally discussed in other rooms. But you can get a lot of value out of this and also learn about the nature of Earth while you're here.
And logic. Most importantly, we can teach you about logic.
Yes,
Yeah,
well
everything
said.
sums up to logic. Yeah, absolutely. Sums up to logic a lot. I think that's the most beautiful part of it. Like, regardless of how little you may understand in other stuff, but logic will always come down. Like, that means something to everybody. It should, rather.
Well, this is why we are rallying behind Flat Earth, because when it comes to Flat Earth, it's extremely logical. When it comes to the globe, you don't have a logical basis. You'll have a foundation of fallacies. And
Yeah, it's a hard one to
is a
digest.
shocking. It's a very shocking. Yeah, if you don't know already, you sound like you're acquainted with the subject, but it's a very shocking situation to be in when you learn for the first time there is no logical basis to the globe.
Yeah, I mean, it was just people who put up certain ideas, others came and just took them further and all that. And in the end, it kind of got messy. So keeping up with the whole, like, it's hard to maintain the fallacy, you know? And I think they need more convincers. That's why there's a lot of videos and pictures and movies and a lot of reinforcement.
Right. Most people get their idea of the globe from the TV, not from logic.
Yeah, it's not from logic. We're taught this, we're programmed in school. And then you get the TV reinforcing everything. They teach you in school that stuff.
Yeah, that's right. And then
Yeah,
if anybody
religions also have
questions it,
a good role to like play in this because the church the Catholic Church in the past basically was protecting the flat Earth idea, which was prevalent in those days anyway. And they were persecuting people who said it was spherical, like Galileo and everything. So people relate to that kind of stuff because they feel like every time somebody comes out with some rebellious kind of like belief, it's supposed to be the right one because you're fighting the system kind of thing. And just because they have a common hatred of the church with the atrocities that were committed and everything, I think it's more of a sympathy acceptance of the idea rather than a logical one.
Well, actually, it was the Catholic Church who made the globe the mainstream position. Without the Catholic Church, the globe would never have taken hold.
Yeah, it would not have. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the first, I can't remember who it was, but the first paper that was written about the globe Earth was something about the luminaries and the heavenly bodies, and that was from a Catholic priest.
Yeah,
So
later
you
on they
could
accepted it, and the
argue that,
church went all over, and they actually took it to all parts of the world, as they say.
yeah, you could argue the Catholic Church introduced the globe to the mainstream.
Yeah, that's true. I hear like certain. I yet need to watch them. The video. I'm not very familiar with the channel, but on Peace TV, I think it's Dr. Zakir Naik basically has like I think an hour long maybe video about such stuff. So I haven't heard it yet, but I'm very interested in knowing what like he says about all this and what are his evidences. Last night, hours ago rather, somebody came in and he mentioned a very nice verse, which is in the last part of the Quran, and that basically says the earth is flat and it was flattened and spread out, and that the mountains are vertical in comparison to the horizontal earth. It's the verse talking about other stuff, but like these are the evidences. So somebody mentioned that, generally most people are trying to bring evidences to the opposing idea that it's spherical rather than that it's flat. But those ideas are because they're just trying to fit the narrative, which is already there. So you're just
Hello,
looking for
I'm back,
evidences that kind
guys.
of support it.
Yeah, it's interesting. All of the scriptures describe what sounds like a flat Earth. There isn't many scriptures that suggest a spherical Earth. Yet all the major religions believe and push that the Earth is spherical. So it's almost like they go against their own scripture. Interesting times.
Very interesting times. I mean, it's more like you're just on the bandwagon, basically, when it comes to that theory of like being spherical. And it's mostly promoted by all these photos that we see of supposedly other planets. And so Earth is a planet like the others, and then it must be round because the others are round, like they're spherical, and Earth is spherical, or it has to be, which logically does not make sense. I mean, there is nothing forcing the Earth to be spherical like the others. That's if the others are even spherical to start with. But yeah, in the sky we see round stuff. I mean, we see the moon, we see it to be round. We don't see it to be spherical. We see it to be round. So is the sun. Stars are more, I would say, twinkly, maybe like spiky. they kind of look like the spiky because they twinkle.
I say they look resonant.
I don't see very well, so it's like hard to see stars and notice, especially with the current pollution we've got in the cities and everything. A lot of them are not even visible in the cities. You've got to be like out, way out, to like have clear skies to see better stars. We just see the bigger ones. I tried to look
Well,
for
what's
the
tricked a lot
planetary
of
parade.
people? What's tricked a lot of people is that they created a model. So they created a model of the globe, and what they did from a flat Earth perspective is they actually took what we observe in perspective, i.e., ships disappearing over the horizon, the speed in which things disappear beyond the horizon, like the sun, the moon, etc. And they created a model, i.e., the size of the Earth was decided based on this element of perspective. So if you want to model the spherical Earth, it can indeed give you an explanation as to why things look as they do in nature. And I think that's what's tricked the most people, is that they believe they have a model and that the model is convincing enough for them without questioning, perspective.
I guess it's because companies are selling their products based on that. So you've got Google Earth, you've got all these services, and I mean, if I think about it, it might actually be a huge scam. But governments dedicate certain percentages of like the tax and everything to space exploration and all that stuff. So they're sending satellites and blah blah blah. These cost billions of dollars. Maybe they're pocketing that stuff and selling photos, you know. I mean, we see them trying to launch rockets and everything from Earth, which, well, the popular ones I saw were just catching fire, failed Apollo missions, and others. Oh, I'm gonna pop out a bit. Be back later.
Hey man, you ever looking to flatter? Flatter? Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter, flatter. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter. Look into it. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter, flatter. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter. Look into it. What lies before us is the opportunity to forge a new world order. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter, flatter. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter. Look into it. Hey man, you ever looking to flatter? Fuck no. You guys are all crazy. I'm crazy because of that shit. Hey man, you ever looking to flatter? To this day. Every day. To this day. Every day. No. Look into it. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us, and what we're on, we're being lied to, and everyone watches that. That's always been the plan. Eddie! Eddie! I want to talk to you! Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter, flatter. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter. Look into it. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter, flatter. Once you go flat, you never go back. Flatter. Look into it. Flat around, flat round, flat around, flat round. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth theory. Flat around, flat round, flat around, flat round. Experiments. Einstein said it himself. I don't give a fuck. Flat Earth. Look into it. Ladder, 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 ladder. Look into it. Alien invasion. That's always been the plan. Alien invasion. A one-world government.
We were driving on the road and we saw something in the sky. Alien.
Alien invasion.
Alien.
Alien invasion. Once you go flat, you never go back. Ladder, ladder. Once you go flat, you never go back. Ladder. Look into it. Once you go flat, you never go back. Ladder, ladder, ladder. Once you go flat, you never go back. Ladder. Look into it.
You see, the thing is, you can't fly me to the moon. No, you don't play among no stars. You don't have a clue. You've never been to Mars. In other words, you're full of it. In other words, NASA, kiss my ass. 'Cause you fill my head with lies. Not gonna listen anymore. You're a deceiver, not someone I would worship, nor would I adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I don't believe you. not gonna listen anymore. You are a deceiver, not someone I would worship nor adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I don't believe in you. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't believe you.
Hello, anyone think they live on a spinning
From
globe?
the beginning of recorded history, and for thousands upon thousands of years, cultures across the entire
What's going on, Dave? Go ahead, people would rather hear Eric debate instead of me anyway.
Well, yeah, I do think it's pretty great. I just kind of wanted to remind everyone, just in case maybe you weren't around 2 years ago in the home server, it's very easy to kind of just keep the playlist going. So I do like this bite a lot because it kind of allows everybody to kind of have control, at least who has that permission. But yeah, pretty sweet. Doesn't look like we have many Globies today, though, or at least right now. But
Currently, no one on this call thinks they live on a spinning ball, correct? No takers. Back to Eric debate.
sounds good.
world all believed the earth was flat. Their various cosmologies and cosmogonies differed in slight ways, but their overall geographies and astronomies were incredibly consistent and in fact virtually identical. The earth was a stationary plane, void of any motion or curvature, flat across its entire expanse, except of course for hills, mountains, and valleys. The North Pole was the magnetic monopole center point of flat Earth, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris was the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The stars were divided into two categories, known as the fixed stars and the wandering stars. The fixed stars were so called because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. The wandering stars, what are today referred to as planets, were so called because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. The sun and moon were both of equal size, and they too revolved over and around the motionless Earth, as immortalized in the Chinese yin-yang symbol. The sun and moon were much closer to Earth than supposed nowadays, and each shined with their own unique opposite lights, the sun's being warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, and the moon's light being cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. The sun and moon, as though connected to a magnetic maypole, made alternating spiral journeys over and around the Earth every year. The sun began its journey at the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice, where it made its fastest and longest circle over the Earth. For the next 3 months, every day, the sun slightly narrowed its path and slowed its speed until, by the spring equinox, the sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator. Then, for the next 3 months, again every day the sun continued to slightly narrow its path and slow its speed until the summer solstice, when the sun made its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer. Once the sun reached this innermost circle, like the ribbons and dancers around the maypole, the sun would then begin its opposing, widening, quickening journey back to the Tropic of Capricorn. For the next 3 months, every day, the sun slightly widened its path and hastened its speed until the autumnal equinox, the sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Cancer back to the equator. Then for the next 3 months, again every day, the sun continued to slightly widen its path and hasten its speed until the winter solstice, when the sun made its largest, fastest circle around the Tropic of Capricorn, and the annual journey began again. The moon had a similar yearly path, revolving over and around the earth, but unlike the sun, which constantly changed its speed to keep a consistent 24-hour day, the moon's speed never changed, so depending on its latitude, the moon was observed then, as we can observe today, to take approximately 24.7 to 25 hours per cycle. This is why at different times and places during each month, we can see the moon in the morning, afternoon, or night. This is also the origin of old fairy tales such as the hare and the hedgehog, or the tortoise and the hare. The hare, like the sun, begins the annual race full of energy, excitement, and ego, declaring himself the definite winner and gets off to an immediate head start. Meanwhile, equally confident in his seemingly lesser abilities, the humble, slow, and steady tortoise, Moon, begins as well, allowing the hare to lead. As the race carries on, the cocky hare tires and slows down, or takes a nap, at which point the tortoise overtakes him. This is analogous to the moon reaching the Tropic of Cancer before the sun each year, and beginning its return journey. When the hare reaches this halfway point of the race, he realizes his lackluster attitude has resulted in being overtaken by the slower tortoise, and begins to speed up again. Then for the remainder of the race, the sun picks up speed day by day, gaining on the moon, but ultimately losing as the slow and steady tortoise reaches the finish line before the hare and wins. So for ancient man, Earth and Polaris were the two immovable center points of the universe around which the sun, moon, and other stars all revolved in a dome-like shape. Some cultures believed in a literal physical solid dome or firmament to which the fixed stars were bound. Other cultures mythologized the axis mundi as the world tree, with Polaris at the center, and all the other constellations forming the branches. In these flat earth depictions, the North Pole occupied the center point, and south was all straight lines extending outwards from there. East and west were not straight lines, as is assumed nowadays, but were in fact circles, just like all lines of latitude and the paths of the celestial bodies. The southern circumference of the earth was surrounded by a gigantic wall of ice, 150 to 200 feet above sea level, holding the interconnected oceans in like a World Cup. Beyond the ice wall, some cultures claimed a firm barrier existed which no human could penetrate. Other cultures believed there were entire worlds and other civilizations existing beyond the Antarctic ice. Currently, and for the past half-century, there has existed an international Antarctic treaty preventing all independent exploration of Antarctica. Pre-approved guided tours exist which take visitors to a few coastal regions of Antarctica, but no independent exploration of the continent is allowed. Sailors like Jarl Andahoy have been caught attempting to explore Antarctica and threatened, turned around at gunpoint, fined, and jailed for violating this militarily enforced international treaty. As a result, the public currently has no way to confirm or deny the seemingly fantastical claims of ancient man concerning what may or may not exist at the southernmost extremities of the earth. We can, however, confirm that this icy plateau surrounding the southern circumference of the earth most certainly exists. We can confirm that Polaris is indeed the only non-moving star in the sky. all the fixed stars indeed rotate perfect circles around Polaris, while remaining stuck in their relative constellations night after night, year after year, century after century. The wandering stars, or planets, do indeed wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like paths when charted from a geocentric perspective. The sun and moon are indeed observably of equal size and revolve over and around us in daily cycles. Just as the ancients observed, the sun's annual path does indeed travel from the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice to the equator at spring equinox, to the Tropic of Cancer at the summer solstice, back to the equator at autumnal equinox, and finally back to the Tropic of Capricorn at winter solstice. The sun's light is indeed warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the moon's light is indeed cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. A thermometer placed in the sun's light will always read warmer than a thermometer placed in the sun's shade, while a thermometer placed in the moon's light will always read cooler than a thermometer placed in the moon's shade. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose their tendency to decompose and putrefy, whereas plant and animal substances exposed to moonlight will quickly show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. Last but not least, just as the ancients espoused, the earth is observably motionless to all our senses, and the horizon remains perfectly flat as far as the eye can see. Not only does the horizon remain perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer, but whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, 35,000 feet high in an airplane, or even at over 100,000 feet high, the highest any amateur hot air balloon has ever flown, the flat horizon actually rises to the eye level of the observer all the way up. On a globular Earth, no matter how large it is assumed to be, the horizon would remain where it was, and the rising observer would have to tilt his head downwards, further and further the higher they rose, to see the steadily falling horizon. Many people will be shocked to know that to this day, every single scientific experiment ever devised to show the alleged motion of the Earth has failed to do so, or given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed motionless. And every attempt ever made to measure the alleged curvature of the Earth has failed to do so, or given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed flat. The first person in recorded history to ever claim that Earth was anything but the flat, motionless center of the universe was a Greek mathematician and philosopher named Pythagoras of Samos, around 500 BC. Interestingly enough, Pythagoras has also been touted by Freemasonic historians such as Albert Mackey, James Anderson, William Hutchinson, and William Preston as being the very first Freemason. Presented more as a thought experiment than a complete cosmology, Pythagoras posited that if Earth were a spherical globe turning on its vertical axis once per day while revolving annually around a stationary sun, this model could also equally explain the cyclical motions of the heavenly bodies. This heliocentric model was taught to initiates at Pythagoras's Crotona school, but never became popular or had an influence outside of Greece for another 2,000 years. A century later, another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Plato also espoused a spherical Earth cosmology, except he claimed the Earth globe to be the motionless center of the universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around. His most famous student, Aristotle, also wrote about this geocentric globe-Earth cosmology in his book On the Heavens, offering three main points of evidence for his theory. Firstly, Aristotle noted that when sailing away from an observer on shore, ships approaching the horizon disappeared from view, hull before masthead, and he postulated that this occurrence was due to the curvature of the Earth. Aristotle argued that the hull disappeared first because beyond the horizon, the globe Earth curved downwards, causing the hull and eventually the masthead and entire ship to drop below the curvature. Today, we can easily prove that Aristotle was incorrect in his assumption by using telescopes, binoculars, and zoom cameras. Once a ship has completely disappeared beyond the horizon, modern technology allows us to zoom in and bring the entire vessel, hull and all, back into full view. This proves that ships do not disappear hull first due to the alleged curvature of the Earth, and that the horizon line is in fact merely the vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view, and not, as Aristotle supposed, the beginning of the Earth's curvature. The horizon is subjective and varies in distance depending on the weather, the observer's height, and the strength of his eyesight or instruments. As noted previously, the horizon actually rises to the eye of the observer no matter how high he climbs, which also proves that the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Aristotle's second point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the Earth's round shadow cast on the moon during lunar eclipses. To this day, heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof of a spherical Earth, claiming that during lunar eclipses, the Sun, Earth, and Moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy, like 3 billiard balls, causing the Sun to cast the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, there are records of eclipses happening while both the Sun and Moon were visible in the sky, and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the Sun and Moon are both observable simultaneously during an eclipse, then they are not aligned in a 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the Sun could be casting the Earth's shadow on the Moon, and some other explanation must be sought. Another explanation, in fact, already existed in many cultures around the world, who posited that a third celestial body, known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed, equal in size to the Sun and Moon. This translucent dark body passed affront the Sun and Moon during solar and lunar eclipses, causing their lights to dim. Aristotle's final point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the appearance of Polaris and other stars to gradually decline overhead as an observer travels southwards. He argued that the gradual declination and eventual disappearance beyond the horizon of certain stars and constellations as one traveled southwards was evidence that the observer was traveling over a convex curved surface. Similar to the ships disappearing over the horizon argument, Aristotle posited that the horizon line was the literal curvature of his spherical Earth, and the stars which declined and disappeared beyond it became invisible because a mass of curved Earth existed between them and the observer. In actual fact, however, the gradual declination of objects in the sky towards the horizon is merely a product of the law of perspective on plane surfaces. As any art student of point perspective knows, the human eye views the world in a pyramidal shape, so that when looking down a long hallway, the floor appears to rise, the ceiling appears to sink, and the walls appear to narrow into a point at the center of the observer's view. Of course, the dimensions of the hallway remain constant for its entire length. The floor does not actually rise, the ceiling does not actually sink, nor do the walls actually close in. But to the human eye, everything is perceived this way. Similarly, when the sun, moon, airplanes, or clouds appear to sink towards the horizon as they move away from us, they are not actually losing altitude and slowly approaching sea level. They are in fact maintaining the same altitude, except they are moving away from you, and so the law of perspective makes them appear to sink. A century after Aristotle, around 250 BC, yet another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Eratosthenes made his claim to fame with a new alleged proof of the spherical Earth. Eratosthenes noted that at noon, during the summer solstice in Syene, the sun cast no shadow, and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well. Yet meanwhile, in Alexandria, a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. By factoring the length of the shadow with his assumed distance to the sun, Eratosthenes recorded a measurement of Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today. The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away, so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel, even in points as divergent as Syene and Alexandria. This faulty premise led to his faulty conclusion, which was eventually exposed upon the invention of the nautical sextant. Using sextants and plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals both the height and dimensions of the sun. Using this method, the sun and moon have repeatedly been calculated to be approximately 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. High-altitude balloon footage has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight and not a burning ball of gas millions of miles away, as supposed by heliocentrists. After Eratosthenes, the globe-Earth theory completely disappeared from philosophical thought and recorded history for almost 2 millennia. Geocentric flat-Earth cosmologies continued to reign supreme, with even Eratosthenes himself touted as the father of geography, depicting the Earth as flat in his famous 194 BC map of the world. Crates of Malice invented the first model globe Earth around this time as well, but it failed to have any effect on the world at large. Fast forward to 1522 AD, Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan became the first person in known history to successfully sail around the world. This circumnavigation of Earth soon became and continues to be touted today as absolute proof of the spherical Earth theory. If Magellan was able to sail east to west around the entire world and return to his original starting point, surely the Earth cannot be flat and must be a globe, right? Wrong. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper, trace a circle either way around, and return to its starting point, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north to southbound, which, to this day, has still never been done. Both the North Pole and Antarctica are militarily enforced no-fly, no-sail zones due to restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations that haughtily uses a flat Earth map in their official logo and flag. In 1543, just days before his death, Freemason and Jesuit Nicholas Copernicus published his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, which revived the old heliocentric cosmology of Pythagoras and began the so-called Copernican revolution away from a flat geocentric model and towards a global heliocentric model. Since his book claimed Earth to be a tilting, wobbling, spinning sphere revolving at breakneck speeds around a stationary sun, it was initially met with due incredulity. Copernicus always countered this by claiming his theories were merely hypotheses and shouldn't be considered truth. In his book, he even wrote, quote, "The Pythagorean teaching was founded upon hypothesis, and it is not necessary that the hypothesis should be true or even probable. The hypothesis of the movement of the Earth is only one which is useful to explain phenomena, but it should not be considered as an absolute truth." Contemporaries of Copernicus, such as Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe, famously argued against this heliocentric model, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. Brahe wrote that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected in the stars. As even Wikipedia notes, the lack of any observable parallax was considered a fatal flaw in any non-geocentric theory. Copernicus's answer to this obvious problem was simple. He moved the stars so ridiculously far away from the Earth that even after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, no appreciable parallax could be detected. Copernicus simply needed to claim that the stars were trillions upon trillions of miles away, so then, mathematically speaking, it would indeed be impossible to detect such slight parallax. Again, contemporaries of Copernicus argued against this convenient correction of his, arguing quite rightly that if the stars were trillions of miles away, then there is no way we could see them. Backpedaling once again, Copernicus claimed the reason we could still see stars trillions of miles away was because they were not mere tiny points of translucent light in the night sky, but that stars were in fact gigantic gas balls billions of times larger than our sun. So first, Copernicus had to move the stars trillions of miles from Earth to explain away lack of parallax. And then he had to make the stars billions of times larger to account for why we should see them at all from such fantastical distances. Lastly, he offered very specific distances and mathematical equations to solidify his theory, claiming, for instance, that he had accurately calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. At the turn of the 17th century, Tycho Brahe, under the patronage of Emperor Rudolf II, began construction of the largest, most state-of-the-art astronomical observatory ever built. Upon hearing this, German astronomer and Freemason Johannes Kepler was determined to apprentice under Brahe. Even though Kepler championed Copernicus's widely disputed heliocentric globe-Earth theory, Brahe begrudgingly accepted Kepler as his apprentice based on his merit as an astute astronomer and mathematician. Brahe allowed Kepler access to the observatory, but guarded his data and findings from him completely, which frustrated and angered Kepler to the point of eventually culminating in a heated argument between the two of them, resulting in Brahe kicking Kepler out. After much amends and apologizing, a year later, Brahe finally forgave Kepler and accepted him back as apprentice. This time, however, Kepler was not content with his role as mere apprentice, and soon proposed and secured a commissioned position on Brahe and Emperor Rudolph's new project, the Rudolphine Astronomical Tables. Less than a month later, Tycho Brahe mysteriously dropped dead, and Johannes Kepler was given access to all of Brahe's coveted data, free reign of the observatory, and became Emperor Rudolph's new official astronomer. Abundant circumstantial evidence and obvious motive have long fed speculation that Kepler actually murdered Brahe. Brahe was only 54 years old and in fine health when suddenly he became deathly ill and passed away. His official cause of death was reported as a bladder infection, but subsequent autopsies of his body revealed toxic quantities of mercury present on his mustache hairs, which has led many researchers to conclude he was poisoned. The 2004 book Heavenly Intrigue suggested that Kepler had indeed murdered Brahe to gain access to his data. Kepler himself never denied this, and he actually wrote, quote, "I confess that when Tycho died, I quickly took advantage of the absence or lack of circumspection of the heirs by taking the observations under my care, or perhaps usurping them." And so for the remainder of his life, Kepler worked at Brahe's observatory for Brahe's employer, using Brahe's data to further his Copernican theories, which Brahe had always criticized. He modified Copernicus's calculations of celestial motions, changing them from perfect circles to irregular eclipses, and even formulated a new updated distance of the Sun from Earth. While Copernicus had claimed positively the Sun to be 3,391,200 miles from Earth, Kepler assured the astronomical community that his new figure of 12,376,800 miles was the true distance. A few years later, in 1608, the first telescope was invented, and by 1609, the next champion of Copernicism, Italian astronomer, Freemason, and probable Jesuit Galileo Galilei, had purchased and built several of them. Galileo improved upon the telescope's design, boosting the zoom capabilities from the original 3 times up to 30 times magnification, and in 1610 made the most important alleged discovery of his career. With his 30-time zoom telescope, Galileo claimed to have seen what he described as 3 fixed stars, totally invisible by their smallness, all close to Jupiter and lying on a straight line through it. After tracking these invisible stars for a while and noticing they appeared sometimes but not others, Galileo concluded that when he could not find them, they must be hiding behind Jupiter, and therefore they must not be invisible stars at all, but rather invisible moons orbiting Jupiter. His alleged discovery of moons orbiting Jupiter was then touted as proof of the Copernican system, claiming that Earth must be a planet like Jupiter, since both have orbiting moons. To this day, NASA claims to have special telescopes, which can, on occasion, see these moons of Jupiter, just as Galileo claimed in his day to see, on occasion, with his special telescopes. Nowadays, with modern telescopes and zoom technology, we can see the celestial bodies far closer and with far more clarity than Galileo could have ever hoped for. A 2016 Nikon P900 has 83 times optical zoom and 332 times digital, capabilities which put Galilean telescopes to shame. Yet even with this level of magnification, Galileo's alleged invisible moons still appear as mere minuscule dots of light nearby a slightly larger dot of light. Galileo and his fellow Mason predecessors, acting more like true believers of their heliocentric faith than legitimate scientists, were constantly guilty of inventing elaborate theories to support their foregone conclusion. This was never more evident than when Galileo presented his theory on the cause of tides in 1616. Cardinal Bellarmine had written Galileo the year before, stating that, quote, "The Copernican system could not be defended without a true physical demonstration that the sun does not circle the earth, but the earth circles the sun." Taking this to heart, Galileo hoped to show that the earth's tides were caused by the sloshing back and forth of water as a point on Earth's surface sped up and slowed down due to Earth's alleged rotation on axis and revolution around the sun. He argued that these hypothetical motions of his globular Earth were the cause of tides, and therefore the tides were proof of Earth's motion. Unfortunately for Galileo, his ideas were not accepted and easily proven wrong by his contemporaries, who rightly pointed out that if his theories were correct, there would be only one high tide per day. Not only this, but if tides were caused by Earth's alleged motion, all lakes, ponds, and other inland bodies of water should similarly be affected. Yet they are not. The next champion of heliocentrism was English mathematician and astronomer, knighted Freemason, and Royal Society president, Sir Isaac Newton. In 1687, Newton published his famous Principia Mathematica, which presented his idea of gravity to the world. The globe Earth theory had long faced criticism for being impractical due to the natural physics of spinning spherical objects, namely that anything placed on their surface should immediately fall or fly off. How could people, buildings, and the great oceans remain perfectly stuck to a ball Earth spinning faster than the speed of sound? The globe Earth theory needed a force that could keep everything in place somehow, a force strong enough to keep the oceans stuck to the Earth, but weak enough not to sink a sailboat, a force strong enough to drag the entire atmosphere along with Earth's breakneck speed, but weak enough to allow birds and bugs to travel freely and unabated in all directions. A force so strong it could make rain fall upwards and plants grow upside down, but yet so weak that it could not be detected by any contemporary methods. Newton's postulate of an invisible force able to act over vast distances led to him being heavily criticized for, quote, introducing occult agencies into the field of science. Previous to Newton's theory of universal gravitation, the natural laws of density and buoyancy already perfectly and adequately explained the world around us. For example, the reason a balloon filled with helium rises into the sky, while a balloon filled with air drops to the ground, is not because Newton's mystical pulling force has an aversion to helium, but rather simply because helium is lighter and less dense than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, so it floats up. And conversely, a balloon filled with your carbon dioxide exhalation is heavier and denser than the air around it, so it falls down to the ground. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. If you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. This is not because gravity prefers anvils to dandelion seeds, but rather because it is the natural physics of buoyancy for objects less dense than the medium surrounding them to rise, while objects denser than the medium surrounding them sink. This is the reason raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through the water, because of their relative densities. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the mystical pulling force of spinning balls from Newton's imagination. Newton's theory allegedly began when, upon seeing an apple fall from a tree at Woolsthorpe, as though no one in the history of humanity up to that point had ever seen a falling object and wondered why it fell, he had a veritable scientific epiphany. The apple fell not because it was heavier and denser than the air around it, but rather because a force at the center of the spinning ball earth pulled it to the ground. Newton quickly got to work formulating his theory of universal gravitation, which he used to explain not only falling objects, but also orbiting celestial bodies. Newton claimed that the sun, moon, earth, planets, and stars' gravity caused them to all orbit around the most massive nearby bodies. So not only was gravity fickle and selective about which objects it caused to fall and which it allowed to rise, gravity was also able to perform different functions on different scales. At the human scale, gravity allegedly caused people, buildings, and oceans to stick to the Earth, while at the planetary scale, gravity allegedly caused moons to orbit around planets, and planets to orbit around stars. Unfortunately, Newton never addressed this, but the question remains: how and why would gravity cause both planets to orbit around the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float around in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth, Moon, and planets to all be pulled and crashed into the sun. The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off, and nothing sticks to or orbits it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. By now, however, you are likely beginning to see that these Freemasonic heliocentric priests are less interested in science and truth than they are in propagating contrived evidences for their foregone conclusions. In like manner, as Copernicus had claimed positively the sun to be 3,391,200 miles away, and Kepler had calculated it to be 12,376,800 miles away, Newton was quoted as remarking, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." It appears he was correct, because the alleged distance to the heliocentrist sun has continued to increase by the millions until today, where we stand with NASA's current official figure of 93 million. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. This expedition offered an exciting chance to find proof of either the flat or globe Earth models, because Captain Cook intended to sail completely around Antarctica looking for inlets through the ice wall. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, as the heliocentrists claimed, then a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would be approximately 12,000 miles. And if the Earth was flat, with Antarctica surrounding the entire circumference, a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would have to take over 50,000 miles. During 3 voyages, lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, quote, "The ice extended east and west, far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. Later voyages by Captain James Clark Ross and Captain George Nares in the 19th century further confirmed Cook's findings. Ross's expedition spent 4 years and 5 months in heavily armored warships, failing to find an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. And Nares spent over 3 years circumnavigating Antarctica, taking an admittedly indirect course, but clocking in nearly 69,000 miles total. If Antarctica was truly the tiny ice continent claimed by globe Earth proponents, all of these expeditions would have ended years sooner. In addition to this, many Antarctic explorers, including Captain James Clark Ross and Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, using globe Earth projection maps, wrote in their journals perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on further south, increasing to as much as 29 miles per day. These huge discrepancies, experienced by explorers the further south traveled, are usually attributed to increasingly strong storms, winds, and currents. But if that were the case, they should have just as often found themselves ahead of their reckoning, which they never did. In 1783, the hot air balloon was invented, and for the first time in recorded history, people were able to float miles above the Earth's surface and see for themselves, once and for all, whether or not the Earth was flat or a globe. To many people's astonishment, as high as they rose, the horizon remained perfectly flat 360 degrees around them, and rose to the level of their eyes all the way up. J. Glacier wrote in his Travels in the Air that, quote, "On looking over the top of the car, the horizon appeared to be on level with the eye, and taking a grand view of the whole visible area beneath, I was struck with its great regularity. All was dwarfed to one plane. It seemed too flat." And Victor Emmanuel, another hot air balloonist, wrote that, quote, "Instead of the Earth declining from the view on either side, and the higher part being under the car, as is popularly supposed,
We have a
it was the
question.
exact opposite."
Salim thinks that the Earth is not flat. Can you talk to him? Hey Salim, please communicate with him.
Earth is not flat. What is this? Somebody say,
Yeah, so
why?
what's do you have some evidence of that?
We have video from the satellite.
We, as in not you.
So
No,
you can
not
we
we.
have
Like
there
when
is
you say
there is
we, that would mean like you and the space agencies, but really it's just the space agencies, right? And not you. You just have to trust them.
So do you think is the fake video?
Well, you can't validate the video. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I saw the on YouTube. There is so many video from the satellite, and there is very clear the Earth is like a ball, like a football,
So you
and
just believe,
Earth have
believe
the
that.
rounding.
You just
So
believe
it is.
that.
So I saw it. So how can I cannot believe you? What you say?
Yeah.
If you
So
saw something.
yeah, you saw it on a screen like a TV. Yeah. So like DJ was saying, you can't verify or validate that that's true or that it's actually where they're saying it is. So you just believe it to be true, like a religious belief.
So what do you think? The video is this video is a real video or is a fake video?
Doesn't matter. You can't validate it. You can't verify it.
So what do you think? What do you think? What's your opinion?
My opinion is it's not applicable to the topic because we're talking about the surface of Earth, and you can't verify those videos or so-called.
Well, we can
images.
verify that they are false, right? Because we've measured the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be a globe that you're seeing. You know, firstly, you can't validate the footage. Secondly, we've tested the Earth and there's no curvature. So
So my opinion is, if Earth is flat, so there is a edge. You know, the edge. Suppose my mobile is a flat, so my mobile has a edge. So if the Earth is a flat, then this Earth must have a edge. So do you think that this Earth have a edge?
we're not claiming the shape here, right? We're not claiming, like, you can measure the shape of your phone. You can find the edge of your phone, right? How
Yeah.
are you gonna find the edge of the Earth?
If we travel by air, by ship,
Yeah, which direction are we gonna go?
suppose we go the south or east, anywhere.
Well, east is a circle, and nobody has ever kept going south.
Okay, somebody says the you know the Vasco da Gama. Vasco da Gama came from Europe to India. Somebody say he go all the way to the earth by ship, but he cannot find any edge.
Well, he didn't go south, did he?
So if you think the people go to the south, then can get the edge.
No, I don't claim an edge. Flat's not a shape. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Hey buddy, what would you consider the edge of a puddle?
So if you claiming the earth is flat, right?
No, the water's
you-
flat, like a puddle. Like a puddle of water.
Water.
Yeah, the
What
water's
about
flat. The Earth has topography.
No, what about the earth? So we living on earth, right? So this earth is flat or a globe, or like
Listen
a
to me
ball.
carefully. Listen to me carefully. The Earth itself, the land, is topographical. The water, which the land sits on, is flat. And just like a puddle, there is no edge of a puddle. There is just a higher land mass surrounding the puddle.
Can you give a picture? Can you draw a picture and can send this group? We see what
Can you not imagine a
talking
puddle?
about.
Do you know what a puddle is? A puddle of
Can you
water?
provide some images so we can also see?
I think you draw a picture, then I think we can understand it properly.
Yeah, there is no picture.
I don't have a picture of the whole Earth. I'm sorry, nobody does.
This is very confusional. What you saying? You say the water is flat, but there is no edge. If water is flat,
Yeah.
there must be edge.
No, let me explain something to you real quick. Let's say you take a plate, you know, like a dinner plate, okay? And you put some dirt in the middle, put some dirt in the middle of the plate. Then you put some water, in the plate. Then you put a glass bowl on top of the plate. Where's the edge? Where's the edge?
Edge outside the glass.
If you have a container and you're inside the container, where's the edge? There is no edge, right? Yeah.
So
Earth
do you
is
think there is
contained.
a wall? So do you think there is a wall? Anything to break it? Block it?
Well, I'm not gonna try to guess what it is that I don't know, but we know it's contained because we have gas pressure.
Actually, if you said we are in the container, you know the container, there is a wall, you know, there is so many four side, there is a bracket, and upside also bracket, downside also bracket, right? So do you think we inside the wall? Is there any wall there?
Nobody that we know of has ever been to the wall, so we don't know what it consists of, where it is, how high it is, or if it has a shape at all. We don't know any of these things. But we know that the water on Earth, like Roots was trying to tell you, and DJ, the water is flat, level on top. So
I
if the
think
Earth is made up of 70% water, and we know all water is flat on top, the Earth is flat, level.
so. Just now you give me a example. A container. This is not work because container has a wall. So we don't see any wall in our Earth.
Yeah, we don't see it, but we have gas pressure. We have
Physical
gas
wall.
pressure. Gas pressure requires a
Okay.
container.
Okay. So gas pressure, but this is not suppose the physical, right? This is not physical.
Yes.
Physical wall.
Yes.
It is a gas or
gas
air.
gas requires a physical boundary. In order to obtain gas pressure, you must have a physical boundary. Yes.
So we can go over there, right?
No, nobody's been there. Nobody's been to outer Earth. Nobody's been outside of Earth. It's impossible. You can't go outside of Earth.
Maybe you also don't know this Earth is flat or not.
Earth is
Maybe
flat.
you also don't know.
Topographical plane on the land, and the water surrounding the land is all flat, level water.
So according to you guys, so Earth is a train. TRAIN. Just a freighter in a solar system, I guess. And it is the surrounding the whole sun.
No,
Is it
you've got to
not?
get the cosmology out of your head. We're not saying Earth is a disk in a vacuum of space. We're just telling you what's empirically provable. You've got to
According
get
you,
that
Earth
globe
is not a disk
cosmology
in
out of
a
your head. Yeah, it's not a
the
disk
Earth
in
is flat.
space.
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, just like you experience it, it's not
Yeah, 2D Earth
moving
is
and
flat.
it's flat. Yeah. So have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth, my friend?
How can I see? I'm not an astronaut.
Okay, so you experience the Earth as flat, right? And you've
I
never been
doesn't
to
experience
space.
it. It's in physics, please.
No, do you experience the Earth as flat? You just said yes because you're not an astronaut, right?
Yeah. I've never seen that. What you saying? Curvature.
Curvature.
So of course.
Yeah, so you experience the Earth as flat, right? And stationary.
You can
Yes.
say that flat. Like it's
So if
ups
you've
and
never seen
downs.
any curvature, right, that means that you've only experienced the Earth as flat.
Okay.
Is that correct? Unless you've seen the curvature.
Salim, do you think that the Earth is flat?
No, I'm asking you if you've ever seen any curvature and if you experience the Earth as flat. I experienced the Earth as flat.
Oh, you have experience.
Yeah, do you also experience, right? You said you've never seen the curvature, so if something's not curved, it must be flat, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen water curving over a distance? Have you ever seen a curved horizon?
I've never seen that.
Right, so you experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? So you think it's a globe because you saw some pictures from on your computer or on your phone or on the TV?
No.
Okay, so how do you know? Okay, let me ask you another question. Do you know for a fact that the Earth is a globe, or do you just believe it because that's what you were taught?
By the studies that I've done in class 10th and 11th.
Yeah, so you don't know that the Earth's a globe, you just believe it because some people told you.
No. Like in my physics books mentioned the chapter gravitational, there are
Okay, so you just believe what you read in the books, but you don't know for sure. You just believe it. Because why would the books lie?
So according to you,
Okay, sir.
scientists are wrong.
Okay, sir.
No, I'm not just asking you questions, that's all. Right, so
Okay,
far you said you experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but you think it's a globe because you read it in some books.
No, like Earth is flat. Salim wanna say something.
Sam? Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Anyone?
Salim.
Okay. So we all
Go ahead.
experience... Yeah, Shalim?
Do you accept that the Earth is flat, Salim?
You know our nearby nearby planet is a,
No,
you know,
there's
the
how do
we
okay,
can see the moon
which planet?
and we
Which
can see
planet?
Saturn.
No,
Saturn.
which Saturn? How did
Saturn.
you check how did you verify Saturn?
Some people use the microscope. What
Some people
this is
used a
what name?
telescope. Yeah, so they saw
Telescope.
something in the sky with
Yeah,
a
they,
telescope.
yeah, it is very round. It all everything is
Yeah.
round. There's moon.
Okay,
Moon is not
so
flat.
that's not the Earth though, is it?
So my example is we can see the other planet like moon. Moon also round shape.
Okay,
And the
so you can look
Saturn
at other
also round.
things, right? Yeah, right. So you can look at other things and that are not the Earth, right? And you
Yeah.
think that the Earth must also be like the other things that you're looking at in the
So
sky.
some people take the video from the moon to the Earth. Then we
So you
can see.
yeah, so you have faith. You have faith in the people giving you the pictures from the moon.
Again, faith.
You know,
So
listen to this, listen to this.
you want me?
Listen 1 second, my brother. Listen, okay?
Okay.
When they came back from the moon, when the Americans came back from the moon, they
Yeah.
brought moon rocks, right? Moon rocks with them.
Moon
And then
rocks, yes.
they gave some moon rocks as a gift to the country the Netherlands. Okay? And then the Netherlands did testing on the moon rock that NASA gave them as a gift, and it turned out to be fake. It turned out to be petrified wood.
Oh my God.
Yeah, bro, look it up. You can Google it.
Is the news is correct or?
You can look up the moon rock turned out to be petrified wood. So NASA was lying about the moon rock. Why would they lie?
So what can we do? You want me to go to the moon? Then
No, bro, you can't go to the moon, right? So we can test the Earth. Okay, we can go to the water and test the water, right? Because the water has to be curving if the Earth's a globe.
Okay, I have evidence.
Okay.
Last time I went the sea beach, and I saw very big ship, right? And that ship is going far away from me, but I saw
Yes.
it's little bit down, little bit down, very far.
No, I don't think you saw that. Did you take a video? Here. Look, I have a video, right? I'm just posting the video in the chat, right? Because you can zoom in and see the boat again. Right? Have a look at the video. 1 second. Yo.
DJ.
Have a look in the chat. Wait, one moment, man. 1 moment. Look in the chat, right? Big boat. Okay? When he's zoomed away, you can't see the boat. Right? When he zooms in again, you can see the whole boat, right?
No, actually, I saw with my eyes, naked eyes. Okay.
Right.
So
So
I
if this
saw.
no, picture this though. Picture this. If this big boat if this person didn't have the camera, the boat would sail away and disappear. Right? And this person would have said the boat's gone. I can see the horizon, but I don't see the boat anymore. But he has a very powerful camera and he can zoom in and see the boat is still there.
Oh, so many logic, but everything is fail.
What do you think, the boat's fake?
Okay, let me think about it.
Yeah, so the boat's gone, and then he zooms in, he can see the boat again. So the boat wasn't really gone. What this is, it means the boat goes out of your range of perspective. Once something gets below a certain size, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. But when you zoom in with a camera, you can see it again.
About the story you said about NASA giving a fake rock. Actually,
Yes.
NASA never officially given this rock to Holland.
Yes,
it was
they did.
apparently handled. No. It was handled by the Dutch Prime Minister at this time. Okay, as a symbolic souvenir. NASA didn't
No,
give.
Buzz Aldrin, the astronaut Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, and some NASA commissioners went over and gifted the rock. Right? Here's some articles in the side chat.
Yeah, but NASA itself didn't deliberately send out.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Look, all of here's some here's links. Right? Go check all the links.
I read the article.
It even says, look at the certificate. Right? So in the museum, it says to commemorate the visit to the Netherlands of the Apollo 11 astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. Okay, so they went there and they gifted them the moon rock, and it turned out to be fake. NASA went there.
NASA or Neil Armstrong and the other man? NASA itself, NASA as a company.
They all work for NASA. NASA employees. NASA doesn't go anywhere. NASA isn't a conscious being, right? You don't talk to NASA, right? NASA doesn't have a mouth and eyes, right? NASA's a company, right? So if they send the astronauts and the people in charge, right, and they gift a moon rock, and it turns out to be petrified wood, that means that they're lying.
The astronaut was sent by NASA, yes? Are you sure about that?
Thank you. Was that?
Are you sure about the astronaut was sent by NASA?
Sure about what? Sorry, speak a bit slower.
The astronaut was sent by NASA, or was sent by, or was he was just going by himself?
You know, they went together. The astronauts went together. Are you telling me that the astronauts gave them a fake moon rock, but it wasn't NASA? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just reading this article that says that the rock wasn't officially given by NASA. It was apparently handed over.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
I can send you this article right away.
Yeah, put the link in the side chat.
Yeah. So you believe that Earth is flat, or?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, just like we all experience. Yeah, we can prove it.
So I have a question. Real question.
Yes.
So you know the moon? Yeah, the moon has one face. If anyone looks at it, you only see one.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Earth, not the moon.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So if you stand at any point in Earth, you will see the moon is in one picture. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean that.
So you see the face of the moon differently from different places on the Earth, right?
No,
so
it's not different.
Yeah, you're looking at it from a different angle. The same face, but a different angle.
Yeah, exactly. So if Earth was flat.
Yeah, because you're standing in a different place, right? So you see it from a different angle.
I mean, what do I mean? I mean that if the Earth was flat, and for example, I'm in the US, and there's someone in China, and we both look at the same time at the moon, would we see the same face of the moon, or would
everyone sees the same face of the moon roughly?
That's a fact.
But you see it from different angles, right? So it will look upside down if you're in Australia. Yeah. So what?
So what do I mean? I mean that.
Yeah. So if you so if you put a number 9 on your ceiling in your room, right? And you look at you stand on one side of the moon, it's a 9, right? And then you walk over to the other side of the room, and then you turn around and you look at it's not a 9 anymore, is it? It's a 6, right? Because you're looking at it from a different angle.
I understand you. What I'm trying to say that the black spots on the moon doesn't differ if I look at it at any part of the Earth. That's right?
Yeah, you see the same face of the moon, right? Just like you see all of the number 6, right? But then on the other side of the room, it's a number 9. But you still see the same thing.
How is that possible?
Well, what do you think the moon is?
What
do you think the moon is? Yeah, what do you think it is? How did you check what the moon is?
What do you mean? What is this? It's the moon.
Well, we see everybody sees one face of the moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why can't you look at one face of the moon on a flat surface?
Being immediately under the car, and the horizon on all sides.
Repeat that again, please. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, Sam started the player. Yeah, leave that off for the moment, Sam. Thank you.
No, I can't seriously.
Yeah, so look, I understand what you're saying, right? But it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. You're just looking at the face of the moon from a different angle.
Yeah, but it does prove that the Earth is not flat. Look,
How?
I'm gonna send you.
How does that prove
I'm
that?
just drawing a simple because I can't express very much. I'm just gonna send you a simple drawing I have just drawn right now. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the moon. Okay. Wait a minute.
DJ, do you guys earn anything from this?
Yeah, we earn
Yeah,
a
I'm
lot of
done.
money doing this.
I'm done.
Oh my god. Millionaire.
No, I'm just joking, bro.
Or even I don't
No,
have
I could be
profit.
working right now. I could be working right now on my business and making money, but instead I'm talking to you guys.
Exactly.
I appreciate that.
We're losing hair follicles trying to help you guys figure this out.
Yeah, the moon debacle. Like, yeah, it's
Wait, why can't I send the picture?
You don't have
maybe you
stream
need to be
animation.
you need to be a certain level, I guess, in the server. Maybe you're new to the server. I don't
I'm
know.
new.
Yeah, you gotta.
Can I add you
It's
and send
not.
it to you?
You can send it to me if you want.
Okay. So basically, I sent you that.
All right, I will post it for you.
Yeah. Hello. Here you go. So basically, what you're seeing now that the circle in the middle is the moon. Okay.
Well, this isn't the scale's very wrong right here, and you're assuming that the ball is a certain height above the surface.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the scale is not right, but I'm just explaining the idea. Okay.
I could just draw the same thing, but just curve that line, and then it wouldn't work on your globe.
So if it
Just curve that line, and then it's a globe, right? And then do the same crappy diagram, and then it won't work on your globe either.
What line? What line?
The straight line that's meant to be the flat ground, right? Just make that curved. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
if
gonna
it's
post
curved-
I'm gonna post
if
his
it's
image,
curved, then
guys.
it's-
One
it's a
second.
globe.
All right, here we
If it's
go.
curved-
Yeah,
if
just
it's
change
curved,
it. Just change it to just curve the ground, and then
If
tell
it's
me that
curved, then
makes.
it's a globe. Then it works. That's
Yeah,
what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying.
work, bro. Come on, man. Look, I'm gonna have to. I'll modify it if you're not going to, and then we can see it not work on a globe either. Because the drawing, it's all not to scale, and you're making assumptions about how far away the moon is, and that the people are like the biggest giants ever to have existed, and you know what the moon's like. What? How high is that moon? It doesn't make any sense. It's all over the place.
I mean, are you done?
It's not like, do you have any better arguments than that one? Surely.
Okay, one second. Do you know that? I don't know what's the word. Wait a minute. I'm gonna Google it. Wait a minute. Have you ever seen a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
Yeah.
So when it happens, you see the shadow of Earth on the moon. It's curved.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, how did you
what is the
validate
thing?
that? How
What
did
is
you
the-
validate that it's the shadow of the Earth?
What is the mystery every year? When it ever happens, what is the mystery thing that is curved that appears on the moon?
Well, you're saying it's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. How did you validate that that's what it is?
Because
Look now.
when
Look,
the
hold on a
eclipse
second. I
happens-
fixed your diagram. Now it doesn't work on a globe either.
No, that's messed up. Because look. If you fix it, maybe. Yeah. What I drew was stupid. But actually, I was trying to give you the idea in my head. I'm not trying to do a chart that would change the world. Okay.
You're trying to
It's
do
just a
Da
simple drawing.
Vinci.
Okay. Back to the topic. We're talking about the eclipse.
Pokemon Moon as well.
We're talking about the eclipse. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
I put a little
No,
meme in the
eclipse
chat for you. I
is
made this CB original, by the way. But think about it, though, bro. You're looking up and seeing something being occulted in the sky, and the thing that you think is quote blocking the view of that is the ground underneath your feet. I want you to just think about that for like at least 10 seconds. The ground's below you, you're looking up above you, and something's quote unquote being blocked. How the hell is the ground underneath you blocking your view of something above you in the sky? That doesn't make
Okay.
any sense.
If you're in a sphere, when the eclipse happens, it doesn't happen around the world at the same time. It happens, for example, it maybe happens in Saudi Arabia, but in the US, it's like 12 at noon.
Can you see what Sunny just posted in the side chat, bro? Have a look at what Sunny just posted.
What
Right?
is that?
Sometimes during the eclipse, the shadow is upside down.
Yeah. What does it mean?
Why?
It's clear.
Well, which way is the surface of the Earth curving? Right?
You get to understand that
It's
Earth
convex. Right? It's curving, it's curving a certain way. Why is the shadow upside down on the moon? It should be curving the other way. But we see it curving the wrong way. So how can it be the Earth? Think about it.
Well, what it is? What is it? I'm sure there is a perfect example for it, but what is your explanation?
Okay, draw us a diagram that explains that on a globe.
Wait a minute.
That's your new artistic challenge.
Majan? You mean Majan? Majan? Solar eclipse, also known as a horizontal eclipse, are rare celestial events where both the eclipse moon and rising sun are visible at the same time. I don't understand your view. What is it, the curved thing that appears in the moon? Okay, it's not Earth.
Well, it's
What is it?
upside down, so it can't be. Look. Think about this, right?
Okay, I agree with you. It's not Earth. What is it?
We didn't make claims about that, right? We can prove the Earth's not a globe, but that's not our evidence, right? That would be terrible evidence to just look at something in the sky and then make assumptions, right? That wouldn't be a very good way to give evidence to people because you have to make assumptions. We don't want to look silly.
Okay, there is a lot of ways to prove that Earth is curved.
Yeah, like we can test the actual. Hold on. We can test the actual Earth. Right here, let's debunk the globe for you right now. Okay? How much curvature should there be over 21 miles? 21 miles.
21 miles.
Yeah, 21 miles.
21 miles, how much kilo? Because I'm not in the US. How much kilograms? Okay, kilometers.
No, curvature, right? So if you go to a lake, okay? The water on the lake has to be curving, right? If the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so the lake's 21 miles across, right? Because I have an observation I'm going to show you in a minute. So I want to ask you, how much curvature should there be over 21 miles? Can you work that out, or do you want me to tell you?
No, tell me, I don't know.
Okay, 293 feet. That's how much curvature there should be over that distance. Do you want it in meters?
Okay.
Do you know inches or miles or meters or what?
Meters will do.
Meters? Okay, so 293 feet in meters is 90 meters. Okay, so yeah, so there should be
90 meters of curvature.
Wait,
yeah,
so was it a lie the whole time that Australia is on the other side? So we're on the same level, actually.
Same level, yep.
Same level as Australia. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, when I flew from Australia to Europe, I didn't go from upside down to upright. I just went straight across the ocean.
Oh, so you didn't fall off?
You can't fall off.
Level flight.
No, yeah.
But
He's trying to tell
what
you
are
the
what are
pitch data shows on an
what are the
aeroplane
theories?
that we're flying horizontally across a surface. There's
Do
no
we have
pitch
any
data you
facts
can
or just
find that shows there's curvature.
Yeah,
do we
I'm
have
in
any
the
facts
process
or
of
just theories
debunking. I'm in
about?
the process. No, bro. I was when you cut in. Then I was in the process of debunking the globe for these guys. Right.
Yeah,
So
I'm with
right
you.
now, I have an observation that debunks the globe, but we need to agree on a few things first. Right. So firstly, we need to know how much curvature there is over 21-mile distance over the water. Right. The answer is 89 meters or 293 foot. Okay. So if we can agree on that, if anyone disagrees, you can let me know, and then we can get to the bottom of it. Right. So do we agree that there has to be 90, just under 90 meters of curvature over 21 miles?
You know, I didn't actually measure it, but okay, I'm gonna go with you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So if
Go
we
on.
go to the 21-mile lake, right, and we set a camera up at 5-foot height on a tripod, how far away should the horizon be?
You said
Yeah, how far away should the horizon be if you're 5 foot tall and you're standing? Yeah, the horizon. You know what the horizon is, right?
Yeah, the sky.
Yeah, so how far away should it be?
You mean if it's a globe?
Yeah, if it's a globe.
So 21 miles, maybe at the end of the curvature.
Like the horizon line.
Hmm?
You
At the
see,
end of the
you know,
curvature.
when you go to the beach, you see a horizon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that should be a certain distance away if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Like when I was at school, they told me that the horizon's 3 miles away if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach.
3 miles away.
Right.
I don't know
So if you're 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. So it's 2.7 miles.
You know what's interesting? I've seen a documentary that they did an experiment. They went to a lake, a very huge lake, and they pointed a laser from one point against the other point, and the laser didn't make it to the other point.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I can send you the links.
Okay, send the links. And then we're going to continue the actual observation that I have.
Actually,
Dude, he's,
they were
he's
trying to
talking
prove that
about the
isn't
Netflix documentary.
Okay,
I know
let's
he
say let's
is.
say
He
let's
has
say
to
the
learn the
Earth is
hard way,
actually
unfortunately.
let's say the Earth is actually flat, but like, what are your guys' theories or facts you have to show about the borders? Like, where does it end?
Yeah, so there's no like end of the Earth that we're talking about. We don't know the shape of the Earth or the entirety of the Earth. We can just test, sections of the Earth. And these sections of the Earth that we can actually test should have a certain amount of curvature, right? So any body of water, right, lake, ocean, it has to curve over distance. So we can go and check these large bodies of water and see if there's any curvature, and it turns out that there's no curvature. And we can prove it, right? That's why I'm trying to show an observation. But this guy says that he has some observation that debunks this, which I already know what he's going to present. So I just want him to.
I'm trying to search the link for this. Wait a minute.
Yeah. All right. So while you're looking for that, I'm going to bring up an actual observation that's actually done with the equipment that I'm talking about. All right. So how about, right? You can get that after I present my evidence, and then we can see whose evidence is more legitimate. Okay. So this is just a clip out of a video. Okay. So I'm going to post the whole video as well, but this is just a clip out of the video so you can see what I'm talking about. All right. So we have a 21-mile lake. Okay. So this guy sets his camera up on one side of the lake, 1.5 meters off the ground, which is 5 foot. Okay, and then he's zooming in. All right, so if the Earth's a globe, how far away should the horizon be from 5 foot?
How far away?
Yeah,
You
so
tell
if
me.
you go to Google and you type in Earth curve calculator, a whole bunch of Earth curve calculators will come up on Google, and you can put in the observer height, and it will tell you the distance to the horizon. Do you want to do that? Because I don't expect you to trust me.
Well, I will be with you in a minute. Wait a minute. Just trying to get the. It was a Netflix documentary, by the way.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Nobody used a laser.
They used something like a laser, a device that
No.
shoots a laser that's so straight. They wanted to prove that Earth is flat,
No,
but
nobody
the
used a
thing
laser,
says
bro.
a laser.
It's
Yeah,
not a
a
laser
laser.
test. It's not a laser test.
Yeah, the laser didn't make it to the other side because the Earth was.
No, it's bro.
That's curved.
That didn't. That's you're butchering
Mhm.
the claim right now. All right. So, can anyone tell me how far away the horizon should be from 5 foot observation height?
Nope.
I mean, I even told you how to do it. Just go to Google and type in Earth curve calculator.
I'm trying to get the link for you. Wait a second. I will be with you.
Yeah. But just get that after, bro. Get the
Okay.
link after. I already know that's just not going to work out well for you, but I mean, you can still present it afterwards if you want.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course
See
I know
here.
what you're talking about. Bro, I've heard
So,
all of these arguments 1,000 times.
so why isn't it true in your opinion?
Because he didn't even use a laser, right? He broke the laser, and then they just tried to shine a flashlight, right? And it's only over a short distance, right?
Are
It
you
doesn't
sure?
prove anything. Yeah, it didn't prove anything at all, or disprove anything at all, right? It was just a flawed experiment, right? And yeah, there's a
Can
whole
you show
story
it
behind
again?
it, but I'm trying to show
Yeah.
you a proper observation here. Over 21 miles, right?
21 miles. What is the question?
How far away should the horizon be if the Earth's a
Okay.
globe, right? So he set up his camera at 5 foot height.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how far away should the horizon be from 5 foot height?
Okay.
1.5 meters height. You can have a look at what I posted in the chat if you want. Okay, so this is an Earth curve calculator.
4.37 kilometers.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And the
So
distance, if you put in the distance, it's 33 kilometers.
okay.
21 miles is 33 kilometers.
So
Okay, so it should say object obscured, right? So the target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so how much should that be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth?
how much? First to the globe, all of it, right?
What's that?
If Earth was a globe, all of it should be behind the curve.
Yeah. Okay, and it should be hidden by 64 meters, right? So that means that on the shoreline of the lake, you would have to have a 64-meter tall building, and you would only just be able to see the top of it sticking out over the horizon, right? If the Earth was a globe. Now have a look at the observation that I just shared. Okay, so he's zooming in from 5 foot height, and we don't see any horizon over the whole 21 miles, right? There's no horizon at 4.3 kilometers away, right? And he's looking 33 kilometers, right? The shoreline of the lake's 33 kilometers away. and there's nothing obstructed.
I know. I'm sure there is an explanation for that. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
what's
sure.
the explanation for this?
Maybe I
What's
don't
the
know it. Maybe
explanation
I don't
to
know
be
it.
able to see over a 64 meters of Earth curvature?
You know, at first I was in belief that Earth is flat, but every time I
Well,
have an evidence like this and then search it a little bit, I found that
uh-huh.
another evidence that proved that Earth was around, and I'm just going forth and back.
Yeah, but I've showed you something that's impossible on a globe, and you're just saying that there's probably some explanation. The explanation is that the Earth is not a globe. That's the
That makes sense for
explanation.
me. That makes sense for me because there's another evidence, like I showed you, like I told you, that the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse, another
Yeah, but you can't prove.
evidence.
Okay, so now what you need to do, right? You're going to need Earth curvature to have the globe to create the shadow on the moon.
What possibly could it be? What else could it be? It's a
I don't know. I'm not
curvature
making claims about
on
it.
the
You're
moon.
claiming it's the Earth.
Yeah, what else would it should be? It every eclipse, the Earth is
Well, you're
gonna be in
claiming
the
it's the
middle
Earth, right? So
with
you're
the
going to
sun.
need Earth curvature for that, right? But I've just debunked Earth curvature. So how are you're going to have to prove Earth curvature to have a curved Earth to create a shadow on the moon?
Well, the eclipse debunks the idea of Earth doesn't have a curvature. Okay, the eclipse is the evidence that we all see with our eyes that there is a curvature shadow on the moon when the eclipse
How
is
do you know
happening.
that? How do you know it's a shadow?
So what is it? The government
I don't
sends
know. You're claiming
a
it's a
black.
shadow. I'm not claiming. I'm not making claims about things in the
I'm not
sky
making
that I
any
can't
claim.
prove.
It's science.
Bro,
I'm not.
you're looking at the sky and you're making assumptions, and I'm just asking you if you can
It's not
validate
my
the
words.
assumptions.
Not my words. It's science words.
What I'm
Science
saying
says.
is that during some eclipses, the shadow's upside down on the moon, right? So your explanation that it's the shadow of the Earth doesn't even work.
Well, maybe
Right?
look,
And then sometimes, right?
in a
Sometimes
sphere,
during some eclipses, we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse.
in a sphere,
If
you have two parts of Earth. The part that is down the sphere and the part that is upper the sphere. Okay. If you draw a line in the middle.
So if you're so if you're observing from the top of the sphere,
you would see it in upside down. If you're
why
seeing
would the
it with
shadow be upside down?
because you are in the upside of the sphere. If you're, for example, North America and South America. If you're
Yeah,
standing in
but
South
they
America,
don't.
you'll see it
They
upside
don't
down.
look, dude, bro. Anywhere you are on the sphere, they tell you to think of yourself as standing on top of the sphere because of gravity, right?
Gravity is another thing.
Think about it. That's why I asked you to draw a diagram. That's why I asked you to draw a diagram where the shadow's the upside down than it should be.
Look, the gravity.
If the Earth's beneath your feet, how could the Earth be casting a shadow from the top down?
Because you are very small. Earth is not.
No, bro, that's not an answer.
It's beneath your feet.
Listen to me.
God.
Yeah, you're standing on the globe, right? Dude, okay, you're standing on the Earth and it's curving away from you.
Okay, now I'm
on all angles. How can the moon have a shadow that's upside down? Okay, so you have a concave shadow on the moon when it has to be convex.
I'm trying to explain to you one idea. I'm now in Egypt, okay? The floor that I'm standing in it now, I can look at the window and see the moon. Another person, okay, at the other side of the globe.
It's nighttime for them.
For
or
me,
daytime
it's
for
nighttime.
them. But they're not going to see. They're not going to see the moon at the same time as you.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what? That doesn't explain it.
What you are saying? How the Earth is beneath you, beneath me, making a shadow on the moon that is in front of me. Okay, that's your claim. And I'm
No,
telling
the
you.
shadow. Look, can someone here? Hold on a second. Right, I'm going to post what Sonny posted. Okay, look.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you're standing on top of the Earth there, how can the shadow on the moon be upside down? Right? See, it says what you saw and what you should have seen. How could the shadow be upside down?
How could the shadow be upside down?
got the bot.
In a sphere, you have too many sides in a sphere. For example, you can be in Africa and you would be in the left side of the sphere. But if you're in Russia, for example, you'll be at the right side of the sphere. Okay?
You're missing the point completely.
At some point, no, I'm understanding the point. If at some there is some place in Earth, okay, it's not upside down. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, it is. Both the sun and the moon are above the horizon.
Above the sun or the moon above the horizon.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Yeah, the
They're
earth is
aligned,
below
they're aligned
you.
together. That's why the shadows.
Yeah, the
are
shadow's
in-
coming from the top down when the earth is below your feet.
I'm trying to tell you that there's this picture, this video, okay, it's taken from a certain place in Earth that is in the right spot on the Earth. Okay?
Really? When both the sun and the moon are both above the horizon and the shadow's coming from the top down.
Okay, I'm gonna draw you what
Make sense of that to us.
I'm trying to. I'm gonna draw you what do I mean? Wait a second. I'm
Okay,
gonna send
so
you to the
if you're
DJ and you
claiming
send it to them.
if you're claiming that it's just a spot on Earth that someone's standing, then why do the Globers call this an impossible eclipse? Because they can't explain it. But now you're trying to explain it when the experts say it's impossible? Good luck.
What experts?
The astronomers.
It's called the impossible eclipse.
It's called the impossible
A
eclipse.
selenilian impossible eclipse. A selenilian eclipse.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you what's on. Let's see. Mm-hmm.
ايوه بعدين بقى ازاي يعني الكلام ده
English only, please.
sorry
It's okay.
I'm just telling about my friend here
I talking about me. I'm his friend.
يا ما
That's
تتكلم
fine.
اهو
أنا بعطيناش من دريش بان.
Come on, guys. It's the English hub.
okay
Sorry.
So, are we
I'm
under the
referring,
Are we all on the same page here that an eclipse doesn't prove the globe?
No, the eclipse approved, and I'm gonna draw you what do I think now? Wait a second.
can my friend translate about your words مش هتكلم
What?
Báilame como si fuera la última.
There we go. Problem solved.
DJ, what is that? Is somebody playing the bot?
Yeah. Someone's using the bot.
Can you ban him? The bot?
The bot is muted at the
Let's mute
moment.
him. I am mute him. Mute the bot.
Yeah, if I see anyone that's not a mod using the bot, I'm gonna ban them. All right, just a heads up.
Okay, can I have sent you the picture of what I mean.
I think the bot's set up wrong. I think it's supposed to be only mods that can control it. So maybe we need to speak to Flat Lloyd.
Vivek will fix that up.
Basically, what do I mean in this photo that Earth and the Moon and the Sun.
Not the
are
YouTube
all
bot
moved.
roots, the music bot. We got a music bot in here.
Oh yeah, I
All
thought
right.
Flat Lloyd was the one who brought it in. Never mind.
No. All right. So I'm gonna post your picture in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, just a second. All right. So is this going to try to explain the upside down shadow on the moon?
What was I trying to say? That Earth is not still, at this point. It's moving, and the moon is moving, and the sun is moving. So at one point, it was not upside down, but because they are moving, okay, it got upside down.
What?
Because the moon is moving, and the earth is moving, and the sun is moving at the same time.
You
At
don't
one
see
point,
you don't see the shadow like that on the moon.
It's just a draw. I mean, it's just my drawing. I'm just explaining it to you.
Yeah, but your drawing like is incorrect, right? You're meant to be drawing it analogous to this claim that you're trying to make.
I'm just drawing to clarify to you my idea. It's not a real drawing that should change the world. Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't explain the problem.
The problem is that it is upside down. Okay. I'm then trying to tell you that at some point it wasn't upside down. It became upside down after it moved.
How long do you think the eclipse lasts, bro?
Around 2 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, so you think that it's going to move that much in 2 minutes to make the shadow upside down on the moon?
Yeah, you know how fast they move? They move at very fast pace. We don't feel the speed of the Earth moving because we're on it. Like
The Earth isn't moving.
Yeah, we don't feel it because if you're on a bus.
Oh my god, you guys drawings are so like the scale's all messed up. It doesn't align with the eclipse at all.
It's retarded.
It is that. Yeah, well
Please.
stated, Sonny. I mean, if you guys think that this explains the upside down shadow on the moon, you guys just aren't really thinking.
I'm trying to have a respectful conversation here, constructive one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to you not one time, fourth time that the drawings are not meant to be accurate.
Well, they're so inaccurate. It doesn't help you explain it. Like you can't explain anything with a completely inaccurate drawing.
Neither can just Ross.
Forget the drawing.
Yeah, just Ross's one's even worse. Your one, like I'm mostly talking about just Ross's one. It's even worse, right? But they're both terrible.
Doesn't explain how the sun and the moon are both above the horizon. Hello. And the shadows coming from top down. Redraw it.
Great question. Okay.
You're all off. Yeah.
And remember, it's not always, right? It's not always coming in upside down. Only during the Selenilian.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not always upside down. It
is upside down, dude.
It's not always upside down. You just say that. It depends on the orientation flips across the equator. Okay. For example, if someone travels from, say, Europe to Australia, okay, the moon and the sun appear to rotate in the sky, right? An eclipse viewed from the southern, for example, southern hemisphere, often looks upside down. Okay.
Draw where okay, maybe you can try to fix your diagram up, right? And show me the eye, right, where the person's standing. That explains the upside down shadow.
I'm gonna fix it.
Don't draw a giant, right? Just draw a reason. You know, it doesn't have to be to scale. Don't draw a big giant though, like the other time.
I'm not really a good drawer. Okay, it's not an discrimination for the eclipse, just a drawing. Okay, I'm not trying to prove anything retarded. Just a simple drawing. Okay, I've sent it to you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, just Ross. KDG, I've sent it to you. Hello.
Another big fail from Just Ross.
Why Just
We
Ross
said-
can send this in here and I can't?
We already tried to explain it, Just Ross. The sun and the moon are both above the horizon from the observer. Do you get that? Above the horizon?
Yeah. Look, DJ. What is going on? So a person on top of the earth would say it not upside down. Would say it straight.
Where's the
And
sun? Where's the sun?
The sun is behind the earth. I didn't draw it.
Yeah,
I just drew
show
the
us the sun. Show us the sun.
And
Both
look at
above the
the
horizon.
look
The sun and the moon. The sun and the moon both above the horizon.
Look at the picture. I sent it. The sun is behind the sphere. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have all the elements. We need the sun above the horizon.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna.
All right. So in this Selenalian eclipse, the argument I'm making is not like the sun. Like I would say, the sun and the moon are actually below the horizon, but refractive effects make it appear above the horizon.
Okay, so you're trying to explain something that the experts in the field claim is
What expert? Tell
impossible
me
with
names.
no explanation. I was
Tell me names. Tell
talking.
me names.
I was still talking. So the experts in the field are saying it's impossible. In other words, they can't explain it, but you're trying to explain it to us with a childish
experts?
kindergartner's type drawing.
What experts? Tell me
Unbelievable.
names. Tell me names.
I mean, I want to know what
So just
experts.
Ross, why is there
argue
refraction?
this.
Why is there sometimes refraction? Like these are cyclical, right? So we can predict when it's going to be a Selenalian eclipse, when it's going to be a regular lunar eclipse, right? So do you think refraction comes in cycles to match up with the eclipses as well? And sometimes there's no refraction, and you can't see the sun also above the horizon at the same time. But then when the cycle comes around that there's a Selenalian that day, right? There's like this magical refraction, and you can see the sun up in the sky at the same time.
Well, the sun is much bigger than Earth. Much bigger than Earth. And it's far, far away, okay? So it's not up the horizon.
No. I was talking to just Ross.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I am under the impression that a Selenalian eclipse is possible at every eclipse.
Possible at
No.
every eclipse.
No, it's a rare occasion. No, every eclipse you cannot see it upside down. No. What it is during a regular eclipse, everyone on Earth that sees the regular eclipse sees the shadow from the same place. Everyone on Earth that sees the Selenalian sees the shadow coming from top down, not bottom up. So you're wrong. And so, like, according to your refraction argument or your drawing, on a regular eclipse, then refraction would make the moon invisible to where no one would see it.
Okay,
It would refract it below the horizon. So
That's
you
very
would get
interesting. That's very
Well
interesting.
said.
I have to go right now. Very nice to meet you guys. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you too, bro.
I'm gonna.
Hey,
research
even
what
though
you
we
said.
disagree, I appreciate you coming past, and you're welcome to come back anytime and chat with us. You're very polite and respectful, so thank you.
Thank you. Very nice to meet you guys. I hope to see you again. I just have to go.
Awesome.
Goodbye.
All right, thank you. Bye. So yeah, everything. Go ahead, Ross.
I think I'm maybe still not understanding what y'all are saying about the eclipse being upside down. I'm really hung up on that.
Well, have a look at the GIF that Sunny posted. He'll repost it another time.
Okay. Wait, this.
I'll just post it again.
Where it says what you saw, what you should have seen.
Yeah.
Okay. I see it, and I I don't see any issue.
So if you're standing on top of the globe and the sun's shining from behind you, right, on the other side of the globe, the shadow should be a certain way up, right?
I mean, it depends on how the
Well, if it's
sun, earth,
casting a
and
shadow
moon.
off, if you're standing on the earth, right, and the ground's convex under your feet, right, it's curving as if it's curving away from you in all directions. Okay, so if yeah, so I wish I could I wish I was good at drawing
So
diagrams.
like the image that's like what you should have seen. Like if you had the enough, like I guess if the shadow was sharp enough and you had enough angular resolution to see it, you basically see your own shadow on the eclipse is basically like standing on top of that curve.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
But my thing is, you can see the other side, right? Like the side that says what you saw. Like I'd argue that that's the bottom side, like the opposite end of the Earth. That's the bottom of the shadow. You just don't see the top of the shadow because it's not there's no surface of moon to be cast on there.
Did you not hear what Sunny said? This can be seen in the northern and southern hemisphere. It's not dependent on location. It's actually a very rare event
Right.
anyway.
Yeah, and I think a selenalian is possible anywhere on Earth. You can be on the equator. It just depends on how that particular eclipse lines up. Actually, there should always be at least 2 points on the equator where you should be able to catch this. And I would think that one of them would see it where the shadow comes in one side, whether it be top, bottom, left, right. And when you're looking at it from the opposite end of the Earth, it should come in from the exact opposite way.
The sun and moon should be in alignment. The moon and the sun should both be on your horizon. But in a selenilian eclipse, that's not what we see. We see the sun and moon above the horizon, and that's the whole point. The shadow cannot be caused by the moon, the Earth, at that point, because we see the moon above the horizon before the eclipse, and it's never in alignment. Just before the eclipse. So if you go and check observations of a selenilian eclipse, if there's enough footage before the eclipse, you can see the moon in the sky and the sun above the horizon.
Right. And I still think refraction can account for that.
Well, that's a very bold claim, because what you're claiming now is what we're seeing is both objects in apparent positions, not in their actual positions. And I think that's a very convenient way, but you don't have any evidence for that.
It sounds convenient, but I mean, there's always I've heard arguments on both sides that just sound convenient because they just appeal to optics. But I guess you just have to, I don't know, like this.
Well, it's funny how, yeah, it's funny how the sun and the moon, the shadows caused by the heavenly bodies are never usually affected, by refraction. We're able to sort of triangulate triathlate even things to the heavenly bodies, and the shadows align. It's only when these selenilian eclipses happen when you start seeing the shadows being cast by something that's not in its actual position. I think that's very unlikely.
Okay, so I mean, the rebuttal from the globe side, they can't like back it up. They just say that it's refraction, but they don't have like any real evidence of that. So I mean, I wish we had some more data from like some of these eclipse sightings that we have, like exactly where it was, which one it was, what time it happened, so we could form a better argument, you know. Anyway,
I mean,
I appreciate your response
some
anyway, Bruce.
Yeah, I do appreciate it too. But yeah, I have done research on, like, I found a chart on how like refractive index of air varies with altitude. And it
Yeah,
can
I don't
vary quite
disagree.
a lot higher up you go. And of course, as you're going, if you're, if if we accept the assumption of the globe shape of the Earth, then yeah, looking out to the horizon would imply that you're looking through this gradient of refractive indexes at quite a steep angle. Whereas looking straight up, like at zenith, you're not looking at it, at a steep angle. So like you wouldn't expect refraction to affect as much at the zenith as you would at the horizon.
So do you
So
think
like
this
that's, I guess, the
refraction,
low.
but that gradient, right? That gradient would always be present, wouldn't it? Like roughly.
Yes, it would always be. Yeah, and there might be some fluctuations here and there due to like
So
currents and
wouldn't every eclipse kind of have
meteorological.
to shouldn't that happen every time one of these eclipses happens, or?
Yes, that's why I said earlier. I'm under the impression that this would happen every time. You just have to be in the right place to see it. Like it would have to happen where the timing of the eclipse coincides with, whatever location you are. It would have to coincide with the sun setting or sun rising wherever you are.
Yo, are you guys flat earthers?
Who said that? Costa?
Yeah, I'm on my mate's phone. Can I ask you a
Oh,
question if you believe in flat earth?
yeah, I was like, that's not his regular voice. Yeah, sure, bro.
Okay. Right. So, if the earth is flat, how did the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor in World War II? If they didn't fly around the circular earth, they would then instead have to fly over Asia, Europe, no, the Pacific Ocean, Asia, Europe, the Atlantic Ocean, the continental United States, back over the Pacific Ocean to hit Hawaii. Can you explain that one? Or does the ice wall start like it's got
No one's claiming an
Hawaii on the
ice wall here.
Japanese side
No
of the
one's
ice
claiming an
wall?
ice wall here, but didn't they sail there with an aircraft carrier and then attack off an aircraft carrier?
Okay, well, if they went through an aircraft carrier, that would mean that they would have to go from Japan under the cone of South America. No, sorry, from Japan, right, down through the South Pacific Ocean, past Australia and like Malaysia, through the Indian Ocean to Africa, sail around Africa, up through still in the South Atlantic Ocean, going around Chile and Argentina, and then up towards
What map are you
what's
using
it?
to imagine
Hawaii.
this happening? What map are you using to imagine this path that you're talking about?
Well, surely the ice wall must start and end somewhere.
No, did you hear me? I said that flat earthers aren't claiming it. We're not claiming an ice wall, bro. Right, I said that earlier.
Well, you claim a flat Earth, so how does that work?
Yeah, so flat Earth, right? Context matters, right? So flat's the description of a surface, and when we test the Earth over large bodies of water, right? The surface of large bodies of water, there's no curvature over distance, as Costa has been shown and didn't have a rebuttal to.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So, are you a flat earther to compensate for the fact that your girlfriend's got a flat ass and no tits.
Yeah, you'd probably be pissed, bro, if you saw my wife. Actually, you'd be annoyed. It would annoy you that a flat earther has such a pretty wife. You would hate me even more than you already do. Isn't it interesting how butthurt you are that someone's challenging your globe religion? You have to try to attack people personally. Very sad, bro.
Oh, yeah, I did find a website that says the selenilian is not rare. It occurs somewhere on Earth for every lunar eclipse.
What's your source? Is it flatearth.ws by any chance?
Let's see. This is sciencenotes.org here. I can just put the link in there.
I'll have a look. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was wrong about it being cyclical. I definitely thought it was, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Oh, I was muted. No, you're wrong. It happens every few years. Happens every few years. It's not something that happens on every lunar eclipse. That's wrong.
Okay, what's the source on that one?
I mean, I read this on ChatGPT. I've read this on just simple Google searches, Wikipedia. This is pretty common knowledge. Like, I even read that it can happen like once a decade. So it's not every lunar eclipse, definitely not every lunar eclipse. Please share the source though of where that's come from, because that's going against everything I've read about selenilian.
Yeah, I'll start finding more.
Unless you went to an anti-flat Earth website. Because a total lunar eclipse can happen like even a couple of times, a few times a year. So the selenilian being, up to once a decade at the longest. That's the mainstream narrative.
Like, I would definitely say that it would be rare if you're like taking on the assumption of like, is it rare in my location? Like, can I see it from my own hometown? How often would that occur? Like, yeah, that would probably be rare, but I'm like still thinking like if there
No,
every lunar eclipse, there's somewhere that would see this effect.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's rare in relation to how many lunar eclipses we get. So we can get up to 3 or 4 lunar eclipses per year, apparently. So the selenilian isn't an event that we see 2 or 3 times a year. It can be up to a decade, I believe.
Yeah,
But I
that's what
think
I'm reading.
that's pretty much like Wikipedia, ChatGPT. That's the mainstream narrative.
So every like 2 or 3 years you could experience a selenilian, but you can't always see them from like the location. So it says they might be visible like once or twice in a decade.
Yeah, that's what I read. Yep, that's the mainstream narrative. What's your source? Wikipedia.
No, I was just looking it up on ChatGPT. It can link me to the source. Obviously, it's pulling it off something like that. So,
well, ChatGPT is usually the mainstream narrative. So, where's the source where it says that it happens 2 to 3 times a year? I didn't catch the name of the guy who said it, but can you post it?
it was just Ross.
I
Yes.
mean,
So
I
the
did
sources
post
for
on
this one
Twitter.
are Wikipedia, Britannica, Almanac.com, NASA.gov.
Right, the mainstream. Yeah.
FlatEarth.ws. Yeah, it's crazy that comes up. Yeah.
Is that where he's got that from? Flat Earth WS.
No. He got his from like sciencelive.com or something. Sciencenotes.org. Sorry.
Gotcha. But yeah, that's not correct. The selenilian is a rare event in relation to how many lunars we get, lunar eclipses. But not to derail the conversation or anything, but how does this prove the shape of the ground? The ground in which we measure and observe to be flat, i.e. the water?
Well, it doesn't prove it, but I like what I'm trying to do is because it's being brought up as a debunk. But I want to explain it away as it's not a debunk of the globe Earth. Like I'm not
No,
trying to
it
say
was a
it's proof of the
response.
globe Earth.
No, we brought it up as a response to eclipses being a proof for the globe.
Oh,
It was
okay,
just a response.
sure. I guess it's just a rebuttal to the response then.
Yeah, it's interesting that they say differently to the mainstream.
Did find this other source that says the same thing, but I suppose like you'd still have to be lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time to record it. It's very possible that eclipses go by where nobody reported seeing the selenalian. That doesn't mean that one wasn't possible to see.
I'm really sorry I missed what you said. I was talking to my son. Could you repeat that?
Yes, I was just saying that I would definitely agree that it's very plausible that there are many lunar eclipses that go by where nobody reports seeing the selenalian, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't one possible.
Sounds like one of those, if a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody around, does it make a sound kind of thing?
Right, but like I'm thinking maybe that's where the knowledge that it's rare to occur comes from, is because some have gone by where nobody reported seeing one, so it doesn't get recorded as having happened.
Well, the Earth's pretty well populated, and to be able to make a claim, that nobody can actually record seeing these eclipses for up to 10 years, I think that's verification that every lunar eclipse is not having a selenilian experience, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It could just be the case that on certain occurrences, the locations where the Selenalian would be possible are like in the middle of the ocean, or very sparsely inhabited areas. There are many areas where there's pretty much no one around, especially making like scientific observations.
So you're saying the majority of the time, every lunar eclipse, we all see it the same way, except for the uninhabited areas of the Earth. I find that highly unlikely, to be honest. I mean, everything we're talking about is speculation. We're talking about the sky, but I would assume that would be highly unlikely, my friend. But like, how strong is an argument about an eclipse in relation to in all the empirical observations and empirical arguments that we have?
I don't know. It is. It. I do admit it really does, because of the whole refraction optics argument. Like it just seems convenient, but pretty much all of the major points, the major observations that flat earthers I've seen use, mostly involve observations near the horizon where the globe Earth would suspect that there's a high level of refraction. I know it seems convenient, but I think that's just the state of affairs we're in.
Well, being as we live in a world with a lot of deception and a lot of lies, wouldn't you say it would be safer to use logic and discernment, based in a foundation of truth, i.e., the laws of the natural world, what we can experience, what we can verify? Wouldn't it be safer than to just assume these things?
I mean, yeah, we shouldn't just assume. We do want to back up the assumptions with some sort of observation. It's just, under all the constraints that the globe Earth presents, it's like there's this restriction on, you can't do the observation at the horizon, sort of thing. It's like it's just about impossible. You almost have to. It's like the only way to settle this is to literally find a way to get far away from the Earth and see if eventually you get the curvature you're looking for.
Right, but you have to use several fallacious arguments or reasoning to be able to get to that point. You're not able to get to a globe with empirical data, whether it's the curvature, the motion, or even the existence of space. All of these go against either the natural laws of nature or the observations and the experiences we have in nature. So if logic is grounded in nature and truth, which it is, then the globe itself isn't grounded in logic. The opposite of logic is illogical, so I'm comfortable saying the globe is illogical, provably.
Yeah, I mean, I get, like, to our everyday senses, it certainly appears that way. But like, I don't know. I've always believed that the apparent motion of the stars is always going to be the strongest case we can make for earthbound observations. I mean, yeah, I guess earthbound is the right word. Earthbound observations. Because I do find it hard to believe that the stars can move the way they do on a flat Earth.
Well, I think you'll find there's something called a kinematic equivalence with the stars and the sky. Regardless of whether you live on a geocentric or heliocentric model, the sky does do what it does and can do and can be modeled doing what it does on both a geocentric and heliocentric model. And there are plenty of models with the Earth at the center that have mapped the stars and the sky, and I actually believe it's better on a geocentric model. If you know Tycho Brahe's model, I think it helps explain
Actually, I'm very
and
curious
show
to see this model.
the
Do you
Tycho Brahe model.
know?
Yeah, that's a geocentric model, and it's in line with the Fibonacci sequence. The actual motions and patterns that we see in nature are also happening in the sky. And don't get me wrong, I don't subscribe to this model. I'm just giving you as a rebuttal to what you've said. There is a kinematic equivalence. You can model the Earth as geocentric, and it was modeled well before it was modeled in heliocentric. That's why we have devices like the astrolabe, the anti-Coherent mechanism. There's others as well that I can't think of, but plenty of navigational devices that operated in a geocentric sky, on a geocentric Earth.
Oh, okay. And I think I've seen an image of this model before. Yeah. Just didn't know the name of it.
Yeah, so there's a kinematic equivalence. The stars work exactly the same on a flat Earth as they would on a globe Earth. The problem is for the globe's version, the amount of coincidences you need for that to be possible, as well as band-aids for the fact that there isn't enough mass in the universe. So you have to introduce dark matter to be able to explain the orbits, makes the globe even less likely, in my opinion. You don't have a model that can map the stars without dark matter. And what's that?
Actually, I am actually pretty skeptical of both agree that we can be skeptical about, but I don't know why that should defeat a heliocentric model.
Because the orbits that we're seeing in the sky cannot be explained without dark matter. Because you have a mass attracting mass model, right? But you don't have enough mass to account for the orbits we're seeing. That's why we've got dark matter. It's like a band-aid over a broken model idea.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even understand the reason why they say that there's a lack of mass. It's like beyond the scope of my knowledge of astrophysics. Like, I don't know where that idea comes from, to be honest. I know they say something about, they measured the luminosity of different parts of galaxies, but like, I don't really actually understand the math behind it.
Well, I don't understand the math, to be fair, either. But imagine an orbit which doesn't even make sense because gravity is supposed to pull objects together, but actually gravity supposedly can also cause orbits. Let's just put a pin in that for now. An orbit is supposed to go around a central mass, right? So you'll have a circular orbit. It's called a circular orbit. Central mass in the middle, circular orbit around. But we have elliptical orbits. Okay. Yeah, you have elliptical orbits, and that could possibly make sense and can make sense with two central masses. You need central mass at one end, central mass at the other, and this body will orbit the two and create the elliptical shape in the middle, right? But what we actually have in the sky is elliptical orbits with only one central mass. So we have apparent ellipses around nothing, around no mass. This is physically impossible without dark matter.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think just using Newton's law of gravitation, you should expect elliptical orbits, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, with two central masses. But if you only have one
Oh, yeah.
central mass at one end of the ellipse, then what you have is something orbiting around nothing. That's not gravity,
Right.
is it?
Actually, that's technically what, um, technically we say that, like the Earth orbiting the sun is really an oversimplification. The Earth should orbit around the barycenter of the Earth and Sun, which the barycenter, using the numbers that we have come up with in the heliocentric model, it happens to be within the boundaries of the sphere of the Sun. So, by all intents and purposes, you can say the Earth orbits the Sun, but it's really the Sun and the Earth are orbiting around the barycenter.
Right, but the barycenter, you're talking about the center of the solar system?
Well, I am kind of reducing the solar system to just being the sun and the earth in this discussion. So like there's a, I guess,
So
basically the center of mass between the sun and the earth is what I'm referring to.
well, the sun itself would be the center of the solar system.
Right.
So that's what everything's orbiting in the so-called solar system, apparently, in the heliocentric model. The problem you've got with
Right,
that
but
is, yeah, and there's problems with that as well, because the sun itself is supposed to be orbiting the center of the galaxy. So we're talking about
yeah,
an accelerated Earth with an accelerated sun with a mass attracting mass model. If you try to model this with actual numbers for gravity that they give us, you can't model this past 3 bodies. It becomes a problem. System can't handle the motions, accelerations. The moon would be knocked out of sync immediately. All of the smaller bodies would be knocked out of sync. Everything would start to rotate around the sun. It can't be modeled. So you can't model orbits without dark matter. And logically, it's not consistent gravity, because gravity is supposed to be pulling things together.
The 3-body problem is notoriously unsolvable, but only unsolvable to the extent that there's no full closed form solution. You can still do numerical methods to approximate the predicted path of orbiting objects. But yeah, I mean the greater the interval that you're approximating, the more errors you're going to get, and the longer you run the simulation, the more errors you're going to get. So yeah, there's a way to numerically predict, but you can only take those models only so far into the future before they just become unreliably wrong.
So do you know what a perihelion orbit is?
Perihelion orbit. I know the perihelion of an orbit is a certain point in an orbit, isn't it?
Right.
I can't remember exactly where the point is.
That's why I was asking you. I can't remember the opposite term, but when you get the
aphelion.
Yeah. So those are the two opposite points of an orbit, right? Now at the perihelion,
Right, yeah.
at the perihelion of the moon's orbit, it would be closer to the sun. Now the sun, being the central mass of the solar system, that everything is rotating around, would be what we could call the great attractor of the solar system. But when the moon is at the perihelion, there's no wobble, there's no change in the orbit, there's no effect, even though this is the greatest attraction in the whole solar system. How do you explain that?
Well, I mean, technically, I think the sun does exert at least a small influence and causes a precession in the moon's orbit. If I'm not sure. I think it's on such a small scale that I think it's difficult to detect. But I think it does have a small influence. But
Not consistently on the sun side of the orbit. The moon does have a
and I
wobble,
actually
but
I don't
it's not
think
nothing to do with the.
the moon. If I understand like my laws of angular momentum and things like that, I don't think the perihelion of the moon always is toward the sun. I'll have to look that up, but I think it should more or less always point toward a specific star in the night sky.
Well, I'm specifically talking about the perihelion on the sun side of the orbit, because the sun is the great attractor of the solar system.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
So theoretically, the moon should be affected on one side of the orbit every rotation. There should be some sort of at least a battle, never mind a dislodging. But the problem is, this is what I'm saying. When you try to model it, that's what happens. The moon dislodges from the Earth, as do all the other moons. So my question is, how is that possible with the gravity model, the mass attracting mass gravity model?
Wait, are you asking me how it's possible that there is a wobble or that there isn't one? I'm getting
No,
lost.
that there isn't a wobble on the perihelion. It's not consistent. The only wobble with the moon, is it's not consistent with the place of orbit. It's not on the sun side of the orbit where we see a change, because every single orbit there would be an effect on the sun side, but that's not what we experience. But I'm saying that's what we should experience in a mass attracting mass model.
Yeah, and I believe I think the Lagrangian points are probably like the closest thing to what you're trying to describe. How the sun's influence can affect objects under the Earth's gravitational influence. There's the L1, L2. Are you familiar with the Lagrangian points?
I don't think so. Not by those terms, anyway.
Yeah, maybe I'll just give a short description of where the first Lagrangian point is. Maybe it'll ring a bell or something. But there's a point between, if you were to draw a graph of where the sun is and where the Earth is, there's a point somewhere in between the two where the gravity going toward the sun exactly balances out the gravity going toward the Earth. And it's an unstable. It's a Lagrangian point. It's an unstable point where an object could potentially, if it sits in just the right spot, it could just basically sit in an orbit around the sun that's just periodically in line with the orbit of the Earth. And that's a point. Yeah, I think that's probably what you're talking about. It's a special point where both the sun's influence is so great. It's not allowing the Earth to pull that object into a proper orbit. And I believe this point is much further out from the Earth than where the moon is. So the moon gets to remain relatively unbothered by the sun, because you'd have to be further out than this Lagrange point in order for the sun to actually really take over.
Yeah, theoretically, you could watch the Earth rotate through a diurnal cycle from there.
Wait, you can watch the Earth go through a what cycle? Diurnal?
Yeah, day and night cycle. You can theoretically park it there and watch it spin.
Yeah, and actually, what you probably would observe is that for every year that goes by, like people on Earth would experience 365 days, but you at the Lagrangian point would have seen the Earth rotate, I think, many times. Like either one more or one less. I can't think of which way it is, but
Yeah, it'd be a little bit less since you're in a different frame of reference, I think, right? You're in the sidereal frame.
right, yeah. But yeah, as far as saying like if you were to count how many times you see the Earth pass through the, I guess the silhouette of the Earth or whatever, a point on Earth pass through the silhouette of the Earth, I guess yeah, you'd still count the same number of days.
You know, it reminds me, back in the 90s, they used to differentiate between geosynchronous and geostationary orbits, and now they've kind of merged them together. But back then, they would describe this kind of orbit as being stationary or even going in a reverse orbit relative to the observer on Earth. It would look like the satellite's going backwards.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's all sorts of weird like things to think about with frames of reference, and it can hurt your head thinking about it on the globe Earth model.
Oh, for sure. And it's not easy to do. I still kind of struggle thinking about, you know, gosh, astronomical alignments and patterns in the sky from the globe Earth perspective. It's so much easier to do it from the real world down on Earth, looking up at the heavens perspective.
Yeah, I run into issue on that when I start thinking about like where the sun, like basically the sun circumnavigates the Earth every day, right? Like, it makes a full lap around either the North Pole or South Pole, however you want to phrase it, right? Like, at least that's my understanding. At least on even on a flat Earth conception, is like the sun is going around at least one of the two poles every day.
Yep, I agree with that. Some flat earthers disagree for some reason. They think that the Tropic of Capricorn is a bigger racetrack around the Tropic of Cancer, and that's not observed at all.
Right, yeah, that's my thinking. And like I've heard someone here in these discussions, like I don't know, a week or two ago, say something like, "Oh, like circumnavigating. If you like go due east and you circumnavigate around the North Pole, you know that due east is not a straight line. You'd have to continually turn. Let's see, what was it? Left as you go around, right? Until you make it back where you started. But you can do the same thing with the southern celestial pole, right? You could try to circumnavigate going around, like say the Antarctic Circle or even the Tropic of Capricorn. You could go around and you could argue like, yeah, you have to continually turn right if you're going due east all the way around the southern hemisphere. And actually, I probably should have started this story going west instead of east because that's the direction the sun goes, right? So let's switch it to west. So if you're going due west, you'd have to continually turn to the right if you're going around the North Pole. You have to go left the whole way if you're going around the South Pole. So like the thing for me is like depending on what season it is, the sun is either directly above the Tropic of Capricorn or it's directly above the Tropic of Cancer, or at least nearby, right? Like I know like lining up with the tropics only happens one day every year, but we can just look at that one day each year, right? That one day it's going around always veering to the right, and that other day in the other season it's always going around veering to the left. Like what's it doing in those transition periods where it's directly above the equator?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder about that too. Now, listen, you bring up a good point here to open up discussion for. So the poles, the North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole, are arbitrary points of reference in the sky that people have chosen to use. There is an assumed ground position directly beneath each of these poles in the sky. But there's no evidence that anybody's ever been able to go to either location at any point in history. So
Right.
people actually interpret the entire star field as a coordinate reference system with 2 points of origin, not one. The first point of origin is the north in the sky, and the second is the south in the sky. And these points of origin are connected with lines of longitude, which are called hour angles in astronomy, also called ascensions, like right ascension. And perpendicular to this run lines of latitude, which are called declination in the sky. Those comport directly to latitude. So in early nautical literature, you could find captains writing in their logs about being underneath the equator, underneath the tropics. They didn't write as if they were sailing over the equator, over the tropics. They were sailing underneath these points of reference in the sky. And they knew full well that they were, by choice, interpreting the heavens as a gigantic dome, a gigantic sphere of infinite size. There are other ways to interpret the sky besides an idealized dome using 57 points of light, right? There are 57 navigation stars that are chosen for a specific reason. There are other ways to interpret the heavens besides this, and some more advanced nautical software treats the entire sky as it's a gigantic 3D Cartesian field instead of a dome or a spherical ball. Instead, it's XYZ and even planar axes. And so if you were to interpret the stars and their location and their movements in this manner using a Cartesian reference system, and one of them is called Gaia, G-A-I-A. You can look it up. If you interpret it this way, you will have no mapping issue whatsoever in translating points of reference in the sky to a flat surface below. You do run into issues if you interpret the sky as a sphere instead, and then try to reference those points and do triangulations on a flat Earth below. You can't do it. It's geometrically impossible unless you apply some scaling factor to adjust your mapping, which is something that early sailors actually did. They used logarithm tables starting in the 1600s to do this. So in order to make the ground work with the sphere, you have to have the ground be a sphere too to match the sphere in the sky. But the sky sphere, like I said, is a choice. It's an arbitrary interpretation, and there are other ways to interpret the sky. So, I mean, we believe in our research and looking back through time that the whole interpretation of the heavens as a gigantic curving surface goes back to a philosophical choice, a preference. It goes back to philosophy, goes back to Ptolemy, goes back further to Hipparchus and Aristarchus, probably well beyond that, some Babylonian astronomers that brought their wisdom to Greece. And knowing that there are other ways to interpret the heavens means that there's other ways to interpret the ground. So the tiebreaker in determining whether or not the Earth is curved or flat is to look to the surface and measure it. And if we can use Cartesian means, Euclidean means to measure the surface, like angles, and find that it holds true, then we've debunked the globe and we've debunked the distances that are claimed to arise out of using spherical geometry for the sky.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do use Cartesian coordinates to describe surfaces on the Earth, but when you're dealing with local surfaces on a sphere,
Yeah.
they do approximate the Cartesian coordinate system.
Of course they do. Yeah, like with GPS. GPS provides every user at every device on has a receiver a local tangent plane. Every user gets a local tangent plane. All of them. How many local tangent planes exist on a ball? So they tie it in together with ECEF coordinates, which is actually invoking a four spatial dimensional sphere for asset tracking. It doesn't exist in reality. But people call that the globe too. I'll be back in about a half an hour to chat if anyone's around, but I need to take care of some errands.
Lovely chat.
I wish I saved the information, but I think there's a whole bunch of like testimonial from ancient, well, not ancient, but yeah, well, I guess ancient. Like, I mean, sailors, right, trying to traverse the south and getting having extremely different results than what they expected, right, when they were using celestial navigation, right, being off, like way, way, way off where they thought they should be. I need to track down that information again. It was really interesting. It doesn't seem to be as straightforward in the south as it is in the north, from what I've gathered. A lot of anomalies. Have you heard about that, Roots?
Heard about what?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't know too much about it though. Yeah,
a lot of past like explorers having like crazy errors, you know, when they were trying to explore in the south. Right, they were like way off where they thought they were going to be, right, using their celestial navigation techniques. There was a whole bunch of documentation on it. I wish I saved it at the time.
Oh yeah, I think that would be interesting to look through and try to investigate why they were struggling. I mean, I assume maybe part of it is, like, at least initially, it's because they're like, oh, well, I don't have Polaris to see and figure out which way north is anymore. What am I going to do now?
Oh, well, this was, I think they already had like pretty extensive nautical almanacs by then that had like the, you know, the southern stars mapped out. But yeah, you know, I need to look into it. As soon as I find it, I will post the information. I remember who it was that was telling me about it, so maybe I can contact them. But you know what's interesting? Like, surely, like, tons of people would have circumnavigated around Antarctica by now. Surely it would be like a big thing, right? Like, actually circumnavigated around it where they can see the coastline, or you know.
Isn't there
what I find
a race that occurs where they speedboat around?
Yeah, but they
Antarctica?
don't go anywhere near Antarctica, really. Like, if you have a look at their path, I don't think they can even see it.
They don't see
and
that. They want one where they can see.
And you look up like online, like circumnavigations around Antarctica, and there's a bunch of links, and it looks like a bunch of people have done it. And then once you click into the links, it's like people that proposed to do it but never actually, you know, went ahead with the trip. And then the only other one I sort of saw was like an unmanned type of ship, like a RC type boat or something that went around apparently. But yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, same thing with the north-south circumnavigation thing. You know, the only ones that have been done, they kind of go down to around where the South Pole is, and they kind of do a U-turn and come back up again. And like the Guinness World Record, you know, that's what they did. I think it was called the ZQ Pilot or something like that. You know, they went down and then they just kind of turn around and they come back up. Same with One More Orbit. They did the same thing. So it's weird. Like no one seems to go down and then just like keep going, you know, south and come back
Yeah, you'd think with today's technology, it wouldn't be that big of a hurdle to come over. Like, assuming we're right about the globe Earth, of course. Uh,
Yeah.
so I actually do find that kind of upsetting for me. Like, why hasn't anyone done this? Like, by now, like we've had east to west circumnavigation since by plane since I forget when it was first done. I know Amelia Earhart tried it, and then it was eventually completed at some point, but it's been a long time since then, and no one's tried to actually go north south. I'm just
Yeah, it's interesting.
a bit baffled.
And then they did the first north-south circumnavigation. And they did it they said they did it in orbit or whatever pretty recently. Did you see that? And the footage is
Okay, I
just
think I have heard something about that. I
yeah, the
haven't looked at
footage.
it.
It's such a letdown, right? Like, I mean, I thought I was going to see something when I looked at the footage. I'm like, okay, this will be interesting. I'm going to get to watch them fly over Antarctica, but it's such a letdown. It's kind of funny. The footage is just ridiculous. Yeah.
I mean, it's just difficult. I mean, I understand why they don't normally just put satellites into orbit north-south, because, like, at least on the globe Earth model, it's it would require a lot more energy to put satellite into such an orbit than it would to just make it go in the same direction that the Earth is spinning.
Yeah.
We haven't even addressed the elephant in the room. Gravity is supposed to pull things together, not create orbits. What's that about?
Well, I mean, okay, so the idea of gravity isn't just to pull things together. It's basically an influence that accelerates objects that are within the gravitational effects of whatever's causing the gravity. So it just causes an acceleration, and so objects going in like a circular path are experiencing a constant. Well, it's not exactly constant, but it's I'll use the term constant loosely here. It's a constant acceleration towards the center of the circular path. So objects moving in a circle are experiencing acceleration.
Right, but not in the direction that gravity's supposed to be causing it. Not
Actually,
always.
it is.
Not at every part of the orbit.
I believe it is, even for elliptical orbits.
For all orbits, there'll be a point in every single part of that circumference. At some point, it's going away from a mass in order to create an orbit. Otherwise, it would just be attracted to it, right?
No, okay, so here, let's just assume a circular orbit for now, since that makes, I guess, the math easier. So, like, the objects moving, basically, like, if you were to, I guess, if you imagine you take on the perspective of, a planet, for example, like, the Earth, I don't know, in the heliocentric model. If you look toward the sun, that's the direction gravity's pulling. And if you look 90 degrees away from that in the direction of the planet's motion, that's, that, I guess I'm trying to paint that as the perspective we're looking at, right? There's the direction toward the sun, which is just perpendicular to
Motion is where you have the problem, and I think that might be what's tripping you up, because what's causing the motion in the first place? Supposed to be gravity.
Well, I
So if there's any
I'm
motion
sure
away
there's probably
from
a lot more than that. Huh? Like, I don't know, like we don't really like when we're thinking about this circular orbit, we don't really think too much at the moment like what set it in that motion initially. Like that's another story that, that can be addressed later. But as the Earth is already in this trajectory, um, there's an acceleration pointing toward the sun would cause the Earth's motion to tilt more kind of toward the sun, but it still has its forward momentum. It's like in the Earth's position from the sun and its trajectory happen to be just lined up, um, so that it can make its nearly circular orbit around the sun, where the acceleration is always pointing perpendicular to its um, current trajectory. Sorry, I'm like stumbling through my words here. So yeah, you can try to argue like, oh, that's a huge coincidence that, like, oh, the Earth just happens to be going at just the right speed and the right direction at the right distance from the sun to be making this nice, neat orbit. There's all sorts of like astrophysics that try to like explain how like the planar or I'm sorry, the planetary disk forms, and I don't understand all the math for it myself, but they have come up with some sort of explanation for how the interplanetary disk I think that's what it's called, forms into planets and then it just continues to go around the sun.
I mean, I'm a bit busy, so I can't give you a long response, but there's a hell of a lot of assumptions in there, brother. I'm just talking about how gravity's supposed to work and what we're observing don't match. You have to invoke something unexplainable or, not detectable. I don't know, DJ, do you want to speak on the point I'm making or take the convo elsewhere? See, whichever way you look at it, unless you've got a constant force, ongoing force, then the eventual constant force of gravity will take over any of these starter movements or forces that you're imagining that happened or started the universe in motion. Well, eventually that gravity is going to take over, so we would see a difference, a change, a bit like a Coriolis effect. If there was a Coriolis effect, there'd be a force in one direction that eventually would take over. Yeah, I'm going to withdraw because, as you can see, I'm a bit busy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the conversation has gotten to where it's just, that we're trying to, like there is a lot of assumptions and we have to imagine what happened, supposedly millions or billions of years ago. And it's just kind of like, too bad we're too late to observe those things. But Yeah, too many icebergs. Yeah. Too many problems. Which is why I understand the skepticism, honestly. But
Yeah, sorry, Roots. I was playing a very short time length chess game, so I couldn't speak.
No worries, bro. I hope you won.
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah.
Very good.
1 minute chess games are pretty chaotic.
Oh yeah, I can't. I need like more than just split second reaction times to really make a good
Yeah, look,
decision.
it takes I used to only play like 60-minute games, and then I'd play 30-minute games, and I would like run out of time and stuff. And then I was like, oh shit, I don't know how people can play like 5-minute games. That's crazy. And then I started playing like 10-minute games. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And then 5-minute games, and then 3-minute games. But then I played like thousands of 1-minute games. And then all of a sudden I went back to like 3 or 5-minute games, and it's like super boring. I'm like sitting there waiting for the person to move. It seems like it goes forever. But yeah, you definitely get better over time just practicing at the 1-minute games. It's definitely helpful, right? It helps you out in a lot of like slightly longer games. If it comes down to the wire and you've got like a minute
Oh
left,
yeah.
they've got a
Like,
minute left, and they're not used to these 1 minute like reaction times, you can just crush them on time in the last minute easily.
true.
But yeah, it's a fun game, chess. Vivek's very good at chess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would consider myself fairly average.
Yeah, me too.
But I get worse at speedier games.
Yeah.
I do a bit better when the timer's at least maybe 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. You can calculate, better that way. You don't have to rely on memorization.
Yeah, I've lost too many games trying to do 5 minutes. I just can't think fast enough.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Like, yeah, I get it. Like with practice, yeah, I'm sure those people had way more practice than I had, but
yeah. Oh yeah, if I check how many 1-minute games I've played, it's probably an embarrassing amount. Let me check. It's yeah, like 8,000 games. And then I played Vivek, and my rating's like 1900, and then his rating was just over 2000, but I noticed he'd played like 21,000 1-minute games. I was like, damn, I thought I played too much.
you can definitely crank out more games if you play fast ones.
Yeah, still, I mean, that's still a lot of time to play that many thousands. But yeah, Vivek crushed me like 7 games in a row or something.
I'm sure you can improve.
Yeah, I'll get there. I haven't been playing long.
Actually, I'm curious if anyone, like, I know you've mentioned on the flat Earth side, there's some math experts, physics experts. Like, I wonder, like, is there a meteorology expert that I could get in touch with.
Well, we have one that's I think he still thinks the Earth's a globe. I'm not sure if if he's just saying that, but he comes in and debates against against the globe earthers quite often. And his name's Brandon. He's a meteorologist. We talk to him quite often. He knows quite a lot of stuff. It's his career, so
Oh yeah,
you can
I
catch
see.
him sometimes in the politics server.
Okay, because I've come up with some math that can get the light to bend around up to like like just based on my very naive assumptions. I can get the light to bend around like 26 miles of Earth curvature, but like I have no way of knowing if any assumptions of my mathematical model are like plausible, like if the atmospheric effects can even achieve this.
Well, when it comes to the bending of the light, I mean, you're talking about refractive index differences, right?
Right. Yes.
And that would be primarily caused by temperature.
Yeah, temperature and density, I think, but
Well, the
usually
temperature, the temperature will,
observation.
the temperature will cause the density to be different.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's like the primary cause of the miraging effects or atmospheric refraction. Pretty much the same kind of thing.
I'm just trying really desperately to find like what is the like typical range of values for the refractive index. I'm really struggling to find like a good source, especially over these ranges of like 20 miles. Like how much can it plausibly change in that distance?
Well, someone that claims to be an expert. I'll just post a couple of clips I took in the side chat. So I've seen quite a lot of sources where they say that, obviously standard atmospheric refraction would be 7 to 8%. And then the experts say most often that under extreme conditions, it would be up to like 10 to 15%, but that would be much, much rarer. So yeah, have a look at those two clips. They only go for like 20 seconds each or something like that, right? This is someone that's professor or whatever, engineer.
I just had a funny thought. You need so many coincidences for the globes. They should call it the coincidence-centric model.
I like it.
It's actually really hard to say.
Coincidence trick. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
You
Oh
listen
yeah,
to
I do hear that.
those?
Like, yeah. Although would want to question what he means exactly by reduce curvature by 7-10%.
No, he means
I wonder
right, he means that if the horizon is should be 3 miles away, then if you take refraction into consideration, it could allow you to see like 7 to 10% beyond the curvature, right? Beyond where the geometric horizon location would be.
Right, and like I guess my other interpretation of, at least the other way I can think of to interpret that, would be instead of a radius of 3,959, it would be a radius that's either, I don't know, like 10%. Let's see, you said it would
Yeah, I think
reduce
it's 7 over 6 R.
or 10%.
Yeah,
So
10% larger.
So, like, does that equate to the same thing as just seeing only 7 or 10% further out, or does that allow you to actually see a lot further than that?
I don't think so. The thing is, right, like most of these people, I mean, even this guy, and many physicists that I've spoken to before, they really don't know what they're talking about when they say the word refraction. So, I mean, when they're talking about atmospheric refraction, right, it's not going to just allow you to see further, right? It could be closer. Most like if atmospheric refraction is essentially a series of mirage effects, right? And it's just based on the vertical temperature gradient, which in turn creates a gradient with the refractive index, right? Because like if you have cooler layer above the surface of the water, it's more dense, the gas is more condensed, right? So its optical density is higher, so the refractive index is higher. And then as it gradually cools down as you go up in altitude, it's going to create that particular effect. In that situation, it would be the objects in the distance would be displaced downward. And then obviously if it was an inverted gradient, they would be displaced upward.
Right.
So what we find, right? So if we go and make an observation over some area where we have like a very harsh, like a drastic gradient where it goes from like much warmer air to much cooler air. For example, if you get down close to a footpath or a road surface where it's been heated up by the sun and you look along the road surface, you'll get very distinct miraging effects, right? So you'll get an inferior mirage where you can see like a mirroring surface on the road, and then if there's anything like beyond that mirroring effect that you can see, it will look like it's sinking down like into the road. I'll put a couple of examples in the side chat. So once we get like a steep gradient, we start encountering miraging effects, whether it be an inferior mirage or a superior mirage, right, or a fata morgana. It's only when we have like that slight difference in the refractive index where it's like a little bit warmer and then it gets a little bit cooler, right? That's when you'll have like less extreme versions of the superior mirage and the inferior mirage, right? So like that would be for the inferior mirage, it would be called sinking, where an object in the distance will like look like it's lower than what it normally would be or where it's actually at. And then if you have the opposite of sinking, right, which would be the less extreme version of a superior mirage, it'll look like something's a little bit higher than what it should. And that's and other than that, there's only towering and stooping. So that's all of the mirages, right? You've got the fata morgana, you've got the superior, the inferior mirage, and then you've got the which are the opposite of each other, right? The inferior and superior are opposite of each other. And then you've got sinking and looming, which is just less extreme versions of superior and inferior mirage. And then you've just got the towering and stooping where it looks like something's stretched out or squished. Now, when you have those harsh refractive index changes, you have either an inferior or superior mirage, right? And once again, like the fata morgana is like super noticeable, and that's actually a form of like an extreme form of superior mirage and super noticeable. So when we have that harsh difference in temperature gradient, right, that's when we see the very, very obvious miraging effects take place. It's only when you have that very gradual gradient where you see a little bit of like looming or sinking. And that's essentially what atmospheric refraction is, right? It's just when you have a difference in the refractive index through a single medium, like air in this case. So, I mean, it's very difficult to pinpoint, right? Because if you're doing a 20-mile observation, it's most likely not going to be very uniform with the temperature all the way from point A to point B. You might have an inverted temperature gradient at 4 miles, right? And then the complete opposite, right? It might invert again when it's at 8 miles. And then you could have a pocket, right? Pockets of air and things like that. So that's why quite often you get like a soup of these miraging effects where you'll get a whole bunch of them all thrown in together, and it makes it very, very difficult to gauge exactly what's going on. But what we know is that, you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So
it's very hard pressed to like actually like take all the measurements you need across 20 miles to be able to predict what type of miraging effects to expect on any given moment.
Exactly. And that's essentially like refraction. What they're talking about is the atmospheric refraction. So when the globe side's making these observations that are hyper specific, where they're like, okay, I'm looking at something 2 miles away and it's 2 inches lower than what it should be, so therefore it matches up with the curvature of the Earth, right? And they haven't taken all of these specific refractive index differences into consideration over that distance. So they're just cherry picking a particular point, a particular part of the observation they've done, basically. Like they haven't confirmed that it's actually Earth curvature that's causing that object to be 2 inches lower. So it's not a very good argument, in my opinion, whereas we're not really making those hyper-specific claims when we're showing these observations. Like when we're showing the observations, what we know is that there's not a crazy refractive index gradient because we don't have those inferior mirage effects. We don't have the Fata Morgana or the superior mirage happening, right? That's what happens when you have like the harsh differences in temperature that are going to cause like crazy effects. Now, like what the globe side can't do is show like a small scale demonstration of what they're claiming in many of these observations, where it's like the 8-foot oil rig observation at all.
8 foot? No, I'm not familiar with an 8-foot one.
Have a look. This is a good example of just what I'm talking about, right? So this would be awesome if the globe side could set up a small scale demonstration to show that this what they're claiming could actually happen in reality, because we can replicate all of those known miraging effects on a smaller scale, and then we can take time-lapse photography of looking out over water, and we can see as the temperatures and stuff change during the day, we see all of this stooping and looming and sinking and all these different miraging effects take place, right? Just like this soup of atmospheric refraction. But what we never see is what the globe earthers are claiming happens when we take these long distance observations, right? Which is the geometric horizon. Right, so here's the example I was talking about. Okay, so the geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles away from this 8-foot observation height. Now, if we were to do a hypothetical right now and say, okay, if we were to remove all of the atmosphere, right, the globe earther would have to agree that the horizon line is at exactly 3.46 miles away, right? Anything that goes beyond that goes behind the horizon, depending on the height of it as it moves away, right? But that's where the actual horizon line would appear, 3.46 miles. It has to be there. So just adding the atmosphere back in, right? They're claiming that somehow the horizon line has popped up behind the oil platforms, right? And it's completely undetectable where it actually is. So everything is just perfectly flattening itself out, right? Uniformly over the entire surface of the water, right? Over over like however many miles this is out, right? More than 10, because the second oil platform's 10, right? So everything's just perfectly like flattening itself out everywhere, as if it's like this perfect uniform refractive index that's somehow flattening it out. Now, what the globe side can't do is show like a small scale demonstration of this happening where you set up this scenario, right? You get like a curved surface and you put like a mock-up object beyond the horizon. Okay, so that second oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. The bottom 30 foot of it should be obstructed. Now, set up a little curved surface, put a mock-up oil platform in the distance, and then they do whatever you want, right? Start adding in different temperatures, humidity, whatever you want to do, and then have this effect happen where everything flattens out, right? The geometric horizon that you've created completely disappears and then pops up behind the oil, like behind the object, right? Or the oil, the mock-up oil platform. I say that's completely impossible. And I just don't think that that's a good argument from the globe side to say that that's possible for that to happen. But yeah, I'm definitely open to being proven wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, you remind me of a video I've seen actually, but it may not satisfy you though, because instead of using, it's kind of small scale like what you're saying, and it does pop something up over like a horizon, but
Yeah,
it
that's
does
all right.
so
I got it here.
conditions and
Is this
water.
the one? Is this the one you're talking about?
No. Actually,
Oh,
what is
okay, I'd
that?
like to see the one you're talking about, right? So yeah, with this one, they got like a pipe and they pour some kind of like super dense gas or something like that over the top of the pipe, and then there's like a little red thing that's obscured behind the pipe, and it kind of pops up for a second, kind of looms up for a second, but yeah, this
Okay. That's that. I can't
but
explain
that's
that one to be honest, but okay, that's quite interesting.
it is interesting, but it's kind of matches like what would happen with like looming.
Right, but like, how is it? Because there's a red thing behind.
Yeah.
But how is the green thing not obstructing our view of it? Okay, the light must be.
Look, there's a full video of it somewhere, but I don't know. I need to find the full video where they show the setup, because I don't know what the green thing is.
Let's see if I can find.
Red ring around the green thing. Okay.
Oh, you know what? I think I may have seen it on
But
TikTok.
what this isn't doing, what this observation isn't doing, the horizon distance isn't changing, right? That's the whole claim here. Like this black swan observation above it, right? It's a horizon test, so it's not a looming test, right? I don't think people shouldn't be denying that looming can happen, right? It's like looming up for a second.
Yeah.
But it's not like making the horizon pop up behind the object, right? And then flattening out everything.
Right. I see.
You know what I mean?
Hey DJ, you used to live in a humid environment, right? Like the Gold Coast or something?
Yeah, super humid.
Yeah. I used to live in Hawaii when I was a kid. And I
Yep,
remember
same
once
thing.
looking out past Pearl Harbor, and I remember seeing this white ship, and it looked like it was floating up in space. And it was some crazy superloom. I did
Yeah.
like a double or triple take. I'm like, that looks like a spaceship. But no, it was like a big battleship, or they don't have those anymore, but a massive naval vessel way out there. And it
Oh,
was
yeah.
weird, like almost looking up and seeing it.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's almost like when they see those cities in the sky or something like that.
Yeah, that can't happen on a globe.
Yeah, I don't feel like it could.
Yeah, you're going to need a containment for all that air pressure. I didn't mean to butt in. I was enjoying the conversation. Felt like interjecting.
No, you're right.
Optical effects are so complicated that nobody really fully understands them. There does not exist like a single atmospheric refraction model that anybody can actually work with. There is like 5 that I've come across in my readings. They don't all jive with each other. And when people go out and do tests, they end up having to create their own model many cases to explain their observations. And when they do it, they'll pick a little bit of this. They'll take a little bit of turbulence. They'll sprinkle a little bit of conventional refraction in there to account for the curvature of the Earth. And then they'll play with the numbers until they get something backfitted just right, and they'll claim victory. They'll call it a brand new refraction model. This is important to do for communications, particularly like a microwave that is affected almost like light is in the air. Bends and bounces and pings around all over the place, scatters. But also for like if you could imagine military applications for infrared heat seeking and laser designated targeting and all kinds of fancy stuff like that. They need a reliable way to model the air so that they can do pinpointed communications. And it's somewhat elusive. It's one of the reasons I think we don't have laser guns.
Yeah, that's interesting. Sporadic, have you seen this Globy McGlobeface refraction video? I'm just sort of
gosh. No, I've talked to him a couple times actually. I know who he is.
Well, he's using the Chicago skyline as the example. It's completely different to the black swan observation that we're talking about, right? Because we have the it's a horizon test, right? This is more of like a looming type situation when it comes to like the Chicago skyline rebuttal.
Boy, that's what I don't get. I don't get it. Like it doesn't make sense when you really unpack it. You and I have talked about this before, DJ, and so have others too. I've heard Indio say the same thing. If you're staring at what appears to be a flat and stable Earth, such as the Chicago skyline, and you're assuming it's a mirage, you're assuming it's refracted up or whatever, you're looking over tens of square miles, potentially hundreds of square miles of curving terrain if you think you're on a globe. And all the light that is reflecting off of that curving surface to reach your eye, because that's how you see, right? You're seeing reflected light unless you're looking at the sun or the source. All that reflected light is hitting your eye if you want to consider it like ray paths with the ray model, trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of rays across that entire distance, hundreds of square miles, are curving at different rates of curvature over a curving surface and flattening them out, conspiring together to produce this amazing field of view that is completely flat. There has to be a physical mechanism involved in the medium that's doing this. There has to be some reason for that light to alter its path in such a way, and for all trillions and trillions of rays to alter their path in a very specific way to produce a very flat and stable image that gives you the appearance of a flat Earth that doesn't appear to be miraged over hundreds of miles, tens and tens and tens of miles squared. That is a very big claim to make. That is an extraordinary claim, and I need extraordinary evidence that that's occurring.
Yeah. So, no, I completely agree. So I mean, it's this example with the.
You know what else it means, DJ? If you move backwards from your position, you won't hit it just right to see it that way. Because then the light will continue to curve down and it will be refracted upwards even more. In other words, if you're to then like spin 180 degrees and look in the opposite direction, as those rays of light continue on their paths, the Earth should look super curved.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, good point.
Right?
Hey, do we know
Right.
why the second YouTube bot is on server mute?
Not a clue.
That's Helios one?
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, what do you think
Does it
about
even ever?
that, Just Ross? What we were just talking about.
Oh yeah, the way you described it as like the light conspiring to look flat. I do agree. Yeah, it would appear because I think under like our like a simplified model of how like the refractive index works, like you would expect that if there was enough of a gradient, like if the I guess yeah, if there was enough change in the refractive index, like there should be a point where it could even like I think there's a number you can calculate, like if it's this much exactly, then it will look flat. If it's greater than that, it'll look concave, and if it's less than that, or it'll look convex, or maybe I got it flipped the other way around, but
No, it's true.
but
And it would have to
yeah.
be at a certain distance, right? Because at what point does it stop lifting up the horizon in the distance and goes back to normal curvature again? Right? So you should even see that. You should see like a cliff potentially. And all of this is going to be extremely dependent on your unique position, your point on the surface at specific time and specific meteorological conditions that are doing this. And what's amazing is it's not a simple curve. It's actually a complex curve that the light is going to have to take in order to straighten out the curve into your field of view. It's not going to take just one curve to do it. It's going to require multiple curves. It's going to recurve.
Are you guys talking about distance to horizon observations?
Yeah, long distance
Yeah.
observations and the impossibility of terrestrial refraction accounting for flat Earth. Just on a statistical basis.
Shouldn't that be calculable? Because I'm just listening to you guys. I'm thinking, hang on, that should be calculable. Okay, so you've got an amount of dip, right? That would be the geometric horizon, right? All right. You work out where that would be in the field of view, right? Angularly, right? So because that's got to be there, like at whatever distance, maybe a little bit displaced, but not much, right? So work out where that's going to be, right, in your field of view in relation to eye level, right? And then see where the actual horizon you see, the visual horizon is, right? Where you're seeing its angular thing, right? So the globers should be able to work out how much refraction is going to lift your apparent horizon up angularly, like and where it will appear in relation to eye level, right?
Yeah, you can back it in with any math you want. It's whether or not the meteorological conditions exist to do it. As I was explaining earlier, it's not a simple curve that'll do it. The reason being, if it was a simple curve, just an arc of bending, it means you're going to be seeing more of the tops of distant objects. In other words, it's going to supposedly tilt the angle of view. It's going to take the horizon, which from your perspective is going to be plane parallel to your optical axis. And it's going to tilt it if it's a simple curve. Thereby, you would be seeing more of the tops of objects. Mathematically, this would be the same as if refraction were taking you in your position where you're standing still and lifting you up 30, 40, 50, 60 feet into the air. And that's not what's being presented in claims of refracted images that present flat Earth from curvature. What's being presented is still an edge on perpendicular to normal surfaces over a flat distance. This means that you're not dealing with a simple curve claim, you're dealing with a complex curve claim. The curve is going to have to recurve on itself at least one extra time. 2 extra times, I think, actually. Right? You're thinking like linear algebra.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, if like in order to the further out you'd want to see on a globe Earth, the number of times you'd have to bend the light would have to increase to be
Right.
able to
In
make
order
it.
to see things straight on. Otherwise, with one curve, you're going to have produce a model that allows you to see the roof of a distant object that's taller than you.
Well, yeah, that would require the most extreme.
Well, but that's what's being claimed with 7/6R, terrestrial refraction. It's that ridiculous. Yeah. People don't think about the mathematical, the geometric consequences. I love geometry because it's more than just, funny shapes and curves and stuff. It's actually a system of logic that's embedded within it.
This is
go ahead.
Well, this observation, right? This is a good example of 21 miles, no horizon, 5-foot observer height. Geometric horizon distance 2.73 miles. I want to see someone set this up on a small scale where you can set up the same kind of thing, right? Like the shoreline on the other side of the lake would have to be hidden behind 221 feet of earth curvature behind the 2.7 mile horizon. I would challenge anyone to set up a small scale 2.7 mile equivalent horizon, 225 feet or whatever, 221 feet shoreline on the other side, right, of the body of water, right, below the horizon. I want to see someone be able to completely just do whatever they want with the conditions, with the temperature and the humidity and whatnot, right, and just completely have the horizon just be completely hidden and the entire surface just flattened out and there be zero obstruction whatsoever and zero miraging, like zero noticeable miraging effects whatsoever. Like, I think that is complete, like beyond impossible and such a ridiculous claim to even think that would be possible to do.
Wherever the tangent to the curve is supposed to be in this image, wherever that's supposed to be, you're still looking plane parallel to your optical axis across it. Again, for there to be a refraction claim of some kind, some optical distortion claim, you're going to have to introduce complex curvature, not simple curvature, to account for it. And all those trillions of light rays must be conspiring together to produce a coherent, stable, and flat plane. That is just astounding. What are the chances?
And it's not just during this observation, right? They stay there and they do the observation again, right, at nighttime. And it looks exactly the same.
I bet if they were to do it in infrared, it would look the same with more clarity.
Exactly. Yep.
I've never seen a glober present infrared observations of the curvature, not even once. But I've got tons of examples of the opposite.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, they don't look significantly different. I mean, like, it doesn't really look like anything's really being displaced that significantly, right?
Man, one of my favorite infrared proofs was conducted by NATO under a contract with the Naval Research Laboratory of the United States. Man, I don't have my documents available, but you can look this up. It was called the Sapphire Trials, SAPPHIRE, Sapphire Trials. They had two teams, one from the Netherlands and one from Germany, as NATO partners come to the United States. They went to the Chesapeake Bay, just outside of Baltimore, Maryland. That's really close to the nation's capital, by the way. And on the opposite side of the Chesapeake Bay, they had a tower, and they erected a series of lights from low to high. And they made sure that the lowest light was behind the curvature of the Earth. They presented all the calculations in their papers. I confirmed their calculations using Earth curvature calculators that all made sense. And this was done in 2008 before flat Earth was even a thing. The reason why they positioned a light that was really low to the ground behind the curvature of the Earth is they wanted to use this as a control. What they were doing is they were studying what's called the marine layer and the refractive indexes of the atmosphere throughout the day and night, over a body of water over a distance of, gosh, I don't know, several miles. And they set up an infrared television camera on the opposite end. I mean, really high definition. It's actually really cool. They captured video and they ran this thing for days. So what happened is in the infrared camera, they could actually see the lowest light, which as a control, they had purposefully positioned underneath the curvature horizon of Earth. Throughout the day and night, they could see the lights all shift up and shift down as you would expect, you know, as the warm and cold layers of air exchange with each other. But they could see all the lights, including the one behind the curvature of the Earth, all the time. Why was that? In fact, they finagled with it and they were getting pissed off and they called the situation cursed. They said, this is a cursed situation. In their final report that they furnished to the Naval Research Laboratory, they said, we specifically tried to identify the geometric curvature horizon of Earth with this setup and we couldn't do it. These are surveyors in the military. They're not your civil engineers out there spending nice days in the sun surveying land to build a bridge or an airport runway. These are surveyors who are used to getting shot at while they're trying to survey a battlefield. You know what I mean? They have high-tech equipment. They have the best education, the best field training and practice that money can buy.
And higher standards.
Higher standards, you bet. And they couldn't measure the curvature of the Earth in infrared when they tried.
Yep. All of that's in the side chat there as well. All the link to the PDF and some citations out of it.
I've got a couple of minutes. I'm going to grab some screenshots and post them. Okay, here's from a document. Here's the setup of the towers as viewed from the infrared camera on the other side of the bay. All right, I'm going to switch over from push to talk to voice chat. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So that's from the report showing the dimensions and also the length, 16.2 kilometers across the Chesapeake Bay where they were at that location. Let me grab the other stuff here. Okay, here's some of the equipment they used. Let me get to the good stuff.
Is this all from the PDF?
Yeah, there are two PDFs. I'll post them now.
Okay, awesome.
There you go. There are the two PDFs. All right, let's continue. All right, here is one image. See how this configuration matches the schematic? There's a little light just above the surface of the water on the left side. See that? That was their control. Right here. They could not only see the light that was supposed to be behind the curvature of the Earth, but they could see a space between the light and the surface because it was mounted on a tripod. And that blackness is the water in infrared. Check that out.
Okay.
Let me continue.
Although I'm not sure why the infrared is important here.
Infrared mitigates refraction claims. Light does not refract much at all in infrared. It's barely there.
I suppose it just depends on what particular frequency of infrared.
That's true. Is the longer you go, the less it is. But it's a good way to mitigate all these claims that there's all this atmospheric distortion all over the place. I mean, granted, there was some here. There's always going to be a little bit but under extreme conditions. And they purposefully engineered extreme conditions, right? They're viewing just above the marine layer of a bay in one of the most humid, swampy areas of the United States outside of Louisiana. So keep that in mind. All right, let me continue grabbing some stuff here. Let's see. From one of the reports, the position of the tripod light was chosen to be behind the geometrical horizon, i.e., it is not observable during subrefraction, but only during superrefraction conditions. In other words, we shouldn't see this unless the light is being lifted up. All right. So you can see in the image directly above that I grabbed from the Earth curvature calculator, I plugged in the target distance and the eye heights. And I have the target hidden height.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that tripod
Okay, yeah.
5 meters off the ground? Hell no. It was at the water surface on a tiny tripod.
That tripod shows, yeah, 5.8 meters here on the diagram, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the target hidden height.
Right.
Hear this. We compared the curse. I said that they called it cursed. We compared the curse of the apparent elevation of the tripod light with with what was measured at different locations, so on and so forth. You know what they ended up having to do? They created their own refraction model. They were taking temperature readings of the water and of the air at different locations all across wherever they could during the entire study. You know what they did? They fudged the margin of error by 2 orders of magnitude. They opened up their allowable tolerance for error by 2 decimal places of temperature in order to fit the observation into a globe model.
This is what happens when academics go out and do what that flat earthers have been doing, but not because the flat earthers have been doing. Their intention was something completely different, motivated by their own, investigation or whatever they would. What were they exactly trying to do?
They were studying the infrared optics and specific wavelengths, and how much image distortion is apparent due to super and sub refraction. Right? I really hate that term. We all do. And even the people that use it, like those NATO guys, hated saying refraction because they're smart enough to know that this isn't the law of refraction. But this is just what's in common parlance.
But was the ultimate goal to improve military standards, military equipment, better targeting systems, that sort of thing?
Suppose you need pinpoint precision of pencil beam radio waves, masers. You're going to want to have a good model that can account for the different conditions. So, I mean, that's my guess. They often won't tell you the ultimate goal of what they're doing because they themselves might not be known due to compartmentalization. Regardless, these are the results. They explained in their documents how they had to move the error tolerances over 2 orders of magnitude to accommodate the globe.
What year was this conducted?
Where?
What year was it conducted?
2008, 2009, over the Chesapeake Bay.
Oh, shit. Wow.
Yeah, before all the flat Earth stuff.
Right.
Dude, yeah, this is one of my favorite flat Earth proofs because it shows the frustration. And listen, what these academics do with backfitting models and stuff, they had no idea someday that like some flat earthers with, an academic background would come in and evaluate their work. And now they're fucked. Yeah, how about that?
Couple
That's
of
one of
cool
my
examples of, infrared versus no infrared.
Yeah, and from what I understand, so that they were measuring the deviation between the different wavelengths, right? Is that what they're doing, Spread?
No, they weren't measuring different wavelengths. They were trying to measure the degree to which visible light from these emitters on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay were being displaced under specific marine conditions just over the surface of the water. They set up the lowest light on the bottom left. If you scroll up, you might have missed this part. I did this whole lead into it. They had a tower with lights going up, and then they had a tripod with a light at the shoreline. And they purposefully set this up to be behind the geometric horizon of the Earth. I posted the screen capture from one of the documents where they described what they were doing. They said, we positioned this lowest light to be behind the curvature of the Earth, which should only be apparent during conditions in which super refraction, in other words, looming, is going on. And it was apparent without that condition present. And they called it cursed. I plugged in their distances and heights into the Earth curvature calculator, and it completely checked out. Their math was spot on. You could see the light, and you could see a space below the light where it's mounted on the tripod, and you could see the water below it at the shoreline.
I see that. Yeah, I see the snapshot.
Freaking bad it was for them.
And
Yeah.
over what distance is this?
16.2 kilometers.
Okay. Nice.
The heights also given. I forgot what it was. This is
So
it's now a few years old. I need to bone up on this because I think I need to talk about it more because it's freaking awesome. There are two reports that were furnished by two different teams. They both had the same problem. There was a Dutch team and a German team, NATO partners, that the U.S. Naval Research Lab had come over. And these are, like I said, military surveyors, battlefield surveyors. They're having to twist dials and turn theodolites by millirads on a battlefield while being shot at and blown up, and their friends, getting turned into paste and putty. They're having to keep cool under pressure and do all of this, right? These are the kind of people we're dealing with. They
So this
aren't
wasn't
civil engineers.
because I thought you were referring to that the 150 kilometer one or whatever it was. Was it 150 kilometers? 150 more?
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
seems
that's another one.
in all of these observations, right, that I've ever seen, and I've seen so many, we never see anything close to what we would expect to see if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, it's funny. We have some Globers that come in here who follow us around like lost fanboys. And they'll go buy theodolites off of eBay, and they'll go do these observations, and they'll come at us with spreadsheets and pictures they've taken and say, see, Earth's a globe. And we're like, yo, dude, sit down. Not only do we have professional surveyors on our team who think you're all are clowns, but we can refer to the US freaking military who are trying to find geometric curvature with infrared theodolites, and they can't fucking do it. So you idiots with your Fisher-Price secondhand theodolites that you got from a kid's toy store is not going to measure up to the kind of professionalism and the rigor that we've got from not only our staff, but the U.S. freaking military. Anyway, I got to mow the lawn. I'm going to be listening.
All right, man. No worries. Maybe Jesse Path of Lies needs to get one of these infrared theodolites.
Yeah. So from the report, I see that the temperature was lowered from the 0 to a -1 for it to fit into that kind of a thing, right? So
They had
did
a
they change the standard?
0.01 or something margin of error, and they expanded it to 1 or something. Yep, you're seeing the part that I found earlier.
Yeah, I see where it says temperature, right? So it's like instead of 0 degrees Celsius, it's -1. They modified it, measured at MBB by -1 degree Celsius.
Yeah,
So
right.
at
They
0
didn't
degrees
measure that
Celsius,
temperature. They didn't measure it. They said that's what it should be.
yes, exactly. They're just
That's
saying
called
that
data
our
fitting. That is called data
exactly,
fitting.
yes,
In
yes.
academia, you would not get your doctoral thesis
Yeah, that's
approved.
a lie. That's just a lie. That's like saying I assume that it will happen
Exactly.
without proving it.
It's also isn't it
This
like
is
Texas
bullshit.
sharpshooter
Yes, if
fallacy?
it's
Yeah.
well said, T-Dub. That is exactly what it is. Texas sharpshooter. For those that don't know, this is when you take a blind man, give him a gun, and he shoots a bunch of bullets on a wall, and then he walks up to the wall and circles a bunch of bullets and says, "There, I meant to shoot those, and I got 100% of them inside the circle."
Right. Without counting how many you actually fired. So the
Yeah,
accuracy is not in question. It's just the
right.
target.
It's an ad hoc fallacy in the most general sense.
Okay. Yeah, Texas sharpshooter. Yeah, it was something similar they did with the water crystals of what's his name, the Japanese guy, Doctor
I don't know.
Something. His name sounds like one of the cities somewhere. I think it's in Peru. Basically, he says that the water, if you speak to it, or like the energy that's around the water, affects the crystals or the molecules of the water. And then he produced photos showing the crystals.
Oh, he
Now,
cherry picked them.
exactly. So this is what people are saying. Like out of 100, he just chose maybe 2, and they're like all these beautiful crystals, and he ignored the rest. So there was that kind of a thing. Yeah, he was cherry picking them. He basically sells water. He's got a website now, like holy water and like good water and stuff like that. Sells it in bottles in Japan for like $20 or something a bottle.
Sounds like a charlatan.
Yep. He got his degree from online from University of somewhere in Tamil
University
Nadu.
of Togo and Benin in Africa.
It was actually in India, but like it was busted for like selling their degrees and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you
Yeah.
mean. Yeah, listen,
So
man, we've got so many examples like the one I presented to you, where you know it's just boggles the mind. How is it that professionals can be in this field and not
yeah.
wonder what the nature of Earth is after they go through all of this?
So basically, they don't want to tire their mind. And I'm thinking, for example, if certain people were to apply where they actually needed these kind of calculations, right? And they were like, this is what the report was meant to be, like from this study. They are going to be taught that there's a different formula that you're going to use, and it stays within them. So it's more like you're saying, and you're not really saying, that it's a secret for you, just for your field. So if you're like a sniper and you're supposed to shoot over water to like a certain distance, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers or more, to an island, let's say a certain spot, he would be taught differently that there is,
Yes.
like in reality, he would be taught like there is no curvature. And they would not apply these kind of studies to say, oh, there was a refraction and stuff like that. But
Lord
he
of
would
the
need to
Rings,
put a
I
2
haven't
and 2
met you
together.
before, but I like you, my brother. I love how you have the technical mind to be able to dig into the same documents that I did, and you immediately saw what I saw. Where have you been our entire lives, and why aren't you a gold status or moderator status on 24/7 Flat Earth?
I can't be here so much, but I'm really loving it because like the info that is coming in, I'm good at connecting it. I'm genetically a big picture guy. So I need to get the small pictures from people, and I know how to connect them. So
Well done, Touche.
microscopically, I need people to do the studies because I'm not good at chemistry or the mathematics and everything. But generally, like when I get the concept, I know where it connects.
It sounds like you're a physicist.
Yeah, I actually loved physics in school. I get surprised when people say physics is hard because for me it was just formulas and application. And I was like, okay, I'm not buying everything they say, but like, okay, I'm gonna look into it. That kind of a thing. So what I understood was there's always a constant. This is what I know in physics. Like there's a constant. So if we've got a constant of like temperature, there's going to be other 2 things maybe that are changing. They're relative to each other. So you always need something to compare to, a constant.
Yep. You need to understand constants and rate of change. All right. I need to
Exactly.
be off right now. I'm going to listen only. Finally, I
Oh
need
yeah,
to
I'm
mow
all
the lawn.
alone.
Yep. I'll talk to you guys later.
Right. Yo, T-Dub, what have you been missed in the morning? My morning.
Yeah, hi, how's it going, man?
Going good. I fell asleep and then got up and you weren't here. I came back. It was a bit more fun. And then I figured you're probably out during your day. Isn't it like awfully early over there?
Yes, it's 6:30 a.m.
Oh, so you got up already or you didn't sleep?
I had an early night, so yeah, I got up fairly early. Yeah.
Nice. Still heading into the night over here. And you know the other dude, the one who's put the map in the DP? Video. English on mobile.
Sorry, not on the watching the chat at the moment. What is it? Sorry.
I was just asking if you know the other guy who's put a map on the DP, the pink one. It says Daz 68. You know the dude?
Oh right, yeah. Yep, that's is cool. Yep.
Yeah, I haven't heard him speak yet. There's a lot of unfamiliar people in. Yeah, I'm gonna go on passive mode as well until something. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, did you must have scrolled up a fair way in the chat, did you? Looking for what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was up there where there's a report. I think you were here when, yeah, the PDF and everything. I see those lights and there's no refraction. Oh yeah, when he comes back, I would like to know about the meniscus. I think
Meniscus?
somebody was, yeah, the meniscus of the water. Like when you put it in a glass, it's sort of, you know, at the edges, sort of goes upwards a little bit. So the curvature is actually downwards, not upwards.
Right.
It's
You can get downwards. You can get concave
Yeah, it's concave,
meniscus
exactly.
happening.
Yes.
Yeah, you can get convex meniscus happening. I think.
Yeah, totally. That's the difference between adhesion and cohesion. So
Right.
if the container loves to bond with hydrogen molecules in the water, then you're going to have a concave surface.
Yes.
Because the bonding will creep up the sides of the container. and the opposite produces a convex surface. Yep.
Yeah, it's just a natural property that water has, or even liquid in general. This is why certain creatures, like certain spiders, are able to float on water. It almost is like it looks like they're hovering right above
Yes,
it,
yes,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, they do
Yeah,
hover
they're
actually. I
not
call
using
them. There's a kind of.
they're not using
It looks like a
buoyancy,
mosquito. Yeah, it looks like I used to call them hover mosquitoes or something. They just look like they
right?
hover on the land on the
Yeah,
water.
yeah. They're using surface tension of the water and manipulating that property the water has. That property that it has to sit on top of the surface of the water, and they can actually like scoot around on top of the water like that too.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
they just
cool.
float around
Yeah,
on it. Yeah.
yeah.
I think we're just too heavy to do that, but with the help of like other materials, and then you like put your limbs out in a certain maybe position and wear certain things, you could possibly like mimic it to some extent.
You
Maybe
know
with the
what's
support.
interesting about water viscosity?
Yeah.
Something interesting about water viscosity is like if you get a spray bottle and you mist your plants, right? Some people say it's good to spray your plant leaves with water or, like something like that, like a light fertilizer mix. And it makes like little droplets on the leaves of the plant. Like little like spheres of water basically. But they say that if you do that outdoors to plants in the sun, they can act like little magnifying glasses with the sun and actually hurt the plants and burn the leaves, right? Due to like the magnifying glass type effect. So what people
Yeah.
do is, if you just put like one drop of like organic dish soap into the water bottle, it completely
it out.
changes. Yeah, it changes the viscosity of the water, and then it just evenly spreads out over the entire leaf, and it doesn't form that meniscus anymore.
Yeah, especially like citrus leaves and stuff. They're really smooth and oily, so it would form a drop that would probably even slide off. Oh,
Yeah.
so yeah, I use the dish soap for like other stuff. Like when it comes to the dishwasher stuff, is for aphids and that kind of like infection. So it kind of like just creates that film over the leaf and even over the insects. I think they can't breathe or something because they breathe through their pora. I think is what they're called. They've got these holes in the body. That's what the insects breathe through. So basically, like if you just soap them up, they and then you just spread ashes, like when it's wet, to like discourage the others from coming. It's alkaline and has other effects, keeping the insects
Absolutely.
away. What do you
All
think
right, so
about instead of putting the soap, because I think soap might create a film and reduce their absorption.
Oh, I think they just use like literally like one drop of organic, like an organic soap, just to mist. I think it has little effect because it's just such a small amount. It's crazy that just adding one drop completely just
can change all that. Yeah.
Can change all that. Yeah. Yeah. There's probably something.
I'm thinking of doing that. I want to spray that fertilizer on my plants and everything, and I've got like orange trees and stuff like that. So I was thinking maybe if that's the case, I could do it in the evening when there's no sunlight, and by morning it's gonna, get absorbed and dry off. But the drops
exactly.
literally fall off because they're oily. So it would make more sense to have it sticky, like with soap or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, look, I've just started an event, so there's probably a bunch of people are probably going to start joining. And the event's name is Long Distance Observations Disprove the Globe Earth. So just FYI, event has been started. So yeah, if you see people start rolling in.
Yeah.
It's interesting, DJ. Maybe you've noticed this too, but women and folks from the Indian subcontinent culture tend to be more open to what we have to say. You know, maybe there's some inherent something inherent to both groups, right?
Yes, I think so too. I think men are more aggressive, so outside we think it makes a difference to us. Maybe the way we think and stuff. Could be.
And
Well,
as
in
far
this
as
case, it's
India
cultural.
goes,
It's cultural as
culturally,
well.
don't you guys have like so many cultures and religions and backgrounds intermixed in your cities on a day-to-day basis? So you have to like practice tolerance and understanding.
I'm thinking in other ways, like linguistically speaking, for example. So growing up, for example, when I think of my balls, I don't think of them as eggs. They're more like round. And it's a sensitive area, right? So I'm very like careful about it and conscious about it, like as you grow, because you get your nuts like hurt or something, hurts for a long time. But in Indian languages, they're called eggs. And that does not relate to a spherical earth at all. In like, it's not thought of as a ball. It's thought of more as an egg. So then they think of it differently. They relate to spheres in a different way.
I mean, in the West, we have the concept of the cosmic egg, which is probably borrowed from the East. And back then, people didn't conceive of the cosmic egg as a surface on which men walked, but rather it was the container of the universe that men and their world was embedded inside.
Yeah. Yeah, it encompasses basically with a yolk or something.
Yeah, in the egg idea, the egg is not outside of the egg. The egg will be the container of whatever makes the egg, the insides
eggshell.
of it.
Oh, it's Gemsy. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up? Well, the clouds, birds that are flying, because a lot of birds are on either on the ground or in the trees. Not all of them are flying. Some airplanes are flying.
Are they happy?
The sun is up right now. The moon, I don't see it.
You want to blow
The
these
moon
normies'
is,
minds apart today, Gemsy? We should talk about the sporadic meteor complex.
Oh no. Just
Oh
forget it.
no. That's almost as good as gas pressure needs a container.
Yeah, the sporadic meteor is a very interesting phenomena that happens almost like the timely manner of all the movement of the luminaries. It's like a time-based phenomena, and it's
Yeah.
kind of specific. That happens just like clockwork. Well, I will describe it as.
Yep, it's
It's a cycle,
symmetric.
baby.
It's beautiful, and it happens every night.
Hey, you know what? I
really?
just noticed I started the event in this room, right? But then I'm like, hey, it's not highlighted. And then I've noticed I've started an event in like the Muslim, like some hardcore
Yeah, I
Muslim
just
room.
noticed. No, it's
It says long
Arabic.
distance observations disprove the globe, so they probably got people rocking in there. All right, I'll fix that up now. Yeah, I only just noticed that now. It's
That's
kind of funny.
Moroccan. Moroccans are gonna get bombarded.
Yeah.
Allah
All
did
right,
not create a globe, guys.
I
All right,
actually went to like ask a Muslim and asked them about it, and yeah, they were not interested and they felt sensitive about the topic, but they just said that the consensus of like most of the people or of the ulama of the scholars is that it is round, it is spherical, and I asked like for the reference and the evidence as to why, and in conclusion, it was more just to fit the narrative, nothing more than that. It was just
But hey, this is what I point out to them. Even if the Quran or the Bible either said that Earth was like spherical shaped, that does not mean necessarily that we live on the exterior of it, right?
Right. It can mean that it
That's what
revolves on the
I'm
edge too,
saying.
right? Yeah, it could be the cosmic egg. Yeah, it could be like a cosmic egg thingy. We're inside it. Actually, well, I'm still like investigating the matter, but usually Earth is referred to as singular, although there is like 7 Earths or like layers of Earth, and there's 7 skies as well. 7 layers
Do you set
basically done.
7 skies like as of layers? This is one sky. You pass the
Yeah.
other one. There's another sky.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah. There's
Because
7 layers.
eggs have layers too.
Absolutely. Definitely layers.
But to give it a shape like an egg, the difficult part is that we lack the perspective from the outside, and to say, look,
Yeah.
it looks like an egg. It's like you have God's eye
Absolutely.
view.
Yeah, because from the inside, I mean, our vision is limited, so we're just gonna see a certain part of it. It's big, right? So we can't see everything, even though we're inside, but we cannot see everything. We've got obstruction.
Yep.
When I try to look as far as possible, like apart from like mountains and maybe trees or whatever, I just cannot see so far, and usually it's due to pollution. So when I'm out where it's less polluted in the deserts and other places, it's much more clearer. And yeah, the vision is different as well. There's less distortion, and I would say it's more clear. So it's just the clarity that's less when there's like pollution and stuff. It's smog.
Lord of the Rims, how long have you contemplated flat Earth? Just curious about your background and what brought you here.
Oh, I just saw the channel. I mean, I used to be here for like other whatever, so I just popped in recently to check what's going on. But as a kid, basically, I had read it somewhere, like when I was quite young. I don't remember how young, but this was during the days when in school they were teaching us that this Galileo stuff and like the planets and the spherical Earth and stuff like that. So I remember even asking the teachers this kind of stuff, and they were like, "Oh, you prove it by the curvature and the mast of the ship disappearing." And I remember like even drawing these things like in the exams and everything, like, oh, how do you prove it? And I had to draw that, like the ship is moving away from the harbor and then it's like disappearing. So the ship disappears first and then the mast is still seen and then the mast disappears. So this would be, I don't remember which class it was. It should have been middle school, basically. Yeah, early teenage, I guess, when I was like getting into like asking this stuff, but it's never really settled with me. Like buying the whole thing of like rotating around the sun and the revolutions and everything is just something that I still question. I mean, I'm just not okay with it. So I've just basically grown with it.
Does it feel that like it doesn't make sense that that's the case, that the Earth is spinning across the sun? Does that make any sense to you?
I try to understand it, and I try to understand like when I study the moon, right? The moon phases, basically. That has been like my interest for the past few, maybe 2 years rather, the phases and the crescent and the birth of the moon, because it's important. We have these differences when Muslims were arguing about the date, and
Real
like
quick about that, if you've been studying the crescents of the how do you say the phases of the
phases.
moon, have you noticed that Venus has similar phases and it's kind of like
Well, I don't
almost
have a telescope, but
you don't
when
have
I
a
listen to
telescope?
like, yeah, I don't have a telescope yet.
Yeah,
Like
that's pretty
I can
amazing.
use the
It's almost
binoculars,
like it
maybe.
is a moon.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh, you mean when you say it has phases, do you mean like it has a waning phase and a waxing phase kind of thing?
All of it, like the crescent when it goes from
I
thinner
just didn't like pay
to a
much
circle.
attention, but I could look into it. Yeah,
Oh, I thought
I
you
mean,
were
I've
saying
noticed I can
you
look
studied
phases.
it, and if you studied the phases of the moon, you might
Yeah.
have noticed that Venus similar phases to like it's a very similar cycle, the Venus phases and the lunar phases. But yeah, go ahead with your story.
Yeah. Anyway, the important point here is that the theory is that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon, and this is why we do not see like the dark part of it, not the back of it, but like the part that is non-visible, or the dark one, and then there's the luminescent one. So the illuminated part is supposedly reflecting the sun's rays back to Earth. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm still not okay with, because I understand when it's a crescent, it's kind of curved, quite all right. But when it's half moon, which is 6 days basically, it's straight. It's not curved. It's literally just straight. And they say that it's due to distortion, that it's curved, but we don't see it because it's distorting. But why is the rest of the moon not distorting? We don't see the edges distorting. It's still like clearly round. It's only distorting like selectively, so to say. So I don't know. I mean, the whole revolution around the sun and all that is, yeah, I don't buy it completely yet. I'm not that convinced. I don't know. I'm open to like just more something that explains it better.
Were you looking for to be explained?
Well, it's a journey.
No, I mean I just joined. I just joined
Yeah, I
and heard you
noticed.
said that you're looking for a better explanation. If I
Yeah.
may, like what was you looking to have explained?
Yeah,
And what
hey,
was a
Crit.
current explanation, and what do you want to see better?
He's been very awesome. He's like gold status already on our home server.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yep. So yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's basically just that. I mean, I don't have that, like, I just look into it whenever I can. I try to listen to what other people have to say, the experts about it, and they explain it that it's this and that and that. I sometimes agree with certain percentages of what they're saying. Other stuff is like, okay, I'm gonna pause on that one until further information either supports it or rejects it or explains it better, kind of thing. So it's just always been a part of me, you know. I've just felt that the Earth is flat rather than it's round or a sphere or something.
A point that kind of connects what Sporadic was talking about, the sporadic meteor phenomena and the moon phases. There
You said it was every night, yeah?
there is an activity of the sporadic meteor phenomena that happens with the moon cycles, and it goes from high activity to low activity depending on the moon cycle. I mean, the crescent
Phase.
or the new moon, the phases,
Yeah.
yeah. So the sporadic meteor phenomena, there's some type of activity that changes with up and down in the activity with the cycles of the moon as well. So that's a phenomena is interesting as
So
well.
this activity, is it like on Earth? Like, do we get to see it? Is it visible?
Yeah, when you look out and you see what we call shooting stars, or
Yes.
people call them sporadic
Okay, I've
meteors,
noticed.
or
Yes, I've noticed that one. Yeah.
so that
Sometimes I'm talking
phenomena,
to people and it's higher, like every
that
5 minutes.
phenomena. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just noticed like sometimes it's more during the night. Like I'm talking to somebody, let's say over 1 hour, and every 5 or 10 minutes there's at least one. And sometimes it's less. Like, so do you know when it's like due to the moon phase, or is it like a timed thing, like at a certain time or
There
something?
is a paper about the moon phase, and it speaks about the high activity and low activity depending on the moon phase. But they cannot talk about it. Okay, so we observe the phenomena that is happening, and this is happening at specific points in the sky, specific areas. They call them radiants, and within these radiants are huge sections of the sky. So you're gonna see this phenomena sourcing from these specific areas of the sky. The sporadic meteor doesn't come. They don't source from all points in the sky. It's certain areas of the sky. And
Yeah, I think I did actually notice that part because certain places I lived in the Middle East and it was just like crazy. You could see them a lot every few, even like locally when I travel maybe to other places in certain villages and stuff, like there is more of it.
yeah,
And in certain places it's like way less. Yeah, I
and you gotta
noticed that. Yeah.
remember the sky is moving. So one night you're gonna see it from one position, and another night you're gonna see it from another position because the sky is actually moving, and the radiant sources are actually moving with the sky as well. Just like the sun, the moon, they move,
Yeah, absolutely.
and this happens with cycles, like hands of the clock. The sun, the moon, the lumin, the wandering stars. The sporadic meteors are also moving like other gears of the clock.
So do you think there's like a map for it or something? Have they tried to like
A map?
Chart or yeah, like a table, a chart
The,
for it, maybe where to observe it from, that kind of a
let's
thing.
check. There
Pattern.
are some scans, and they put it together like a projection, and it looks like a sphere, and they call it the celestial sphere. But that they kind of are bending it into a sphere because they're from the ground perspective, the observer, many of them, not all of them, are thinking we are standing on a sphere. So if I'm in this position and I see this phenomena, I'm in one side of the sphere. And then I move to the other position and I'm on the other side of the sphere. So when they project the sky doing this phenomenon, the points where it sources from, they
Yeah.
project it as a whole like a sphere. But
Yes.
it's not a sphere, it's just like a projection of a sphere.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
if you
understand.
flatten it, actually, when you flatten it out, it's a gigantic cross. Not even joking.
It's a cross, yeah. It looks more like a cross in the sky,
It
yeah.
would have
Yeah,
to be, yeah,
exactly.
because it cannot be a rectangle. So you have to separate the stretch the corners
Great
out.
observation, Sporadic, that you actually describe it as a cross, because I mentally think about it as a cross, but couldn't like say it that it looks like one. Yeah, good one.
Yeah, like petals stretching out. Like that map. What do they call that map? The one that has it looks like petals. Like it's a cut map. Is that one in geography they use? Like they say it's the actual representation when you cut up the sphere and then like you stretch it out. This is the way it's supposed to be.
Here's another
Like,
thing. If you were to take the cross and project it back out into 3D space, it would look like a pyramid. And it has
Yeah,
the same dimensions as the Egyptian pyramids.
yeah.
Right. Wow.
It's trippy, dude.
So
Like this thing
yeah,
is one of the most
so
mind-blowing
basically
things
they
I've
got
ever
a sphere
encountered with
and
flat
it
Earth.
became a cross. Wow.
Hey,
So
Sporadic,
sphere became a
have
cross and then became a pyramid, right?
real quick. Go ahead, sir. No, go ahead, sir. He says something. Go ahead, ask your question. My
Okay,
bad.
so
I was asking if the sphere, the projection is a sphere initially, which became a cross, and then the cross becomes a pyramid when you like put it into 3D without losing any dimensions.
Yep, that's right. If you flatten it, it's a cross. If you extrapolate it, it's a pyramid.
Right. And its blown form, it's a sphere.
It's almost like the dimension of the sphere at the center are being, in a way, projected into the phenomena that we observe from the ground. Because whatever the mechanisms of the heavens above are, we don't have all the variables to determine exactly what it is. But we do
Yeah.
observe the phenomena that happens in the medians between heaven and earth. Or because we are standing on the ground, we're looking across this medium, looking to whatever we're looking up there, whatever medium that is, and then the mechanisms behind that kind of show certain like a silhouette that we describe it as a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid. It gives the dimensions of the pyramids in the ground. But then there is more beyond that. You see kind of like it's some type of projection that is projecting from that point, from the pyramid center.
Yeah, and crystals have the same geometry as a sporadic meteor complex.
You know, for sporadic, the other point that I was gonna say is that these on the pyramid on the ground, the Egyptian pyramid and other pyramids, they talk about the missing capstone of the pyramids
It
that
was a
is
gold
missing the
bar.
capstone.
Yes. It was made of
So,
gold. That's why they stole it.
but yeah, that's the theory, right? That they stole it. But when you look, when you think about it, the pyramids are aligned to the luminaries, and at the center of rotation of the luminaries, it's like a pyramid of light. So I think the pyramids are aligned to the pyramid in the sky, and that's the capstone. If you think about it,
In the sky, yeah.
yeah, the capstone of the pyramid is up in the sky,
Yep, makes total sense.
and it's described in the $1 bill. You see the pyramid on the ground, and then the
Yes.
pyramid in the sky.
Yeah, the top
It's
one.
it's
Yeah,
depicted right
that's
there.
a tiny one. Yes, I remember that tiny one. The one that's floating with the.
Well, it's not that it's tiny. It's just that it's up in the sky, and it's at the center of
Oh, that's why
rotation of
it's
the luminary.
small. Okay. Yeah, it's small. I used to think it's just tiny, so it's the cap.
This would be the actual Benven stone.
Because I mean, in my opinion, and I'm gonna go from scripture perspective, that it speaks about God's dwelling, the heavenly city of God up in heaven, that is as wide and long as it is high, and that's the descriptions of a pyramid. That's, you know, what we know, and it's described in scripture, and that's just based on that. And with the
But think of it.
observation, go ahead.
The Mayan pyramids
Yeah.
are shorter, like halfway. They have a bigger cap. The ones in America.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not
Pyramids,
as good. So,
yeah, it's not.
like what
It just
sporadic
isn't that high.
meteors leave behind is iron ore. That's what
Oh,
is also claimed to be like at the point of interception of the electrical discharge in the sky. When you trace it to the ground, people tend to find iron ore.
right.
Whether or not that came from the sky is another matter altogether. But it's interesting that iron is associated with this.
Yeah, I remember a friend
Because,
telling me that.
because metals are
Someone is
crystal.
hot micing.
Yeah, there's
Metals are
a chapter in the
crystallic
Quran
structures.
that's
Anyway,
called
continue.
Surat al-Hadid. So basically, it means the chapter of iron. And a friend, I didn't go into details with it, but a friend of mine told me that iron, according to like some book he was reading, is not even from this planet, and it comes. That's what he explained. Basically, it comes through the meteors and stuff like that. But I think that it's from our Earth, but some reaction or whatever happens that just sort of purifies it or brings it out, or it's like a magnet, so it just sort of it's found there.
So imagine when you're welding with plasma, these flames that you weld in metals or whatever, there's some type of reaction up there in the heavens above that
Hello,
is.
how are you, friends? How are you?
We're doing
Welcome.
okay. How about yourself? Welcome.
I am okay. And you?
I said we're doing all right. What brings you by?
Okay.
You sound faint. Can you like adjust your mic or something?
Yeah,
Maybe
get closer to your
speak
mic.
up. Don't scream, please. But did you just leave? Okay.
Maybe he just wanted to ask how you guys doing, and that's it. If you have any more questions, you can direct them to the panel.
I think
His
I
first
left.
question was answered, so that's good.
Yeah, maybe it's the
So the
time.
iron ore, that's very one of the most magnetic materials, isn't it? Iron oxide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's iron itself, not the rust, not the oxide.
Or something like that. And it
Yeah,
also
there's two
takes kind of
oxides.
like the shape. If you look at when it's found on the ground, and the iron, it kind of takes the pyramid shape actually. It's called magnetite. Magnetite. Iron dioxide. Iron
Magnetite.
oxide. Magnetite. Yeah, just look it up. Magnetite, and look at it. And also, it is mostly iron oxide. I think it is. Let me check again.
Maybe iron 1 oxide, because rust is iron 3 oxide, I think.
Possibly, I might be mistaken about the second, but it's iron something, and it's
Yeah,
magnetite,
there's a lot of iron compounds.
and it takes the shape of like a pyramid shape as well.
Pyramid shape. Oh yeah, this one. I think. Yeah. Magnetite is a mineral, right? So this is the chemical formula: ferrous 2 plus ferrous 3 plus. Damn, I can't even read this. It just says 204. I don't know what 204 is. Maybe it's an O, which is oxygen. So I don't know why there's a 2 before that, but 2 oxygens and 4. So maybe 8 oxygens. Yeah, I think you're right. There's some kind of an oxygen molecule.
Yes.
Involved. Magnetite. This one does look like it's from outer space. Like it has that weird
from outer
alien
space.
kind of look. It looks like
Well,
it's non
well,
Earth.
if you say, let's say the medium above is out of this space, it's another space out there. I mean, yes, out of this space that you and I are in, out of this medium, it's another medium up there.
Yeah, like the sky or whatever, outside our atmosphere.
It
The
wouldn't be an
sky.
atmosphere because air doesn't have a shape. Sphere.
Yeah, I prefer to say atmo layer, but sounds really weird. So
Air. That's that's what we got. The
yeah,
the air.
it's just the air, atmosphere.
Yeah, the atmos. But then we give it sphere. We're saying the air has a shape, a sphere, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it's off. It doesn't. Yeah, I guess it's the like globers
But
that
remember,
put the
that term
sphere.
is made because
Yeah,
of
I
the
know.
globe
That's why.
that
Yeah,
they have to
absolutely. I know.
have the air around the sphere.
Like
Yeah.
the strato layers are called stratosphere and stuff like that.
Mhm. But yeah,
But yeah,
the pyramid
they do
shape
need to.
magnetite looks like it's kind of like being either I don't know affected, or there's an introduction of that
Why do they
whatever
call
is
it
happening.
magnetite? It is attracted to a magnet and can be magnetized. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it's one of the oxides.
Since you were interested in this stuff, I must send you some information about the sporadic meteor research and the observations. They look at the sky with like a whole spectrum of optical equipment. Some of it they call it electro-optical, other is thermal, infrared, radio surveys. So within all of the spectrum of optical observation, you can actually, within all of the spectrum, you can actually see these uh, kind of like shape in the sky.
Wow.
You know what's interesting, guys? Atman in Sanskrit means soul,
So
like air or breath. Yeah. Not prana. Very similar. And in German, which borrowed a lot from Gothic, which has loan words from Sanskrit. Atman is breath or air, like the exhalation.
Yeah, they noticed this kind of a rhythm in the observatory in Japan, the deep one, where there's like water at a certain depth. It's not supposed to be disturbed by like regular Earth, like energies or waves and stuff. And then they observe cosmic like events and stuff. So it has some kind of a rhythm, like it breathes in and out, sort of. Like there's inhale and exhale, sort of like observed.
Hey, Lord of Rims. I was trying
I
to
don't.
DM you, but you're not accepting DMs at the moment. I'm gonna
I don't
send
know
you a
why,
friend
because
request.
I never closed it ever. I don't see anything that came through. Oh, now it came. So it was just a delay, basically. So does it say that I don't accept the DMs directly?
It's saying your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server, which we do share servers.
Yeah, I noticed that when I tried to do that with other people as well. So maybe my settings have, I don't know.
Something in your settings is you're not accepting that DMs unless you guys are friends or something. But now I can DM you, so thanks.
Yeah, because you added. Let me just fix that so that it can come directly. App settings, chat, probably, yeah. So
Just
let's
looking
just try.
at you, Lord of Rims, you might look at the sporadic meteor phenomena and you might like it because Lord of Rims, and you look at the sky and it kind of there might be some relation to your profile picture to the phenomena of the whole of the sky when it's depicted as such.
Yeah, Jemsy, do you have that GIF showing the at least 4 radiant points that are sharing energy with each other over the course of a year? It was taken by Seymour, the Canadian Meteorological Organization.
I do have the one that shows all 6 of them.
Yeah, there's that
I mean, I have
GIF.
a bunch of them.
There's that GIF that shows the energy exchange between radiant points. It's trippy as all get out.
Does it have anything to do with the obelisks?
It kind of looks like one in the sky, just saying, like from underneath.
Yeah, but the ones on Earth are supposedly transmitting some kind of energy as well.
Let's see if I can find.
So where do I open my DMs from? I can't find the setting. Advanced maybe? Nope. Else. Contents. Social. Dark messages filter from non-friends. Do not filter. Okay. Found it.
I found it. There you go.
I managed to open up my DM.
All right, at 13 minutes past the hour, what you're watching is an electro-optical infrared camera that is aimed at the sporadic meteor complex over the course of a year. The days of the year are ticking on the bottom corner, I think to the left. And this is showing the in light that's not visible to humans, but is visible in the radio spectrum and in very, very low infrared spectrum. This is over your head every night. And
So
this
to scan
complex
this, you
occupies
have
the
to face
entire
upward?
field of view in the sky from horizon to horizon. This is overhead.
Right. Okay, so it's spread out.
Yep, when the sun goes away, this starts to come up. When the sun rises in the east, this is starting to illuminate, or sun sets in the west, this is rising and this is illuminating the sky. So as the sun sets, this has come up and increases in intensity over the course of the night and then fades away as the sun comes up the next morning.
Yeah, makes sense. I think it's like the I don't remember what they call it, but there's like that part which has a lot of stars maybe or something, and even like
Hey,
cosmic clouds or something.
Sporadic, I wanna fix something for you because that one has certain labels. Like someone is taking credit for that, but he just put the images together and then that staple his name on it.
Yeah, I
You know what I'm
saw that.
saying?
I was like, fuck. I mean, this comes from an actual study from the Canadian Meteorological Observatory.
Yeah, he says so that the Seymour is the source, but the animation is from him.
The animation, he grabbed the images from the paper and he put them in a time lapse.
Okay. Yeah.
So the one that I posted last, it shows the time lapse, and when you see those numbers, it's 5 days, 5 days, it's 365 days, 5.
Oh, okay. It's
Right.
a 5-day. Okay.
And what's
Several
also
5 days.
interesting is if you're into ham radio, you can listen to this stuff. It sounds like chirps and static, and it's in the VHF range. It's around like 120 to 130 megahertz.
Okay. 120 to 130. All of them, yeah.
Yep.
Sporadic, I just want to know why there's a theta symbol in the middle of it.
Yeah, want to see more? Hold on. This is going to blow your mind, dude, because they've done studies from the southern latitudes, and it's symmetrical.
Nice.
What was your question, T-Dub? What was the question? Or
Wasn't too
mathematics? Yeah,
Since we all sound the
mate,
same, but anyways.
what did you ask?
When you have a look at the one that you posted up, Gemsy, there's a theta symbol in the middle of it.
When you say the symbol,
Okay, see where the black area is flashing around it?
Yeah.
The clear area, it leaves a theta symbol.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what that is? That's the celestial equator.
oh yeah, that is what we call the celestial equator. And when you see the, let me post the other ones. My bad.
Yep. So that
Go ahead.
dividing line, it's really weird, right? How the dividing line between the two triangles on the top and the bottom, that clear separation is the celestial equator, which is where the sun goes during the equinox on the equator. Isn't that freaking weird?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like cuts it neatly in half.
Yeah, but
But
there's a
these
circle as
images are
well.
taken over the course of a year.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah.
But you know that this whole observation is not just done from one point. This is put together from Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. Then there is the CMOR from Canada, and there is another one in Texas, and another one in Peru, and another one in Ascension Island in the Atlantic Ocean. So a lot of the imagery is kind of like put together because
Right.
it's
Observation.
it's not observable for one position. I don't think. From what I comprehend, what do you think? Sporadic, is that what? Am I interpreted incorrectly? Because I think when you look at all the observatories, they give you a similar image, but they put imagery
Yeah.
together from all of the positions.
Yeah, they produce separate images and together composite images. I've got similar findings from like Russian bases in northern Antarctica. So
because this thing is like the whole of the sky from different positions. This is not just one position on the ground; it's a bunch of positions on the ground.
yeah, what they've done, like in some of the first posts we've shared, which is from the Canadian Meteorological Research Organization. They took an array, several electro-optical infrared cameras, meteor cameras, and they posted them out, and they spread them out, and they pointed them at the sky, and they put them on timers to rotate over the course of a year, and they just started snapping pictures, man, and they produced the GIF that you see. It's interesting because the most intense, what you're seeing basically, like with the colors, the hyperspectral colors, the most intense colors is the highest energy level. And what this is really revealing is that meteors are energy, like lightning, you know?
Right. Yeah, that does make sense.
You can hear it when you tune a ham radio. And if you were to take a directional antenna, like a log periodic or Yagi antenna, and point it at the direction it's coming from, you're going to hear this stuff. And you can actually bounce signals off of it, which is freaking weird.
This is why animals can hear it before us. Like they usually know.
It might be. It is absolutely electrical, 100%. Animals pick this stuff up. And this happens every night. Like a big 6 points of radiant light that is just outside your visual perception rise in the east and set in the west in this configuration. It is symmetrical. This has been known about since about the 1950s and 60s, and they first started taking images of it in the 1970s. and only recently, within like since 2008, have produced high resolution images of this. And this is not really talked about. This is cutting edge. You know, and if you read some of the forums, some of the posts that astronomers have back and forth, they're puzzled by the symmetry and the beauty, and they're like, "What the hell?"
Anti-Helian. Wow. So it's the exact opposite of it. It's a mirror image.
You know, another coincidence that I find pretty peculiar is that the sun, when you observe the sun dogs and you see this phenomena, let me post something about the sun. It looks like a projection of this whole thing. So, you know, the phenomena of the sun and the moon both do the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, listen, the sun dogs are on the opposite ends of the sporadic meteor complex. So all the nodes you see from the sundog image, that is a mirror image reflection of what you see with the sporadic meteor complex. Isn't that freaking weird, guys? Like you've seen sundogs, people taking pictures of them in like icy conditions where you have like the sun setting and you see like micro suns above and to the left and to the right and all these halos and these arcs of light connecting the nodes. That specific geometric configuration is what is produced at nighttime in a mirror image reflection with the sporadic meteor complex.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, so it's the same
Fucked
thing,
up.
but
Isn't that
we
weird?
don't see the sun. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, there's always been the question,
Yeah.
where does the sun go when it sets?
The sun.
You're not going to find mainstream astronomers talking about this. Most of them probably don't even know this exists.
Yeah, because it doesn't match with saying that the sun doesn't go anywhere.
The sundog was a big talking point that Lemonbird used to bring up, and a lot of the globalists on the GEMS just straight up denied it, that it's not a thing. No one's ever recorded it. There's no pictures of it. There's no evidence of it.
Yeah,
And they
right.
would,
I've seen it with my own eyes.
oh yeah, and they would get infighting amongst themselves about like what a sundog is and what's creating it and whatnot.
So remember, the sporadic mirror complex is a whole compilation of kind of like a projection of all of the sky from all positions, and the sun is one section of it. So when you're looking at the sun dogs and this sun phenomena that shows, it's kind of showing a projection of the whole of the sky, the way it looks in the electro-optical spectrum, onto
Right,
that
day and night,
position.
right? So it's both day and night.
And the moon does that as well. The moon shows these characteristics as well. I'm gonna
Yeah,
find it.
because it's part of it. Yeah, it's part of the celestial system. What does this image show? The one with the haze and some kind of an angle.
I got videos about the sun stuff, so that takes out of the question people questioning it if it's real or not. There's a lot of footage about it. If you look, you can find it.
I think the big issue was there for the globalists that they weren't able to find like a Wikipedia page or like a Google search had like different definitions. No one was telling them exactly what was the correct parroting that they should say about it.
Oh, real quick to Lord. of wheels. The question that you asked about that, that's basically when people are with your camera of your eyes, you can time lapse, kind of like people say, we are the rotation of the sky, and you see these two rotations, one on one point, then you see the celestial equator of the middle, and then you see the other rotation of the other side. And that's that image that you're asking about is basically showing that you
Oh, so it's
that's
a
the
symmetry,
ground that you're standing on, the horizontal frame of reference, and then you're
right?
looking at this phenomena up in the sky that is
So it's
happening in a time lapse.
over a year, right?
No, that's a time lapse that you can allegedly you can observe during the night cycle, because I don't think you can see it during the day. It's during the
Yeah,
night.
obviously. Yeah, the observation has to be at night.
I have an image of what this might look like from the equator, looking towards the east at sunset. So hang on
Yes.
to it. I'm gonna go find it.
Yeah. It looked like sunset to me, so that's what I wanted to clarify. So that would be the western sky. And so there's a circle of like rotations on the left of it, which is kind of independent, like a sphere. And then there is like these from the right that are going into where the sun set.
Not like a
So it's
sphere,
like a
like a circle of rotation.
Oh, so the same ones are just going round. Okay.
Because when you look at the Nord celestial as a center and you do a time lapse, it looks like the stars around that area do a circle around that celestial north or Polaris, right? The center star. And
Oh, that's why. Okay.
then next to that, you see the celestial equator, and then after that, allegedly there's another circular rotation, which is labeled as the
South?
celestial south or
Yeah,
south
makes sense.
toroidal.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey
makes
guys,
sense.
here it is, 28 minutes past the hour. So this is half of it. This is one half of it. At sunset, this is what you would see with electro-optical infrared. You would see a point towards the north celestial pole, a point towards the south celestial pole, and 2 points that are equidistant from each other from the celestial poles along the horizon. You see that?
The horizon is this vertical, the horizontal line, the red one?
Yep. And as the sun has set, this is about, consider this like 9 o'clock at night on the equator. The first point, the anthelion point of the sporadic meteor complex, will be elevated in front of you, maybe about 30 to 50 degrees.
Okay. In the east.
So that's
In the
what you
eastern
would
sky?
see. Huh? Yeah, in the
In the
east.
eastern.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole thing, as it would lift up, those 4 points you see on the horizon would eventually be overhead. And yep.
So it rises in like 2 hours.
They would be in a straight line connecting the north to the south celestial poles.
So listen real quick, Lord, in your question, this is what, sun or sporadic? So the sun will be the circle that we call the sun, and around the sun there is the helion, which is one of the radiant sources. So on the imagery that we showed you,
Yeah, previously.
the helion is not the sun. The sun is the circle of the sun, and then the helion will be the one of the radiant sources that is this section of the sky where the sporadic meteors come from all of that section of the sky. You know that you get that right, sporadic helion. So the helion source is not the sun. The sun is the circle of the sun, right? What we call the
Helion is
sun.
off. Yeah, the helion source is a little bit off center from the sun. It's a little is it east of the sun? A little west of the sun, I think. It's a little west of the sun, just a smidge.
Kind of like around it or next to it or something.
Yeah, the helion source is just due west of the sun. Now, the north toroidal and south toroidal points are very close to the north and south celestial poles, but they're not quite there.
Do
Yeah.
these points move amongst themselves, or are they always equidistant?
All these radiant points are equidistant. They maintain themselves in a constellation, kind of like Orion or Cassiopeia or any of the
So it's kind of
constellations
fixed.
in the sky. They remain fixed relative to each other.
Yeah, to each other, but not to other stuff. The other stuff, well, it moves relative to
Imagine
other stuff.
gears of a clock. You know how the clock has gears, but they have other gears within those gears, and there's gears behind, gears
Yeah,
above,
yeah,
gears below. So there's gears within gears,
yeah. There has
something
to be
like that.
movement. Like the whole stuff is always moving. Yeah.
I don't know if this gears is a correct term, but I'm just saying that as a mechanism, it kind of makes sense
Yeah,
to me.
the concept. Yeah, because like if one moves, the other one moves either with it or opposite it in some way, but there's like a movement involved.
No,
That one that I
nobody's talked
started
about
with.
yet, dude.
Go
Nobody's
ahead.
talked about the fact that this thing is zapping Earth with electricity.
With way more than that. There's like sound coming from it,
Yeah,
electricity.
it's energy.
I don't know,
There's different energies.
frequencies. You can do all
Yeah.
type of readings from it.
So get this, there's what appears to be a pyramidal structure that flies above Earth at nighttime and zaps Earth with electricity. And it's associated with iron and magnetism. It's like we woke up in an alternate dimension, right? I mean, this is happening. This has been going on since the beginning of time, as far as
Yeah,
we're concerned.
it's been there. Yeah, it's literally just been there.
You can also think about it as a prism. You know, when we present the prism, that light goes through, and then you see kind of like a prism. And in the pyramid is always used like a prism of light, and we actually somehow within the layers are getting that phenomena as well. We get in the light. We have the pyramid at the center, and then we get the sun and whatever, and we get all the colors in the medium. I don't know. There's something there. I don't know how to put it together, but there is something there. It's, oh, so I wanted to post something about the sun.
So how do we align
Okay.
this from here? Like when we observe, is the north toroidal our north as well?
Yeah, that's near the North Pole in the sky.
Okay, so basically the plow, right? Like in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Yep, that's close to the center point of rotation. And the southern toroidal is near the south celestial pole, near the southern point of rotation. And then the helion point is due west of the sun, so you can see it just as the sun sets.
Yeah.
A few
On the
hours
horizon,
later.
basically.
Yep. And the anthelion is not exactly opposite of the sun, but also a bit west of the sun.
Right, somewhere
So,
close.
yeah. So what happens at some point in the night sky, you can see all 6 points of light. You can see 4 points of light connecting the north to the southern points in the sky, and you can see 2 that are close to where the sun sets and opposite of where the sun rises.
At the same time.
At the same time, yep. It's a gigantic cross in 2
That's
dimensions.
interesting.
Oh, okay. I need to actually look at it to like confirm. But there's something in Arabic called al Fajr al Awwal. This means the first Fajr, and the prayer is on the second one. It's called fake dawn, basically, in the Arab culture.
Wow.
And there is like the sky becomes bright, and it looks like it's dawn. So in Islamic law, when we're studying the prayers, it said that the prayer is due on the second dawn. And then they had to address the issue to say there's a first dawn that happens in the sky and then it disappears. It gets bright and then it goes
Yeah.
away. And then there's the second one that comes. That's the actual one when the sun is about to rise. That's the one where when the prayer is due.
That kind of reminds me. That kind of reminds me of this Spanish guy. I gotta look again. I think he's from Spain or one of the Spanish countries, and he went to the Russian. He was taken to the Russian settlement in Antarctica. So he went over there and stayed over there, I think, for weeks or months, something like that. And they recorded something that they call the intrasun that is happening during the nighttime. And it's not the moon, it's not the sun, but it kind of like gives you like 3 hours of light, and it looks like almost like a sun, but it's not during it's the intrasun.
I
It
heard of
gives you,
that. Yeah.
yeah.
I heard of
Yeah.
that a very long time ago, even as a kid. They were like, there's some kind of a weird, it's not the sun, but then there's something that comes up at the poles.
Well, it's a glow. It's a glow in the sky. They call that the nighttime
Yeah.
air glow. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
So the U.S. Army discovered this in the 1940s or 50s. They also used infrared technology and studied the night sky. There's something. I don't have the report, but some flat earthers out there might know what I'm talking about. It's called nighttime air glow of the firmament by the U.S. Army.
The one that they showed from the Russian recording, it came up like in the sky in the camera frame, and then it disappeared at the center like 3 hours. It lasted like 3 hours, and it was moving almost like the moon is moving, and it was a light in the sky, super bright, almost like the moon. And you see the it's nighttime. You can see it's nighttime, but this thing is like illuminating the floor and everything, and then it just disappears in the middle. It just goes away.
Yeah, it disappears. Yeah, it's probably the
And they
fake
called
one.
it the intrasun, intrasol.
Wow. Yeah, I missed this
So
alignment of the planets during the planetary parade last month. I just saw, I think, one or two of them. We had done clear skies, so it was a difficult time to observe. Very cloudy.
I gotta find the papers of all of this research, and for you, Rims, I'm gonna send you the papers so you can probably look through that stuff. Because there's a lot of ideas from whoever is doing the research and their perspective. Some of them might be thinking they're standing on a spinning globe, and their conclusions might be
Different, yes.
different. But then the phenomena is there, the observable phenomena is there. But
Absolutely.
then your
How they explain
presuppositions
it.
might change the conclusion.
Yeah, makes sense. So this image of what I'm seeing, is it the actual sun like setting, or it's the one that's like infra?
I didn't post
there's
the
like a
infra.
symbol.
I didn't post the intra one. No, I have to look up that stuff again. That was a video that I watched from some guy, Spanish guy that went to the Antarctica with the Russians.
You're not going to get this information from globe earthers, folks. If you want more of this, tune into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, so that's the sun, when it looks like that you see the sun dogs, and I think that I've seen that happen in the morning. I also seen it happening in the afternoon. So I don't know. It's so in some areas you're gonna see more defined. In other areas, it looks like you can see the circle. So many times you're gonna see a little bit of it, and other times you're gonna see like the whole expression of it.
Right.
So I think it's based on the angle of the sun and your position on the ground. You because there's positions on the ground that you're gonna be looking at the sun, and you don't see this like a window. It looks almost like a window. You're looking through layers, and you see kind of like certain layers or whatever.
But if you're in a different position, you're gonna be looking at the sun, but you don't see this phenomena. So it depends on the angle that you're looking
Yeah,
at the
makes
sun.
sense. I mean, like in my zone, it would be interesting to see what else is there, or maybe what's missing.
Almost 20 years ago, Gemsy, I worked with a man who was a geologist, and he was pretty old in age. He's probably not alive anymore. He had done 2 tours at Vostok Base in Antarctica with the Russians during the Cold War as a guest transfer scientist from the United States.
That was during the Soviet Union?
Yeah, this was during the 80s and late 70s and early 80s. You know, this is before I was like into flat Earth. I mean, this is a long time ago. One of the things he said is that somehow electromagnetic propagation of light and radio and everything else, even magnetism, behaves differently down there.
It would make sense because the magnetic north during that time
The
was
other thing he
actually
said
over
is
there.
he said that the ionosphere, he's not sure whether or not it rotates with the Earth or it just breathes in place. You know, in some ways, I think he was trying to say that he was questioning the globe cosmology. In fact, in many ways.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting
Yeah.
things about Vostok Base, the Russian base in Antarctica, is that's actually closer where the pole lines terminate. The Russians have that piece of land.
Yeah, because it's interesting, so they would have some kind of an upper hand to have that.
Yeah. Yeah, for all kinds of things. Communications,
Absolutely.
weapons, you name it.
Yeah, everything. I mean, once you learn how to like harness something from there, you've got control, and in a way that other people do not even understand.
Yep, they can occupy the southern magnetic pole and control the weather. That's what I think.
It's possible.
And
Since
geologic
it's,
processes and other things. Yep.
Since it's a pole, yeah, it's going to have the contra or the antipole, the other pole.
And allegedly, it's the high ground. So if you militarily talking, if you hold in the high ground.
Oh, guys, I just remembered. I'm looking for a map for the direction of the rivers in the world, like in which direction they flow.
Well, that's a good question, and I think if you're gonna take the context of rivers and you're not gonna be biased about river being the ones that come, okay. I think if you're gonna take the whole of picture of rivers, there are 4 rivers coming from the center location, and they go across the oceans. You know, there's water flowing from the bottom of the oceans outside to the ocean. So there's waters coming from the bottom, and when you look at I think it's called the faults or whatever. There's
Yes.
like cracks
The
or
fault
these
lines,
deep.
yeah.
Those are rivers that are very very deep down.
Yeah, I know that. But generally, like even on land, the rivers, like how do they flow? Because for the Nile, I know it starts in Ethiopia, it goes to the Mediterranean Sea. And ours here in my zone starts from somewhere around here, but it meanders a lot. And then it eventually goes east into the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, those are definitely rivers that we can go across the land. But I think there's another layer of rivers, and those are under the
Sea ones,
oceans.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, we could compare both, but generally, I want to do a like zoomed out kind of look to see if there's the pattern in the way the rivers flow.
I sent you like 5 papers. Let me see again. 4 papers of
Yeah, I got
1,
those
2, 3,
PDFs.
4.
Yeah.
Let me post them in the text as well, so people, if they want to look at them, in this text. That's interesting. Oh, download file. I don't know if that's the correct one. Let me go back.
So Samir has like 3 points from which they observe, or like 3 stations. Samir North.
The observatories?
It seems, yeah, there's like 3. There's Cabo Domingo and the central one that just says Samir, and then there's La Toma.
There's many observatories. These phenomena can be observed all across the land,
Okay.
but
Okay.
the ones that I remember is the Canadian CMOR. They have they posted from different positions. They put different cameras at different spots. Like I think it was like 10 kilometers from each other. So that's one, the Canadian. Then I remember there's another one in the Atlantic Ocean called Ascension Island, also doing these observations. Then there's another one in Peru. Forgot the name of that one. There's another one in Texas. And then the other one that I remember is Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. So, but I'm certain, like Sporadic was saying, there's the Russians, and I'm pretty certain there's way more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be good to know that there are different points in the Pacific, in India, in Africa, at the equator, down below the equator, and north of the equator, to see if there's like different results. Do you know if they do such stuff from like mountain peaks and stuff, like high altitude places like the Himalayas and stuff? Just to see if there's a difference.
Yeah, they have in mountain peaks. Ascension Island is an island in the Atlantic, so that's probably not as high as the Himalayas, but I'm certain they have observatories up in very high places.
Yeah, it's easier to observe from there because it's peaceful, it's less polluted, and you get just better clarity usually. The guests are awfully quiet. Yo, Haile, what's up? It's an Ethiopian dude.
Is by any chance, if there's any new people, if you got any questions, you can address them to the panel. You're welcome to open your mic and ask about the topic. New people, go ahead. If you got any questions, you're welcome to open your mic. Whoever joined. I don't know if sporadic still here. Anybody listening about the topic we spoke before? This topic, even though the Globers use it as evidence of the globe, actually it debunks the globe. Just letting you know. I know a lot of people say, don't talk about the sky, but based on the ground positions, the cycles of the sky, and everything you can put together from that phenomena, it doesn't work on a globe. So whenever the Globers bring out the luminaries or the sky, that's not, unless they're talking about the cartoon fantasy globe idea. Go ahead, Zoro. Zoro, welcome. You can go ahead and ask your question. Zoro, Earth to Zoro. Anyways, yeah, the sky debunks the globe when you actually observe it and put all the pieces together. It doesn't work on the globe plane. Matador, Matador. Welcome back, Matador. See, people have been joining. You're welcome to mic and ask questions. Go right ahead.
Don't be shy. Open up your mic. Say hi. Oh, I got beats happening. I didn't even realize. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
You're a poet?
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay, give us a sample. Prove it.
Um, we have achieved amazing dreams, but does it justify the means when other life struggles to carry on? We've learnt to cope and overcome, but that's just not enough for some, and they won't stop until they have all and all have none.
Confirm you are a poet. That's evidence right there. Any Globy believers have any poets about the Globy? Any poems about the Globy? We go Hailey, Closa, Stacky, Zoro, Stigum, or Sigmoid. Why don't you guys open your mics and direct your questions to T-Dub? Hey, welcome back, Siren. If you got any other questions in relation to the topic, you can speak to T-Dub about it. Some days ago, Siren took me in a journey through the solar system and the galaxy in a simulator. She jumped out.
Nice. Oh, really? What was everyone leaving for? We're
We
not
had
that
like a
bad.
space. We had like a space date. She took me from the globe Earth to the solar system planets to the sun. Then away and away, we saw the galaxy from the outside. And then we even went beyond and saw the whole of the cosmos.
Whoa. It's like,
It was like a space date. Even though she called us stupid. Hello?
Welcome in, one and all. Now, listen, this is your opportunity to practice the English you've learnt during your lessons in this server. You can come in here and relay your thoughts on the nature of the surface of the Earth using the English that you've learned.
Or maybe not. I was gonna say welcome, Luna. Skull, welcome to the English class about geometry. Welcome, Skull. Hey, Skull.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the English server.
What's up?
Oh, that will be the sky, clouds, birds, flying birds. Some birds are on the ground.
Expectations.
So, Skull, if you have a surface and the surface is not curving, can it be a sphere?
I really don't know. Maybe. Say.
Okay. Is the surface of a sphere curving?
Well, nowadays I don't know. You can't tell anymore. I can't tell anymore.
Can't tell? If you have a
Yeah.
sphere in your hand, like a basketball, or a globe or a basketball, right? Is that surface of that basketball or globe, is that surface curving?
Am I so small?
What do you mean you're so small? You have it on your hand.
Well, it depends.
It depends on. Complete the sentence. Let's see if Lara can answer that question. Go ahead, Lara. So, Skull, you didn't finish your sentence. It depends.
I don't know. Like it's relative. Everything like can be twisted.
The sphere can be twisted.
Yeah. Everything. It's both at the same time.
Curving and not curving, both at the same time
Exactly.
on the surface.
Yeah.
So is a sphere not curving at the same time as curving?
It is.
It is. Wouldn't that be a contradiction?
Yeah. Paradox. Yeah.
Paradox or a contradiction? Because something that is not curving is not curving, and something that is curving, it is. So there's a difference
I'm
there.
telling you, it's both at the same time, man. For real.
That will be a contradiction, though.
It depends on you how you see it.
Depends on you if the basketball is curving or not. Depends on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that means, based on that logic, that means the Earth is not a globe.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah, maybe.
It cannot be because it's not curving, right?
Well, did you go to the moon?
The moon will be the moon. We're talking about the, Earth.
Did you see the Earth like with your
Yes, with
from
my
above?
eyes, when we look across the Earth, we see the Earth, and we
Well,
also see the
well, you
waters
didn't.
across it.
Well, you didn't see the big picture from there. I didn't think. I think so.
Oh yeah, there are many
So,
big pictures that you can take from the ground. Many, many big pictures,
what do you mean?
photographs. Yeah, you from the Earth. When you're standing on the Earth, you can take a lot of photographs, make pictures of it. Yes.
Well, maybe that's just the camera,
Yeah, you can take cameras and take pictures of the Earth. Yes.
Well, the camera can make anything like curvy, even it's flat.
Oh yeah, yeah. Cameras have lenses, and lenses distort, and you can see this distortion on the image, like curvature, right? Even though the curvature is not there, it
Well,
might
ask
be
the
shown on
astronaut,
the
man.
image.
Maybe ask the astronaut. Again, I'm not an astronaut.
Oh no, yeah, we know you're not an astronaut. Nobody is.
Maybe there is one here.
Remember, the term means astronaut. You're not an astronaut. Remember, astronaut.
Yeah.
Because the astros will be the luminaries up in the sky. You're not one of those, and you're not there to be on
I'm
one of
telling you,
those.
I gave you the answer like already. That's my final answer.
What's your
Hello,
final
how are
answer?
you?
Good, Roxanne. How are
Everything can be
you?
twisted.
I'm
Everything
fine,
can be
and
twisted.
you?
Can something be not twisted? Call. Can something be not twisted?
Maybe. Did you
Well,
find
there
it?
you go.
You find the thing can be twisted.
So something twisted
Do you
and
have the
other
answer
things
for
are
something
not
can be
twisted.
twisted?
So some things can curve and other things don't curve.
So you're saying like you find the absolute truth.
Absolute truth? What's that? Can
Yeah,
you
that's
define
what you're
that?
saying.
Can you define that? Absolute truth.
You are
What is that?
saying something can't be twisted. Did you find out something can't be twisted?
Yeah, some things can be twisted, like a twist. Let's say a ribbon, or maybe how do you say a spring, right? Maybe you can
What?
draw. You can draw a crooked line, twisted line. That can be twisted. But then if you draw a horizontal line, that one is not curving, not twisted.
I didn't give
Oh,
attention to your example. Can you say again?
no, that's fine. Go ahead, Robson. Do
About
you have a
drawing a
question
line?
for Skull? The horizontal line will be not twisted, not curving.
The horizontal.
A horizontal line will be not curving.
I tell you, like with a camera, you can twist everything. So when I'm looking from a camera, like on my phone, maybe like it will be twisted. You get it will be
No, with
curvy.
the camera, you don't twist things. You take an image, and the image might give you a distorted image, but that's not twisting the thing itself, right? If you take an image of a flat table with the camera, but then the lens give you a distorted image that is showing the
It will show the camera.
horizontal line
It will show the.
curving.
It will show the
That doesn't
table
mean that the
curvy.
thing curved. That means that the image is giving you that distorted image, right?
Well, I didn't see the table.
You didn't see the table? What do you mean? You take a
Like
picture of it.
if you take a picture of a table, for example, it does look curvy from here. You get me?
Yeah, the table can be flat and curved at the same time. You know, round and flat.
Exactly.
At the
Exactly.
surface is
Because I didn't see.
horizontal. At the surface is
Because you didn't
horizontal,
see.
and on the sides is a circle, right?
Well, if you take a picture of something, even if it's flat there, and I'm seeing it here curvy, you understand me? I can't tell. Maybe it's curvy there, like so.
But that will be the image. That wouldn't be the object itself. That will be the
It's
image
not
of
the
it.
image. Yeah, it's the image, but it doesn't mean like it's not true, or it doesn't mean it's true. You know?
So if the curve is convex in one image and in the other image the curve is concave, does that mean that the thing is curving convexly and in a concavity at the same time?
I'm just saying you can't tell.
You can
Depends,
definitely
like,
tell.
where you're looking at the curve, actually.
Oh, Wizard.
Because
What was that, Wizard?
Because concave and convex are almost the same, actually. It just depends where you're gonna look at it, you know.
Yeah,
Are you gonna look
if you're
from
in the inside
inward
of
or
the
the outward?
ball, if you're in the inside of the ball, you're gonna see concavity from the inside. If you're on the outside, you're gonna see convexity, right?
Convex. Yeah.
So if it's not a ball,
here's
if
an
it's not
argument
curving,
is
if it's not curving, it will be a horizontal line, not curving.
which is I find it hard to believe because yet so far all over history, nobody had reported that he reached to that age. But why don't you guys think of it as a drop of water, has a curve, and a little microorganism living in that drop of water or in the top of it probably won't be able to notice that curve since he's little and tiny. If you're gonna take that scale and apply it to human comparing to the planet Earth, I think it would fit here, because
Wizard, you're playing wizardry there though, because you're jumping from one thing to the other. Because when you talk about liquid water and with the tension that is gonna give you a drop of water, right? That water in the liquid state requires a pressurized environment, and you don't have that on the globe. You don't have a pressurized environment on the globe. So if you're saying we have water and that's an example of the globe, you're missing a bunch of points. You're jumping across the bridge even though you haven't reached the bridge.
Right. So the question is, did we manage to create a gravity-less room on Earth? I mean, like a place where there's no gravity at all? The answer is yes. There are some places where they subject you to some sort of kind of centrifugal force. There's a centripetal force where you're gonna stuck in between. There's no gravity at all. That a place.
Are you talking about the airplane? You talking about the airplane, the Comet airplane?
Any place that has no gravity. In that a place.
Can you give that example? Where is when you say that? What is the exact example? What is that
give you
place?
a link. Yeah, I give you the place right now. I'll show it to you.
Can
have
you
to be outside the. I will, but I need to finish talking.
Okay.
Yeah, so they dropped some water, all right, in that place that has no gravity, and the water turned to have like a circle shape, a globe shape, even though there was no pressure, all right.
No pressure
to make the water.
If there listen, bro, if there's no pressure, the water will evaporate. You know this, right?
If there's no pressure.
You're saying that there was no pressure and you have liquid water. That will be a contradiction of the physics of water.
Yeah.
So this place that you're talking about, it is a pressurized environment. It is a contained environment. What the globe doesn't have.
All right. So can we get a tube that has no air pressure from inside, and then put some water to see
If
if it's
you're
gonna?
saying that you have liquid water in a vacuum, that will be the globe. That will be a contradiction of the way we can test water in reality. That's why the globe is impossible to have the liquid water.
Let's see that. Because I believe water have like some sort of chemical bonds, but yeah.
Okay, so if you put water in a vacuum and you remove the pressure, the water will evaporate.
The answer is yeah.
Yes. The answer is yes.
I'm sorry, I just had to mute myself because I got someone in my room. Yeah, in certain condition
Juzme?
or normal
Jimsy?
condition, it would be no, but
there?
they managed to have that. The zero and water needs a certain amount of external pressure to stay in a liquid state. Yeah, great answer actually.
Jimsy, you there?
Yes, I'm having a conversation with Wizard. Are you trying to say something about that? Go ahead.
So the
Yeah,
point that you're
wanted,
trying to
ask you a
say
question, like,
that yeah, but I'm done my point. You're quite right about that, but what about the
Exactly. So
what do we call it? The
you're
solid. No. I'm
Go
in the
ahead,
same.
Wizard.
I'm in the same dimension. I'm in the same dimension. What about the solid state? Solid state with a very low pressure can still have its shape, right? Mostly. For example, according to what you're saying, if I got a drop of water in a vacuum tube, yes, this drop of water might like vaporize. If I got a metallic bowl inside that vacuum, it's still the same, right? Depends on the material, of course. Some materials are very fragile, some are strong.
But still, and none of this stuff demonstrate
finish
any
this
evidence for the
before I
for
go?
the
Hello?
for the
Oh
globe
my God.
thing. And remember, Skull. Remember earlier when you didn't want to address what was being said. Now we're talking about something else, so you're gonna have to wait a minute.
Jizme, you there?
Oh,
Just
gosh.
one question before I go. Like,
What's the question? Go ahead.
okay, can you tell me what you see in the profile picture, the red one?
No,
Of
there's a
Snore.
moon behind.
Can you describe what you see in there?
Can you post it in the text so we know what you're talking about?
The profile
Mate,
picture
you're talking about.
of this guy? Yeah, Snore. This one talking.
My name is Wizard, bro.
Mr. Wizard. I didn't see Mr. Wizard there. You didn't type
No
Mr.
worries,
Wizard.
man. You're good.
Yeah.
So that will be a silhouette of some sort of character. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
About
Well,
what
for me,
behind
I
me.
see something else. You know.
You see, it's a cartoon. A cartoon. That's what it is. A cartoon of a
Yeah, for me,
silhouette, and
I see Scorpion.
so yeah, that
From my
was your
point,
point. You see a scorpion. That's fine. So
Yeah,
that's nothing to do with the topic. So let's move on from that.
it does.
Is that okay?
Okay,
The
sure.
Earth is a scorpion. Must be.
Where are you from?
Who? Me?
He's gone. He's gone. Whatever. So Wizard. The beginning question was that can a surface that is not curving be a sphere? That was the original question.
I like that question.
That's to me.
Well, that was the question to the other guy. Then we jump between horizontal and curvature. And that's those, the flat table on the surface, and then you jumped in and tried to say something, and then we move on from
But
water.
yeah, the answer must be no if it's not curving. Like how
It cannot be a
how's it gonna
sphere. So you got the correct answer. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. It's like you telling somebody, can we have like a square circle? It's like two different things, all right? How could you have something to be circle but it's not curving? That it's not a circle actually. It's like,
Yeah. So
I kind
we
of deal
have
with that, but what is this how is this related to the idea of having a flat Earth? I
Because
still
the
don't get
Earth's
it.
surface has no curvature.
Ah, okay. What make you think that it has no curvature? Do you mean because you didn't see it with your own eyes?
Because it's never been detected or measured.
Yeah, but we know that the Earth is quite so big, right?
No. They give us the size of it. They tell us how big it's supposed to be and how much drop over a distance there should be, how far the horizon should be. They give us all these numbers so you can test it, and it's not there.
I need to see some backup evidence for that. I can't take this,
of course,
as
of course
a
you
valid
do.
sources.
I would be concerned if you did just take us at our word.
No, definitely, man. Like I had this debate a lot, and let me tell you something. Some people that I talked to, I found what they said is quite interesting. Not because like I doubt that Earth is a globe or a flat, but because there isn't really something interesting need to be looked at. Something that is backed up with science and evidences. Yeah, I'm open to that. Like, really.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say that you'll find it's the case if you look into the topic that the only science and evidence that exists demonstrates a flat, motionless surface, and the only evidence that we have for a ball surface is unverifiable images and videos from a handful of military organizations and space agencies.
But there's one part I'm sorry, like also I don't want you to ignore, which is the human like history of observation, like we don't have to ignore that, and I'm not gonna use this
No, I don't.
against
We don't
you, I
ignore
swear.
that. No, we don't ignore that. The human history of observation is that humans have only ever observed a flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't you find like if you have let's say a 12 years old child or something who just came back home and he studied the globe Earth, blah blah blah, and then you told him no, it's a flat sun and here's why, and then like he would rise up this
Well, if he
question, which
wasn't
is
told it was a globe at school, he would never think that it was. He would just assume that it was flat and motionless like he
Yeah.
experiences. The only reason anyone ever thinks it's a ball is because they're told so in school and on TV. But they can never confirm that or evidence it in reality for
against you
themselves.
too. Sir, but that point is against you because you might think about it that way. It's like, okay, everybody knows Earth is a flat, and based on our observation, it's quite impossible to believe it's a globe. However, it's like boom, everybody started to talk about it as it's a globe. Why do you think there was so much effort? Not even in the modern world, but even back in the days.
Well, that's not
400,
really the
500
point,
years
though.
ago.
I mean, you can ask the question why, because the Catholic Church promoted it, and they pretty much controlled all of the education system in Europe for hundreds of years. So it's essentially just because it's been told to people at school in the education system and propagandized on TV. But that shouldn't really be your first question. Your first question should be, well, what is the evidence? Well, where are the measurements for this globe, for this curvature, for this spin, for this motion? Where are any of the evidences? Where are the measurements? They don't exist. That should be your question. Be like, well, why can no one measure this curvature? Because it's not supposed to be immeasurable. It would be detectable with our modern technology. So NASA claim that they can go to Mars and drive robots around, but they can't measure 66 foot of drop over 10 miles due to curve. Come on.
But what do you think about the observation of these celestial objects or galaxial objects like moon?
Yeah, they just
sun?
move above the flat, motionless Earth.
No, I'm not talking about the day and night and stuff like that. I'm just talking about the fact that it's kind of in a circle shape.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, regardless of what pattern they move in, they are moving in a cycle above a flat, motionless Earth.
But if they're moving in a cycle above a flat, thing, wouldn't you find it a little bit awkward? But if it's a flat, it probably would be in the daylight for the entire year.
No, obviously not. That would just be based on you for some reason assuming that the sun would light the entirety of the Earth at once, when obviously it doesn't. It only lights a portion of the Earth at once, and then when it moves, it gets dark and it lights up the other bit that it's now over. So that's only confusing if you start trying to mix the globe heliocentric cosmology with flat Earth. But you need to eject the globe heliocentric idea to understand what is actually going on. That's just going to confuse you.
You might have a point about that, but I'm sorry, like, think about it, all right? I can observe some stars over there, right? And I can tell from the look that these stars are far away, right? I'm not going in details, all right? I don't want to talk about how far are they. I still see the light glowing over there, right? Now, this sun is kind of like, zillion times bigger in size.
No,
right?
see, that's again, you're mixing the cosmologies. You're mixing the cosmologies again. You don't know how big the sun is. You don't know what the sun is.
No, you didn't
All
get my
you know
point.
is that it's a moving light.
I'm not talking about the actual size of the sun. I'm talking about the size that I see with my own eyes, all right? The size that I notice with my own eyes is bigger than the size of the stars that tend to be little tiny. I agree with you if you want to argue with the fact that these stars could be way bigger than the sun, but because it's far away,
I'm not making a claim about that either. Yeah, I'm not claiming the size or the shape.
I'm not going there, believe me. But imagine living in a country, for example, like Libya or a very hot desert in the Middle East, where it's scorching, all right, and there's like, I don't know, 10,000 luminous flux intensity whatsoever, and then within a few hours, all right, you don't even see that big bowl anymore. Where do you think it goes? Where do you think it just disappeared?
It's moved away from that part of the Earth. It's now over a different part of the Earth.
Still able to see it in a smaller size at least.
You don't know. Light doesn't travel infinitely through air. Right? So in the same way that light doesn't travel infinitely through water, it gets blocked out. So you can only see a certain distance in front of you, and the light can only penetrate down so far underwater. The air is similar, it's just much thinner, so the light can travel further than it can in water, but it still eventually has an extinction point. So no, the light from the sun is not traveling all over the Earth. It's limited.
In high school, but that's not.
So then you know. Then you know that there is no reason to assume that the sun's light would travel forever and light up the entirety of the Earth. It just wouldn't.
But that
has to travel through.
I mean, if you've done this experiment, I'm sorry, sir, but if you done this experiment, right? This phenomena happen in a case we call it mirage, when there's something called a total internal reflection might happen. The light would be blocked to move in other medium, and air itself can be different mediums, depends on the density of the air, all right?
No, air is one medium.
But it's one, no, hear me out. It's one medium, but because there could be difference in temperature, then each layer would have would be like behaving as a separate medium. This is why you would get to see water.
Sir, I know what you mean.
I understand, believe me, what you're talking about. But the reason why you see water far away when you drive in your car, because there's something called mirage, and that mirage happened because
I understand.
Yeah. Total internal reflection happen in one medium.
But that has nothing to do with your claim that you would see the sun's light everywhere. I mean, again,
but to see
I wouldn't even waste my
blocked.
time speculating on it, because what you would need.
No. But think about it. Like, why do you think it has to be blocked to 100%? I mean, yeah, you might.
I'm not making. I don't think it has to be. I'm not making any claims about what it has to be, other than it's a light above the flat, motionless Earth. And that's confirmed because the Earth is measured flat and motionless, not because we observe the sun moving as it does, but because we measure the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, so it's flat. So the sun is above that.
All right, then I'm sorry. Like, maybe I'm gonna use a different measurements and I would question, like, where's the sun? Why it's not over here? If it's flat, at least I would be able to see some
it's
glow,
over a
some
different
lights.
part of the Earth.
No, no. We've already discussed that. Light does not travel infinitely through air. So no, that's just wrong.
What do you mean by light doesn't? No, I'm sorry. Like, how do you think we can see
Light has an
stars far
extinction
away?
point in air. It has an extinction point in air. Doesn't travel infinitely through air. That's a
Can you
fact.
back what you're saying in with evidences?
Just
Like,
Google
what
it.
make
Just
you
Google
say?
light's extinction point in air, or light
Yeah, but
attenuation in air.
yeah, I'm not talking about like zillion of light years. What do you think I can see
No,
stars
not
so
a
far?
zillion light years. Not a zillion light years. Doesn't have to be.
But it's still, I can see
That's a
stars
fantasy
from
number.
far away.
That's a fantasy idea. A zillion.
It's
Yeah,
same as the
you don't
stars.
know the difference.
Same goes for the stars. You don't know the distance to the stars.
Yeah, and you can't see all of them forever either.
I'm sorry, but with an inductive reasoning, I can tell that objects are right that is kind of closer to me tend to look bigger, and objects that is far away tend to look smaller. Right? And if you want to convince me that those stars are very, very, very close, but they are small in size,
No, we're not claiming
I
a
would say that
distance.
this is quite ridiculous.
No, we're not claiming that. You're getting ridiculous, dude, because you're trying to understand the Earth's surface by your baseless speculation about the lights in the sky. When we're telling you,
Of course,
just
light
measure the
is something
surface. No,
almost.
not of course. That's illogical. That's bad logic. It's not of course. You don't know anything about the luminaries other than what you observe them to do.
You don't know anything apart from observation.
And I'm sorry
itself,
if you
do
measure that a flat Earth. Where's the edge of it then?
Well, we're not claiming an edge of it. I've not seen one.
How something could be flat and have no edge? Right. That's my question.
Okay, so where's the edge of the universe?
I don't know.
Okay,
I didn't
well,
assume that the universe. I didn't assume
well,
that the universe is a flat.
Oh well, that's what they say.
There you go.
Is.
Same answer. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if
They
it was
say
flat or not.
You
Have to have
type
an
into
edge.
Google, is the universe flat? And they'll tell you the universe is flat. So it must have an edge. And if it doesn't, I guess it doesn't exist.
Then I would direct the same question to them. Like, now you need to answer my question.
That's amazing.
How could you have
No.
How could you have something flat with no edge? All right, you just like it.
Well, I'm not claiming an edge.
Bye-bye.
I'm not saying there is or
let me
there
finish
isn't.
the question, guys. Let me finish the question. You dropped a very good question, and I agreed with you. Do you think something could be circle shape with no curve? And I told you no.
We're not claiming it's a circle shape.
All right. And then I'm gonna just echo of that, and I'm gonna just push the boundaries a little bit and ask you: could be something like become a flat with no edges at the end, right?
Well, that's again not our claim. Our claim is the surface measures flat. We're not claiming an
Then
edge.
I'm sorry, like till you find the edge of Earth. All right, I would agree with you that Earth is a flat.
That's illogical, my friend. That's illogical.
The thing is that you're thinking that there is this people here are claiming unknowns, and you're asking about an unknown. But what the thing you're ignoring and hand waving the thing that is actually known, the surface is not curving. That's known. We know that. Now you're asking about what is not known. What is
No,
at the edge of the
not known.
universe?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Even though
there are unknowns.
Even though your friend answered me, but I'm not convinced with his answer. Like, 6
What
hours
answer
ago,
did I
there was
give
a
you?
big. The
What answer did
about
I
the
give
sun.
you?
Like 6 hours ago, there was a big ball lighting up, almost like
Which particular
making
point
everybody
about the
sweat.
sun? Because I wasn't trying to convince you of anything about the sun. I just pointed out what's observable with the sun.
Yeah,
Are you saying you don't see the sun moving?
Sir.
No, are you saying you don't
he
see
made
the sun moving above
another.
you?
He made another false logic there. He said he saw a ball of light. You said a ball of what, sir? A ball of fire.
A light pole.
Oh, sorry. So you don't observe a ball when you look at the sun. You see a circle. Circles and balls are two
I meant
different
it in a
things.
circle way, so probably like that's a language barrier, but I meant it the circle thing, all right?
So,
Not
so
necessarily
you
to
see,
be.
you gotta
I'm not arguing
remember
about.
you have already preconditioned yourself, your way of thinking, and coming to certain conclusions. Even your logic is flawed and missing a bunch of variables to be able to
Like,
come
what
to a
make you
conclusion
think
of
that I
what you're
have a?
looking at.
What make you think that I'm have that? That's a pre-assumption from you that is totally wrong. I just stated that
You
it's a
said the soul is
linguistic
of
thing.
you said
you come into a conclusions about an unknown, the sun or the edge of the world. You come into conclusions based on of knowns, things that you don't know of.
Yeah, see, a lot of people get this idea about where's the edge because they see images of a flat Earth in space. But that's a cartoon. No one's claiming that. We're not in space. Space does not exist, as they've shown us.
Wow.
Yeah,
Big
wow.
point. Is the sun circle or not?
You observe it to
Okay,
be a
shape.
disk of light that moves through the sky.
Okay, great. Let's go that way. You ever watch the sunset? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. You see that this disk or whatever you want to call it gradually disappearing.
Well, it appears to descend with our perspective. Yeah.
All right. I'm just bear with me. I'm not gonna
In
corner
some
you.
cases,
All right.
not every instance, by the way. You have to say, just because
Yeah,
you see a few
I agree.
sunsets doesn't mean it
One case
always
is
does
enough.
the same thing. No.
Yeah,
One case
one
is not
case is
enough because
enough.
we can show examples where it appears to get smaller in the distance, not descending below a horizon.
I have never seen that, to be honest.
I
But
know,
back
but think about this. Think about
back
this.
to
Think
what I
about
know.
this. Hold on. Think about this. Is it possible that things have occurred that you haven't personally seen?
Is it possible that things what?
Is it possible that things have occurred that you haven't personally seen?
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of stuff happening I didn't
Well, this is
witness
an
and so on.
example of that, right?
Yeah, but
So
at
you
least you
can't
need to
say
show it to
because I've
me.
seen.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can
someone can
say
post
a
it in
lot
the
of
side chat.
possibilities.
Yeah,
Hold on,
someone
sir.
post it in the side chat for him.
No, but hold on. Like I can put a lot of possibilities over here, right? But at least we count on inductive stuff rather than just okay. For example,
Nah, but dude, this is where you're losing it. This is where you're losing it because you're like, oh, I
what
can
do you
come
mean
up
by
with
this?
heaps
Where I'm
of
losing it?
ideas because you're trying to understand the Earth based on your baseless speculation about the sun in this instance. You don't know what the sun
No,
is or how it operates or why you see it the way you do.
no. I'm sorry. Like I can present the same experiment of the sun.
It's not an
That's not an
experiment.
experiment.
Can I finish, guys?
That's not an experiment, though. You have to be corrected
I'll
because
make
all
it
of
we're
your
just
not
falsy
experiment. Then
we
it's
premises.
like
gonna
to
give you
be
the same scenario.
we like to be specific about the words we use in here because words have meaning and it's important to use them in the way they're meant to be used. So it's not a
You know
dig at you.
the English
And
server
yeah, this is a good
meaning of the
opportunity.
words. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we if you're talking about, I mean, it's not a scientific experiment. You're just observing the sun doing what it does. But carry on.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah,
saying the
listen,
reason why I see it
Wizard,
like
I just want to bring that point home. When you say you experiment, you're actually not doing an experiment, and like he said, you're doing an observation, and you're already coming to a conclusion of what that is, even though you haven't done any experiments and you haven't
which
manipulated
make it
any variables
possibly right.
to come
Yeah,
to a
but
conclusion.
at
You
least
already have a conclusion,
yes.
even though you don't know what it is. That's the issue.
No, sir, hold on. Hear me out. The experiment that I'm going to establish at least makes it possible that it could be a globe. All right.
No, it doesn't. No,
That's the thing.
this is why I said you're on the wrong track because you can assume you could look at the sun and then say, well, I'm going to assume that the Earth is a ball. But then when we try and verify that by measuring the surface to see if it is a ball, it's not. So you're just kicking the can down the road. Focus on the curvature.
So if
Like
he's
you need
saying
proof
that
of
the
curvature.
sunset, if he's saying that the sunset is because globe, does that what happens when the sun doesn't set? Does that mean it's not a globe?
No, actually, it does. Because a globe, actually, if you look at it, there would be a principal axis where that place actually would be subjected to the sun most of the time, and then the other side.
So
that could just be
no matter
story,
what
yeah.
happens, you're saying that no matter what happens, it's because globe.
Yeah, because a globe is the only thing that
He
gives
says,
me the
yeah.
true. Hold on.
No,
I
dude,
don't know if
that's
you're looking for
fallacious. Don't
certain
say.
words or you're just trying to trap me. But guys, if you want to talk to each other, I can let you seriously because I need to make my statement. You're free
Yeah, you
talking,
go
and
make
then
your
when I start
steak.
to
If
say
you want to go
something, you
make your
jump in.
steak, that's fine. But no, dude, it can't be the
What I
case.
want to say, all these natural phenomena, all right. When I think of Earth as a globe, problem is solved.
No, dude. No. No, dude. You're
Me
only
one
about it as a
phenomena
globe
that
because that's what you were told. That's what you've been taught. That's all you know. So of course that's the only way you try and contextualize these
right till
observations.
you bring something
But
in
what
that
we're
will
challenging
contradict
is
what you say.
One
what we're
second, one second, Cyclone and Wizard. Remember, you already have the. Remember when you spoke about the child that studied and learned about the globe, right? So you're already coming to that conclusion because that's what you know, what you learned, right? But tell me, have you considered any other variables, and you already checked all the other variables that can be causing that effect, and you already check marked all the other variables that brought you to the conclusion that the only way that this can be happening is because globe. You're saying it is only because globe because I already discarded this other list of variables.
None of you guys have checked anything so far in person.
Yeah, we checked if there's curve and there's not. So all of your
You done yourself,
arguments
bro?
that
You
yeah,
do that
yeah,
yourself?
yeah.
Tell me, what did you do? I want to do it like you. Go ahead.
Well, you can go down to a shoreline or a lake, to a large body of water. You can take your observer height and you can check the globe math to see how much obstruction you should be seeing due to the curvature. So how far away the horizon is going to be, how much of a distant object is going to be obscured due to the curvature. So you know what your prediction should be on the globe, and then you go out and do it, and you find that the prediction doesn't match
Do that
reality.
in land or only in the seashore?
Well, on land, you've got to deal with topography. So water, which we know finds its level, you don't have to worry about topography, is the more exemplary case, let's say. So yeah, you can do this yourself. You can do this yourself, and we would recommend that you do. Don't take our word for it. But it is important because if you think about it, all of your arguments about the sun moving and the stars and all that, they assume a curve. But if you don't have a curve, all those assumptions are incorrect.
And
And that is
there
the
are
case.
some other
So,
there are some people that have done it in land as well. There's those places that you can go to and try it, check it out yourself. There's
yeah,
one
some
that
people,
that's done that, 36 miles, 25 miles, and I think that's all that I
yeah,
know
people
for
go to like
sure.
salt flats and dry lake beds and things like that. But I would still say when it comes to explaining it to someone, if you're doing it over land, they can easily just say, well, there's topography that's messing up the results. So with water, we don't have to worry about topography. It should just be geometric curvature conforming to a ball. But it doesn't, and this is the whole point. This is why we're here, because it's easy to check. Now that we have technology like high-powered optics and cameras so that you can record, this is what's brought this whole thing about. Nikon released a bunch of high-powered cameras, and people just started recording videos of no curve.
So, I'm gonna share this with you also. You might want to consider it. I hope it's the one. And yeah, I've seen that one, but they complained about the fact that in the sea, because there's something having some sort of what is that? Like, this link is so long. Hold on, let me just get the YouTube one.
I'm not in the chat right now, but describe it. I'm sure we've seen it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Probably you haven't, believe me. Sorry for those who tagged me. I just like can't. Listen. All right, guys. You know.
While you do that, Wizard, remember that you're skipping a bunch of steps to come to a certain conclusion. Like he explained to you, if the surface is not curving and you can check for that, right? The globe has to be curving at a certain rate. And if you're making observations, long distance observations that debunk that claim, that you're gonna have to check for other possibilities.
Why don't we assume that they are mistaken about the number that they gave us?
Then you're saying
quiet on the
that
mic. I didn't
then
hear
you're
that.
saying that NASA is wrong about the numbers that they gave you and all the photography from outer
That is
space. You're
absolute,
debunking.
yes.
Listen, you're debunking the whole thing. If you say that, you're debunking the whole thing. Actually,
I'm not
that
saying
doesn't
NASA
help
is
the globe.
divine. No, I'm sorry. I would never say that. By the way, why is it all about NASA? Like, it's not only NASA. Chinese, Russian,
But
Soviet
remember,
Union
they had
before,
to use
Germany.
these specific numbers to account to be able to make it to the moon. If those numbers were off, right, all the stuff that they claim they have done, it will be not possible because they have to be very specific.
Yeah, and it's not like
But
Russia and
the
China are
number.
saying anything different to NASA when it comes to the size of the ball that they're claiming. They claim the same size.
Huh?
So that's what we test. And it's not true.
You know,
But now
guys,
he's
how
saying
we.
that the numbers are off and that might be a possibility. But the thing is
Well, that's fine.
that anywhere, if you go anywhere across the world, any body of water, any land mass, you're not gonna find this drop over distance that will be required for it to, be a sphere, because a sphere will require the drop over distance, and it's nowhere to be found anywhere across the world. So
Yeah,
you're
but if
gonna
you want
have
to
to come to a
say
different conclusion.
the numbers are wrong, that's fine with me, because then you're saying you don't agree with the globe model, which is exactly what we're saying. So we're saying,
Oh, it could
why
be
are
a
you
globe
teaching?
still, but
Right, but in that case, then it would almost be a bigger lie than flat Earth, because if it's,
yes,
for
could
example,
be.
we have observations of a horizon at 10 miles away for a 1 foot observer. Right, for a 1 foot observer, according to the globe model, the horizon is supposed to be maximum 1.2 miles away. So to see it over 10 miles away changes the radius value. If it was a geometric curve, that horizon that we're seeing, then it would change it from less than 4,000 miles to over 250,000 miles. So the difference is astronomical. It's not a small little difference we're talking about. So that would mean that you've got like 60 odd times more land and water mass than they've told us about. So that would be a huge issue. The cosmic distance ladder, the distances and sizes to the sun, moon, and stars, everything that they've told us they've used to land on the moon, all that's wrong because it's based on that 3959 mile radius. So if you're saying maybe the numbers are wrong, you're just conceding like that they've lied about everything, which is what we're saying. So, but even that, I mean, there's no reason to assume a bigger ball because we're just not detecting any curvature. So until you're detecting some curvature, there's no reason to go to a curved shape. No logical reason anyway.
Like we're turning to be sub, you know.
You're a bit quiet on your mic now. I can't really hear what you're saying.
You hear me now?
Still a bit quiet, but yeah, I could hear that. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing some of these observations and laser tests and things, we can post them in the chat, or you can join our home server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which has terabytes of this kind of information. It's like a library for Flat Earth if you want to research in your own time. If you want that, we can send it. It's just discord.gg/Flat Earth. Find the link in some of the guys' bios in here or on the YouTube channel. Yeah, just look into it. Just have an open mind.
He dropped out.
That's fine. Just to the
So
audience.
he posted that video, and in the video it says that they're doing the observation from Kanagu the mountain, and he's saying that people in the equation, like the FE argument, he says 1 minute 40 seconds that they don't take into account the altitude, and that's why it's kind of wrong. But that's not true. The altitude is being taken into account, but this guy is claiming that the altitude is not being taken into account, which is, I don't know, why is he saying that in the video?
Well, it sounds like he's just new and doing a bit of coping, which is to be expected. We got anyone else in? Got questions? Wants to discuss?
Let's see. Alucard. The other name I see here.
Alucard, Gabriel, Light, Saki, Zigmoid. What's up, guys?
Meticulous. Something like that. Oh, he's been here.
Yeah, I recognized him. Come on, guys, let's have your questions.
I'm just listening to you.
Okay, no problem, Gabriel. Do you believe the Earth's a globe, though? Well, as long as you're listening, I suppose we can give you our basic summary of what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a disk Earth in space or a square Earth in space. The Earth is not in space. We're not in a vacuum. We're in a contained system, a closed system, and it's flat and motionless as far as can be observed, measured, and practically used. So we're talking about the physical surface beneath our feet, how it's observed, how it's measured, and how it's practically used. And that is that it's flat and motionless, right? Despite the images that they show us in textbooks and on TV, when we actually go out onto the Earth and do long distance observations, laser tests, all kinds of things, there's no curvature, there's no drop over the distance like they say there should be. So that's how we know that it's not a ball. But that doesn't mean that we are claiming a total shape of it or a size. We don't know that. But we do know that it's flat, motionless, and contained. Not a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball flying at millions of miles an hour through a never-ending horror vacuum. That's just like a horror story that they've told us to traumatize our gentle souls. We have an objective up and down. Everyone's got the same up. Everyone's got the same down. So if you're living in America and you're looking up, and there's a guy in Australia looking up, these are looking the same way. The guy in Australia is not upside down playing football upside down with rain and snow going upwards towards your feet. That's just fantasy. Any thoughts? You with me so far? So yeah, if you go onto Google and you type in curvature calculator, Earth curvature calculator, or distance to horizon calculator, you can start playing around with the numbers and testing it wherever you live. See if your part of the Earth measures the same way as everyone else's, which is flat and motionless. Or if you are on a spinning curved bit, but no one's ever measured that. Which is strange because they teach it in school like this isn't a theory, this is 100% scientific fact, and yet no one in human history has ever measured any curvature, has ever measured any motion of the ground, unless they're in an earthquake or something. And they can't demonstrate that you can have a gas pressure system like we have here on Earth in a vacuum, like they tell us space is. You can't have water existing in a vacuum. So they're telling us we've got a ball of gas and a ball of water existing in a vacuum when gas expands in all directions in a vacuum and water turns to gas in a vacuum. So the whole thing just doesn't make sense. Doesn't work in reality, which is why we've only ever seen it on TV or in a textbook as a cartoon. That would be my little elevator pitch. Anyone else got anything to add to that? I will take your silence as complete agreement. I'm glad you're on board.
No
What do you think?
contest.
Yeah, what do you think, Gabriel? Did you hear that? Did you listen? Because you said you were listening.
Yeah, I'm a little bit busy for the reason I'm just listening.
Okay,
And
no
because
worries.
I'm learning too, so yes.
We're all learning, Gabriel. Good man. Well, welcome to the chat.
Thanks.
Come on, guys. Must have someone with questions. Insults. I'll take anything at this point.
Flat earthers are just uneducated.
Yes, uneducated. I wish I didn't go to school.
No, you don't sound very uneducated. You sound very refined.
Thank you. It's the fantastic state education that exists over here. What's up, Juan Pablo?
One of the few Scottish people that you can actually understand.
Yeah, I try. Especially when I'm here on this server, I try and slow it down a bit. Keep it as simple as I normally do, if not more simple. Cold as ice? What's up? Does anyone here think they've seen curvature of the Earth? Or experienced motion of the Earth, other than an earthquake? Because that's what we're being told we should believe, but no one seems to have ever experienced any of that. And you say, oh, but that's just your perspective. Okay, so whose perspective are we supposed to rely on, if not every single human being on Earth's perspective? Some other perspective? Some government perspective, maybe? The TV perspective?
The real East level perspective. No. Forget about your perspective and the realist level. Let's go to this cartoon, and here I can explain to you how imagination fantasy nonsense works.
Yep, that sounds about right.
But well, one sec, didn't Christopher Columbus prove that the Earth is a ball?
No, he sailed across a flat body of water, treating it as flat all the way. Like all sailors. All good sailors do.
All right. Okay, I contest that. But okay, how can you say that the globe model is inaccurate when we have pictures from space?
Sorry, I'm sending out some chats in the general. What did you say?
I said, how can you say that the globe? Yeah, how can you say the globe model is inaccurate when we have pictures from space?
Yes. Government space cartoons. But they admit they're Photoshop and they're composite images and they're artist renderings. Probably just paintings. So yeah, we can't just rely on unverifiable imagery and videos when we know how easy it is to manipulate image and video. Whoa, dude, you can just say you don't have any evidence that the Earth's a ball. You don't need to blow our eardrums out.
He was looking for his daddy. That's why he said that word.
Who's that? We got a new challenger approaching. So the question to the chat is, have you ever seen the Earth's curvature, or have you ever felt the Earth spin? What do you think, Junior's bald? You ever felt the Earth spin? Too lazy to find it all. What's up? Calamity Jack. What's up? Have you seen the Earth spin?
I've never seen it spin.
Oh. You ever seen it curve?
No.
But they're telling us it's a big spinning ball.
That is true.
So how would we figure out if that's true if we can't detect it?
I don't have a stance, but I guess people just want us to go off the AI generated images on Google.
Well, yeah, I mean, most people would just say, well, we've got pictures of it. But if you look for even like 10 minutes, you'll quickly figure out that they say that it's Photoshop. It's not a photograph. It's a composite image spliced together and then wrapped around a ball in Photoshop. Guys at NASA literally say this.
Wait, so let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's a do you think that there's an end?
I don't know. I don't know how far
What do you
it
think
goes.
about like Antarctica? You know how like people are saying that like there's like a wall and then on the other side
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but certainly Antarctica's weird because what they give us in the history that's available to us, although it's not very widely publicized history, is this Operation High Jump that the Americans did after the Second World War. And basically, it took up until the mid-1900s before we had the technological capability to actually go on to Antarctica's shelf, because up until that point, people who had been sailing in the south, if they'd ever came near it, would just see this massive wall of ice sticking out of the ocean. So they're like, well, how the hell am I going to get up there? I can't. So a lot of them did try and sail around looking for an inlet through it, apparently. Cook and all that have recorded some interesting journeys in the south. But it was up until the 1950s that they actually managed to go they took a whole Navy armada. This is where all these funny stories come about Nazis hiding out in Antarctica and hidden bases and aliens and all this stuff, because they took a naval armada with Admiral Byrd, who was the youngest admiral in US history at that time, a very decorated guy, done a lot of exploring. And that was the first time they were able to get up onto the Antarctic ice shelf. That's why it was called High Jump, Operation High Jump, because they did a high jump onto this ice shelf. And their time there is very strange. They lost a bunch of people and planes and stuff, but no one really seems to be able to give a solid reason for why that is, other than just the conditions are so crazy. But either way, not long after that is when they came in with the Antarctic Treaty, which is an international treaty that dozens of countries, all the world's countries that had just been at war, basically, just all signed and agreed. No independent traveler can go to Antarctica, well, can go beyond 60th parallel south, so essentially Antarctica. So they locked it off from the public just after they went there. And then, a year after that, NASA was established. And with that came the military purview of the upper atmo, which is high altitude. So above a certain altitude, it's military airspace. Yeah, so people can't go up. So people can't go and travel to Antarctica, and people can't go up. And that's just after they ostensibly went and explored it for the first time. But what is actually going on down there? I've got no idea. I've never been. I don't suppose I'll ever get there. I don't really have any great intention to go to somewhere that's minus 100 C with 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's kind of like, I think about it, it's almost like an out-of-bounds zone in a game. You know, you go out of bounds and your health just drops immediately and you just die if you don't come back. Kind of like that.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't know much about it. So your guess is as good as mine. But I do know it's on a overall flat, topographical, motionless, planar Earth. Not a big spinning ball. It's not at the bottom of a big spinning ball.
Are you religious?
Well, I understand that the environment that we're in is intelligently created. It has to be. So in that
you're
regard,
just not
you could say,
affiliated
yeah.
with anything.
Yeah, you just put it like that. That's why this topic is so controversial, because what it actually boils down to is essentially a proof of intelligent design. And that's the reason that the mainstream is hysterical about it, because they've spent hundreds of years trying to craft this perfect story that results in an accidental creation, a meaningless existence, so that you're essentially pond scum, a spot of dust in an infinite void. They've spent a long time crafting this notion, and the flat earth just destroys it. So that's why it's so contentious. And the craziest thing is, it's all provable by direct observation and measurement.
Who's that scratching on their mic and making a bunch of background noise? Just guys, if you're not speaking at the time, if you're not speaking, can you please mute?
So who were we just talking to there? Who was that guy asking about Antarctica? What's your name?
Nana. Oh, well, that's like my real name, but too lazy to find it all.
Oh, yeah. Too lazy to find it all. Okay, I spoke to you, yeah. You got any other questions? You curious? What's on your mind? Presumably, like all of us, you think this is a crazy subject, like who could believe the Earth is flat? Maybe not, I don't know.
No, I don't. No, I've always been on the fence, but like, I just don't. I'd probably lean more towards it being flat. I was just curious to see like what you had to say about it.
Well, what I was just talking about there isn't really directly relating to whether it's flat or a globe. That's kind of
No, I
just
know
some
you were talking about like the because I
sidebar
asked you about
history.
the end and stuff.
Oh yeah. So the end. That's a good question actually, because a lot of people have that question. So we're not
Because technically there
claiming.
would be like a void.
No, because the void idea is the space idea. That's what they've given us, that this globe sits within. But that's not actually real. The vacuum that this globe resides in doesn't exist.
So you don't
We're
think
in-
like there's an end at all?
Well, I don't know. But what I would say is it's a contained system, right? It's closed. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah, like I see what you're saying.
So a terrarium is completely sealed. It's a closed system, and you just add the dirt and the water and the seeds.
Yeah, like something
And
which you put like in a lizard in there or something.
yeah. And the plants will start to grow, and the contained system will generate its own gas and water cycle, and it'll just keep cycling and keep growing. That's essentially what we've got going on here.
You
We're
ever
in a
seen the
giant one of
maze?
these.
The Maze
No.
Runner?
No.
Okay.
But I have heard some flat Earth people talking about it. So go
Yeah,
on.
so like how it works is like basically these people, they're like stuck in like this like patch of grass and there's like walls and stuff, but it seems like what you're saying is maybe there's like an invisible dome or something and that's like what we're in.
No. Well, I'm not making any claim as to what the physical nature
But you're
of the
saying like there could
containment
be a
is.
possibility because you were talking about the terrarium, no?
Yeah. So I'm saying it's a contained system. So logically, it would be logical to assume that at some point it will terminate at that container. But where that is, how big it is, what it's made of, what its shape is, I've got no idea. But we know that there's a container because we have gas pressure. We're in a pressurized system. And to have pressure, you need a container. It's in the definition. So if you look up the definition of gas pressure, it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. And if you don't have a container, you don't have gas pressure because the gas particles need to press. That's why it's pressure, because it's pressing against a container for it to be pressurized. So we know we're in a contained system, which means we're not hurtling through a never-ending vacuum. And the vacuum story is crazy anyway, because for starters, gas does not form into balls in a vacuum under any conditions. And water boils and turns into a gas in a vacuum. So we can't have a spinning ball of gas and water in a vacuum. All that shit would just boil off, spread out. It's impossible. So yeah, when you're asking about an edge, no, there's not. It's not a disk floating in space with water falling off it or any of that. We're in a contained, motionless system. Beyond that, like what's beyond that, no idea. I would say you can't go there, as at least in this life, let's say.
Yeah, if you follow a certain logic, it will have to be a contained environment. So if you're saying, this is speculation because I don't think anybody here has been there, but if you're saying, is there an edge or whatever, there will have to be the walls of the container. What's outside of that? Who knows? That's just, if you follow the logics that the gas pressure that you're breathing air requires containment. So if there wasn't a container, you wouldn't be able to breathe air because the air will be rushing violently away from your lungs.
See, and one of the things I find interesting, although it's not a point that we would make to prove anything one way or the other, is when you're confronted with the fact that space cannot exist as they've described to us, you do ask that question, well then, what is beyond it? And obviously we've got no idea or a way to access that. But if you look back into the ancient cultures, it's interesting to see what they thought we were in. And one of the dominant thoughts is that we're completely submerged in water, the whole system. In Hebrew cosmology, they call it the Great Deep. But it would just be this notion that we're in essentially a giant ocean and we're in a contained system within it, which is a mad trip to think about. But at the same time, when I ask the question, what would be beyond this container, it would make sense to me that it's either air or water, since that's what we know of in our reality. So the fact that they've gone for water, I find quite interesting. But obviously, that's total speculation. We've got no idea. But just thinking about that is a bit of a mind blower, no? Would make the system
Yeah,
pretty easy. Just one more thing, it would make the system pretty easy to flood.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting too, and like because that brings to mind like the different consistencies of like different waters having different consistencies. Like when those dudes went down in that submarine and they saw this lake under the ocean. They were in the ocean and they saw a lake on the bottom of it, and they tried to go in it. And it was so dense they bounced off. They couldn't go in it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that was a guy who was working with James Cameron, who was doing all the deep sea stuff for his Titanic documentary. And they got this like advanced little one-man sub that could go super deep. And this guy went super deep and he came to the ocean floor and he found what looked like the surface of a lake. And he was like, what the hell? So thinking it's a different density of water that's just looking perfectly like the surface of a lake or something. So he tried to submerge through it by lowering himself in, and he said it was like the most saline liquid you could get, and the sub just couldn't descend through it. It was just, the sub was totally buoyant on it. Couldn't go any deeper. And then that guy, weirdly enough, a few years later died. I can't remember how they say he died, but it was strange timing because when I remember looking into this guy ages ago, I was like, oh, of course, he's dead. A few years after speaking about this on that James Cameron documentary. So yeah, water's above, water's below, who knows? So Nana, we're going a bit deep here. This isn't really intro stuff, but if you've got any thoughts or questions, feel free.
Are you like suggesting that maybe the government had something to do with that?
In terms of what had something to do with what?
Like that guy just randomly dying?
Oh, right. In terms of who's responsible for that, I've got no idea. But you do try. I mean, it's conspiracy theory, isn't it? But you do tend to see something like whistleblowers for NASA and people who are touching on this topic, meeting strange ends. Let's say, especially you look into the Apollo program and the people who were even half whistleblowing. They're blowing up on the launch pads. They're getting their entire families wiped out by trains owned by NASA. Bizarre. But actually, I had another point to make just quickly because you were talking about the Maze Runner. If you start looking into this, you'll probably start to notice how often this theme actually is prevalent in modern pop culture. Movies, books, cartoons, all kinds of things deal with this concept. And we don't really click until we're looking for it. But on our home server, we have a channel called FE References in Pop Culture or Pop Culture FE, something like that. And we've got a list of like a heap of TV shows, movies, all this kind of stuff, Pixar, Disney, that are low-key dropping this and playing with this idea of a contained system. See, remember that there's that Simpsons episode where he's hallucinating and playing baseball, and he knocks the baseball into the sky and he cracks the sky. The sky shatters and all this water pours through it. And like the commentator guy's like, oh, he's cracked the sky and let in the world's oceans. He's just cracked this reality wide open. All this kind of stuff, which is pretty on the nose when you start to get into this topic. But that's just a sidebar. So if you're interested and you want more information on this, I recommend you guys join our server. Because if you try and find this information, like genuine information on YouTube and Google, the algorithm's just going to send you a bunch of bullshit that's poisoning the well, straw man fallacies, just anti-flat earth propaganda, basically. But we save all the good stuff, or a good chunk of it.
Yeah. I'm interested. Send me some stuff, please.
All right, someone DM that guy the link to the home server.
Yo, my name's Nano. Whoever's gonna DM me. Nano with the
Nano, sorry. All
yeah,
right,
it's all
Nano.
good.
Someone send that guy the server link, and when you join it, here, I'll just do it. And I'll talk you through where to go because there's a lot of channels.
Bro. Yo, the funny thing is like the Earth is probably flat, and like it's super easy to like rage bait though, because like everybody who says the Earth is like round, like they don't have like good enough like reasons to support it. So it's low key like funny just to like troll.
Honestly, I've been saying if there's any, like if the trolls of the internet really wanted to troll, they would start learning about flat Earth, because there's nothing that enrages people more than hearing about reality as it's observed and measured. And the best thing is, you don't even have to really like lie. You don't have to lie about it. You don't have to really do any hard work. You've just got fact. Water, observable, measurable, flat, horizontal, sea level, no motion, no curvature. It's like literally everything proves it. So yeah, that all day. But anyway, I just sent a link to your DMs. You got it?
Thank you. Yeah.
Right. So join that server, and when you join it, scroll about 3/4 of the way down, and you'll find the additional information section. It's all alphabetized A to Z, and it's organized by topic. Organized by topic, so you've got like gravity, curvature, motion, sun, moon, stars, all these things that are like a lot of questions, a lot of common questions. Do you see those channels?
I see additional information.
Yeah, all alphabetized, so you'll see all those individual channels. So if you've got a question like, oh, what about gravity? There's a channel for gravity. That kind of thing.
Do you have any
And
like videos?
Oh, there's videos, articles, images, all kinds of stuff. Every format of way we compile evidence that you can think of, it's in there.
Where would I find the videos? Oh wait, I see some.
So most of the channels will have some videos on the
I see
topic.
one in maps. I see some in maps. Yeah.
There's videos in there, but as well above where A is, which is Antarctica, I think it starts with. There's a FE introduction videos channel, and that's specifically introduction videos. So check that out first, maybe. But anyway, that's just so that when you leave this conversation, you can research in your own time. But while you're here, I would ask your questions and get more direct answers.
Bro, yeah, these channels all have like that, like singular thousands of views, bro. It's crazy. Like
yeah, the information
they
is
really
totally
like try
censored.
Yeah,
it's totally censored because check this out. In 2016, when the algorithms hadn't been changed, Flat Earth was doing better numbers than Trump, and this is when Trump was just winning the election for the first time. Basically, Flat Earth was higher in the Google search. So after that, the US government pulled the heads of Google and YouTube in front of Congress, and they grilled them and said, why are you allowing this misinformation to be spread on your platforms? And after that, they started censoring it on the algorithms, and they've added that little box at the bottom, which always lets you know you're onto something. So it'll be a Wikipedia box, and it'll say, Flat Earth is an archaic concept that was debunked loads of times ages ago. Who debunked it? Oh, I don't know. How did they do it? Well, they just did it. So you'll see all that shit going on, but your algorithm might start to change a bit if you start looking at some of the videos and other things.
Yo, that's funny. All right, appreciate you.
Yeah, no, anytime. Come back. We're here 24/7. We're also on YouTube and streaming all that kind of stuff. So yeah, check it all out. Come back when you got questions.
All right, bro. God bless.
Yeah, peace. Anyone else? Questions, comments,
I'm
concerns? Yeah, you're breaking up, dude. Can't hear you.
Pretty sure it's about. It's quickly moving. I never used to see that.
Hold on. Is it just me, or is he breaking up? You need to say all that again, dude.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that Wikipedia box that you're talking about, it says it's scientifically disproven. So even though it's not a scientific question, therefore it's wrong anyway. But it never used to say that a few years back. That was added in, I'm sure.
Oh, there's a great tool that you can get for Wikipedia where it shows you all the edits that have been made over the years. And you can like click the individual edits and see who added an edit and what their justification was and all this stuff. You start going to pages like level and earth curvature. You can see in real time, like track the spiral as the globers all fall over themselves, trying to change the definitions of words and change what the argument is. And any of the globe related pages get that add-on that lets you see the Wikipedia edits. It's hilarious. But yeah, scientifically doesn't mean science or like the scientific method anymore. It just means super duper true. Trust me, bro.
Yeah,
It's that kind of
exactly. Yeah, that
scientific.
makes sense.
It's some glober sitting at home saying, well, it's scientifically disproven. And the Wikipedia goblins are like, yes, scientifically disproven. And there we go. The world is convinced.
Well, according to my calculations,
Who else? Well, got anyone new? Sakina? Don't think I've seen you here before. How you doing? You gonna ask some questions? Oh, well, that was an alright run. Some reasonable chats. I'll take that.
ah, what did I miss?
You just missed a guy figuring out that he's in the Great Deep.
Well, that's better than being in the doghouse, I guess.
That's right.
Oh, sounds like someone's having. Is there trouble in paradise, John?
The doghouse just doubles up as the man cave.
Dude, I can't get any
on
free
certain
time.
nights.
Yeah, I can't even get any free time to update my man cave. Not that I have any woman to put me in the doghouse, but it would be cool for my shed to be more of a cool place to be than just a glorified storage unit.
Yeah, your shed should be looking like the flat Earth version of Rob Noxious's garage.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna put in my mic. I'm gonna run a hard line for the internet out there. I'm gonna have a nice chair, sweet ass mic, awesome screen, maybe even a projector screen. And that way I could be on my sexiest mic and flat smack fools from the comfort of my air conditioned shed. No wonder John didn't reply to me. It's AI. Or is it?
Oh, I just thought you suddenly knew his name.
No, it's because John Luna sounds like me a lot of times.
Yeah, I can usually tell apart, but yeah, I suppose it's similar.
But dude, back in the day, people used to tell me that me and India were brothers. What? They're like, yeah, you sound exactly the same. I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
but
we
to be
don't.
fair, I'm gonna assume that It was your fellow Americans saying that to you, because I have to say, you guys aren't the best with accents. It's like a guy from Newcastle talking, you'd be like, is he Australian?
Well, I went back and I listened to what they were talking about. And what it was is that when me and him are on our bad connections and mics, for our S's, and because Indio kind of has like this lisp kind of thing going on his mic.
Yeah, it's,
and when I'm on a bad mic,
the
it's
genius
the same.
lisp, I call it.
Yeah, and when I'm on the bad mic, it sounds similar. And so when I was listening, I was like, oh, I see. They see that, and they think, okay, that's a super similar speech. But still, that wouldn't mean we're brothers. I mean, brothers don't come out of moms with identical, lisps. It doesn't make any sense.
Twins with the same lisp. Absolutely a worthy study. No, but I think Indio got such a boost in the intellect department, something else had to take a back seat. So that's how it goes. Can't have everything. He gets a lisp with his 200 IQ. Shinny, what's up, Shinny? So you joined the chat. Have you ever seen the Earth curve or felt it spin? If so, tell us about it. Nope. Didn't fancy that. Rodri, you in the chat? What's up?
Hello, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Very well, thank you. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
Actually, I would like to practice my English and know other culture, other people.
Okay, we can do that. We speak in English. We like the definitions of words.
Yes, my English is not so good, but I'm learning.
Yeah, it sounds all right. Where are you from?
I'm from Brazil.
Brazil, nice. A lot of flat earthers in Brazil, I hear.
Yes, there are a lot of Brazilians.
I wonder how so many Brazilians are figuring it out. They must love a beach or something.
Yeah.
Because when you go to the beach, that's like the most obvious example of the flat, motionless Earth that we live on. Because the horizon is flat and the beach isn't moving, as far as we can tell. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the coast of Brazil is very long, so we have a lot of great beaches, mainly in the north of Brazil.
What do you think? What do you think is the furthest distance you've seen down the coast? Can you think about that? Like, how far have you seen? What's the furthest sight you've ever had? Like in miles or kilometers?
Yeah. My country is very huge, so where I live is a little bit far from the coast for the beach, but 3 or 4 hours by car we can get there.
Okay. Well, I ask that because this is one of the ways that you can prove to yourself that the Earth is not a ball and that it's actually flat. Because when they tell us that it's a ball, they tell us that this means we can only see so far until we get to that leading edge of a ball, the horizon, where we can no longer see beyond it because it's curved down and away from us. Yeah?
Yeah.
But they tell us the size of this ball so we can use math to work out what that obstruction should be, like in terms of horizon distance or hidden height distance for an object out in the distance. And what we're finding is that the limit that's claimed under the globe model doesn't exist. We see way further than we should. So where that horizon should be from a curved surface, it's like 10, 20, 30 times further. So the surface is flat, not curved. So we're on a flat Earth. Do you understand that? What I said? I mean, not if you agree, but...
I agree. Totally agree.
Okay. Well, we will send your Flat Earther badge in the mail.
$39.99 a month, though.
Yeah, there is a small subscription fee, but it's worth it. You get 2 free sticks. So, you understand what I'm saying? You can go and observe a long distance, and the Earth isn't curving away where it should be. People can post videos in the side chat, and you can kind of have a look. You got any questions? What was his name again? Rodri. Is that who it was? Or Matador? Well, either way, he agreed. So it's on tape. It's on the record. One of us. One of us. All right, we really need a globe believer at this point to come in because it's not looking good. It's been like an hour of no globe. Everyone's just agreeing with us. It's horrible.
Hey, bro, I got some news. So
What's your news?
apparently we've unleashed the dragon. We've released the Kraken. The One has emerged that's going to teach the Globers how to get us. And he's currently holding courses to teach them. And so we're going to face the graduates of that course in the very near future. Tremble at the thought.
Oh, wow. Well, that's exciting news. That is exciting news. So they're getting trained right now?
As we speak, brother.
Shit. Well, we better get ourselves ready then. Put on your headbands. Get into your kimonos. It's time for war.
Practice your seppuku ritual. I mean, what is it called? No. Sake. That's what it is. Sake.
Yeah. Make a fan. Do a little painting. Write a haiku. Let's go.
Wait, AI, why are you being all mysterious? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Somebody's training Globers to come get us. How's that mysterious?
Yeah,
It's pretty
right.
on point.
Dude, we're just gonna point our bayonets at these guys.
Do we know what it is they're working on? So we can prepare?
It's the I mean, I don't know what they've evolved.
Okay.
But they began with the concept that they're going to be learning the obstruction rate. Supposedly, the obstruction rate is all that we have as flat earthers, and if that can be mathematically shown that our rate claims is wrong, then it debunks our ability to make any claims against the globe or prove flat Earth. So the person who's making this claim obviously doesn't understand the obstruction rate.
So this guy's training a bunch of Globers up to debunk the obstruction rate.
Yeah, which
Let's see
only
how
hurts
that's
the
going to
globe.
work. Yeah, kind of
So
sounds like a win for
basically
us.
training them to come in and say that the optical effect isn't exactly where it should be if the Earth wasn't a globe. That
So we're
makes
gonna
no
get.
sense.
So we're gonna get. The Earth is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, how much is it curving? But I'll look forward to that.
Hey, you know what I found out today? I found out that I use talk type a lot, right? And by the
Okay.
way, talk type works much better if you're not connected to the internet. Because if you're not connected to the internet, it just works off its local body of knowledge and what it's heard from your voice, and it's very accurate. But if you connect to the internet, it works off the aggregate algorithms of all the other retards that are trying to use talk type, and it comes out gibberish. It's very weird. But anyway, I found out today that I was trying to do an argument like, slope intercept, rate of change of slope. I was trying to use these words, and every time it was bleeping out the word slope. And I'm like, since when is the word slope a bad word? I've never heard of that before.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Well, because people are saying slore now. Maybe it thinks you're saying
We
slore
obviously don't
now.
run in the same circles. Slope is highly offensive, especially to me.
You freaking sloper.
Well, one time we had this guy that came in, and he literally argued when we told him that this thing on the other side of the lake should be buried behind this much curvature. And he said, "Oh no, that's easy. It's just that one end of the lake is lower than the other end." And we're like,
What?
"Dude, so you're trying to say that the water on the shoreline of one side of the lake is higher than the water of the shoreline on the other side of the lake diagonally? Wouldn't that
What
be a
the?
slope? And the water would flow down onto the other shore?" And then we said, "Dude, are you a slope earther?"
Yeah, people would be flying off it on jet skis. Be a
Heck
ramp.
yeah, bro.
Damn,
Yeah, it's
bro.
like
I
it
swear,
takes
people
it.
say the most retarded shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that sounds pretty good for them.
And we had
Slope.
another guy who said, another guy said that, water takes the shape of its container. So if it's in a lake, it's going to be flat. But if it's on the ocean, it's going to be curved.
What?
Dude,
I
that
think
happened
that nonsense make a lot of sense. Yeah.
and that wasn't even from a long time ago. That was just like from this week, dude.
Oh my god.
You know how they say that the reason why you got mental problems is because there's something in the water?
Yes.
So maybe Globers have so many mental problems because the thing in their water that's harming them is the idea that it's curved.
Yeah. Sucks. Well, we pinned a guy down the other day. We were like, I told him that all bodies of water behave the same in the sense that they're all flat, they're not curving in a convex way. And he's trying to start arguing like, oh, but like, what if one's hot and one's cold? It's like, does that make it curved, dude? Like, who cares if it's hot or cold? I literally got out of my car. I started showing him different surfaces that are curved or not curved. I'm like, the temperature of these surfaces, that's not going to change the nature of the surface, bro. Like, they have some serious problems, dude.
Yeah, normally at that point they resort to a water droplet.
Well, see, that's why I always say body of water in the sense that you could put your body in it, like a bathtub or larger. Because, like, when you have small examples of water, for example, water in a beaker, you might end up with a meniscus. And who's going to sit here and argue that water is concave? Not me. So, water in small examples, they do weird things. So when we talk about bodies of water, I would say they all behave the same. They're all flat. Bathtub, swimming pool, lake, pond, ocean. They're all the same. And he's like, yeah, but like you might have like one's hot and one's cold. Like, okay, so what? That doesn't do anything. Crazy, bro. It's so easy to be a flat earther in 2025, and it's shocking how stupid our opponents are at this point. Like literally shocking.
Well, my friend Creation Bear, somebody has recognized justice in the world of inequality and has taken it upon themselves as a DEI agent to increase equity, diversity, and inclusion among the argument, and he's decided to defect from the flat earth argument side to helping the Globers attack the flat earthers in the sense of fairness. So pretty soon we're going to face more competent opponents. So I've been promised.
Wait, you said a flat earther is helping them?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, name names. I'd be toxic.
Well, I mean, if I named the name, it would be as irrelevant as if not naming the name.
No,
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is the person is of no consequence, so that their name is as irrelevant as they are.
yeah, but I want to call him out. Who is it?
It's that guy over there.
No,
Dude,
you're
you have to
probably
be
right. Is he
relevant first.
trolling
You have
them?
to be relevant first before you get a name recognition on this platform.
True, true. Is he a like a prominent flat earther or no?
Nah.
Is he
You
trolling
just
them? I guess that's the question. Is he
he's
trolling
just,
them?
dude, he's a typical butthurt flat earther that thinks they know what they're talking about, shows up in our venue, starts smack talking, telling what the mods should and shouldn't do, complains about getting muted, and then thinks they have to write to their Congress and invoke World War III because of a mute.
Classic move right there. Classic move. What's up with the
These kinds of
butthurt
dudes are
flat
always
earther?
these kinds of dudes, dude. They're always threatening us. It's like they threaten to leave. They threaten to tell other people. They threaten to report us. They threaten to side with the Globers against us. It's like, dude, just be a man. Recognize you're gonna get muted now and then. Whoop de frickin' do. No reason to write home about it.
Yeah, the butthurt flat earthers need to get their shit together, bro.
I'm just looking forward to it, dude. To be honest, I'm looking forward to this new regiment of trained Globers and their arguments. Can't wait.
Yeah.
You can't wait, but you will wait.
To be honest, if they start learning more about their own argument, they'll probably become more flat as annoying.
All right, boys, I'm going to dip off, but it was good to hear you all. Keep it cooking.
All right.
Cheers. Catch you next time.
Yeah, peace, bros.
Peace.
It's been a quiet July so far. I just want to quickly advertise. I've only got a couple minutes. I'm also going to leave. I got some stuff to do. But I want to advertise a show, probably in home base. and probably not on our YouTube channel. But I'd like to do an off-topic discussion. I think I'm gonna dub it Flat Earth Off Road, something like that. Just getting the flat earthers together and talking about just different off-topic stuff like diet, like what do flat earthers eat? What kind of cologne do flat earthers wear? Do you not wear cologne? Are you up to date with fashion trends? Um, just all kinds of stuff. Current events. Do you agree with like Trump and the Iran stuff? Are you following the Diddy case? Like just I want to find out where the flat earthers are at and like get on get the
Are
heads
you
together.
a pure blood or not?
Are you? Oh, Gemsy, yes, sir. See, I think people are going to bring a lot of different discussions to the
Just
conversation.
kidding.
I think no, that is a good topic as well. So just stuff like that, different stuff that's not exactly flat Earth, but from flat earthers. I'd be really interested to get together and talk about all kinds of stuff. So be on the lookout for an episode in 24/7, probably in the chill chat. I'd like to record it and put it on X, but maybe not have it be on the live stream, the YouTube Flat Earth live stream. Potentially either tomorrow or on Friday, but just want to advertise this show before it goes live so you guys don't miss out. And I want to just bring notes. If you have ideas or things you want to talk about, bring them. But I've got some ideas. I want to get together with you guys and
Bro,
go
just
off
go all the
road.
way and make your own Rumble channel or something. What are you doing? Like, I
I
mean,
know.
these channels are gonna be here, and whenever you're gonna do those side deals, just bring your channel. That's it.
Yeah, I know, dude. Well, probably that is a good idea. Welcome CV as well. I'll talk to Republicans about refiring up the Rumble in some way, shape, or form. But we
Hey,
did a.
CV, are you related to CB?
Oh shit!
Wait, bro, what? No,
Why not?
because like I don't know, we have different parents, so it like you don't
Yeah,
just
but CV
like
and CB sounds alike. So
I mean, yeah, but still.
okay, never mind.
Hold on one sec. That microphone is sexy as fuck.
I mean, I don't really have
Oh,
like
thank you, thank you.
I can't just use my phone as mic. I don't use like some sort of like external professional type of thing
Hey, CB, how do you know he was talking to you? He was maybe talking to me. What are you talking about?
because I was the last one who spoke. That's why. So I kind of assumed. But if he was talking to you, then sorry. To
Just
be fair,
kidding. It was to
it
you.
would make more sense if he was talking about you though, because like my mic is I don't even have one, so
You sound like you are the mic. Must be a big mic.
I don't even know how to say that to be honest.
You don't have a mic? I mean, your cell phone has a mic, right?
Yeah, but I mean like I don't have like an external mic. I'm using my phone's ones.
Oh, you got that sexy mic. Nice.
So what's your favorite microphone? No, I'm joking. So what brings you to Flat Earth Discord?
Honestly, man, like I was bored, and like yeah, that was pretty much it. I was bored. It's also like kind of fascinating because I see that there's 24 people right now, including myself. But then like 95% of the call is muted, so I was wondering why. So it's also like out of curiosity, you know.
Imagine if 100% of the people were speaking at the same time.
Oh yeah,
Just think
that
about
would,
that.
bro. Even when like four people are talking at the same time, it's hard because like no one ends up hearing me. So if there was like 24 people, I just kind of like get annoyed and leave because that's not even like a conversation. It's just noise. It's just sound waves.
Yeah, this isn't a brain rot room like the other ones. But let's stick to the topic. Are you still on the globe in 2025, my brother?
Yeah.
And what's keeping you there?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I have work, so that's probably why.
You have work, therefore you live on a spinning water globe flying through outer space.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
How does that work?
Come on, don't be lazy, my brother. Have you ever walked through your own paradigm? Like, have you ever questioned it, or do you just accept it?
Hey man, I kind of just like okay, so I kind of just like accept things how it is. Like I see the Earth and I'm like, this is it. You know, like no matter how you view it, like the bills are still there. So who cares?
So you don't care that. So bills are your most important part, and nothing else
Yeah,
matters. Okay, all right,
yeah.
not a problem.
By the way, like, what are you like? What point are you trying to get to right now?
Well, hey, I'd be pretty interested in the topic when apparently a lot of people are being deceived that they live on a spinning water
Like,
globe flying through outer space. And you ask anyone on the street, not anyone on the street, but you ask the majority of people, and they're like, oh yeah, I live on a spinning water globe hurtling through outer space. But in
so basically,
reality, we don't sense that at all. We don't sense any curvature of the earth. We don't sense any,
dude,
earth
I'm
spinning.
sorry. Okay, like I try to okay, like no matter how like ridiculous the opposition may be, I try to be respectful. But like in this particular case, you're not gonna notice the curvature because the Earth is it's just you wait. I'm gonna find out the diameter of the Earth real quick. Diameter of the Earth sphere. Okay,
We
so
already
the
know.
Earth is approximately 12,756 kilometers in diameter, by the way. Not even like the entire, that's just like on a 2D scale. So obviously, you're not going to see the curvature if it's that huge. Like, if there was a curvature, then the Earth would have to be like the size of like a city or the size of like a country to notice anything. That's that's kind of why, like, the Earth is round because when you go skydiving, for example, and you're like 5,000 feet in the air, the Earth it starts to look like spherical because you're going
It
up.
does.
Your altitude is higher, so you're gonna see more of the Earth. That's kind of
So,
why you see the
so,
spherical if when you're that
so
high
like,
up.
sorry to interrupt you, but like, so say like I'm in an airplane, right? Like, have you flown on an airplane before?
Yes.
So when you look out the window, right? Do you see the Earth curving?
Well, no, obviously, because
So
when you sorry, my bad.
no, go for it. Go for it.
So, like, when you look up the airplane's window, firstly, the airplane isn't high enough of an altitude because, like, if you go too high, then the clouds and like the air pressure and like just you can't go too high up or else it's not going to be safe anymore. So if you're only like
What?
actually just to make sure that my points are accurate, I'm just going to search up like the average altitude of like an airplane. So average altitude of plane. It's like
We already
it's
know.
only like 12,200 meters, which if you put that into kilometers, that's only like 12K. That's really not that high. You have to you have to be like super, super, super high to notice anything because the Earth is just way too big.
Can you demonstrate that?
Demonstrate? How am I gonna demonstrate that?
I'll take that as a no, thank you.
Okay, well, if you want proof, then you can just look at like any ISS or like any satellite imagery and you're gonna see it. It's literally right there. Like
Really?
if you look at the
Pictures on
International
the
Space,
screen?
it's not
Really?
pictures, it's literally real life footage. It's literally video.
Okay, can you
Like the
verify
moon
that?
landing, that's kind of like saying the moon landing is fake. It's just pictures when it literally did happen. And the
Okay, can
Earth
you
was
verify
not
that?
flat. The Earth was not flat when we saw the Earth from the moon. Real life
Okay,
footage.
can you verify that somebody saw the Earth from the moon?
Well, just look at. Well, you can easily just look at NASA's footage.
Okay, would you be able to verify that footage, so-called?
And would you be able to verify your claims of the Earth being flat? Because
I'll take
okay,
that word in reversalism, no. These are cool stories, though.
because
Keep them coming.
because the thing is, right? You're asking me to verify already verified claims,
Yeah, how
but
are they verified then?
okay,
How are they?
assuming
How are they verified if they're already verified?
because why would NASA spend billions of dollars just to like pull up like a plane or
Because
something?
okay, NASA spends billions of dollars. You can't see why they would do that unless they're going to the moon and taking pictures of the Earth. Yeah, that's ridiculous, dude.
Okay,
Is
and
that all you
one
got?
other thing, yeah. So one other thing that's also ridiculous is okay. So let's say my info isn't verifiable; it's not true. So you're saying your evidence with zero footage or rather zero footage showing that the Earth is flat. You're just making up claims, right? I have actual footage,
I
even
didn't
if the
say
footage
anything
is
about
quote
that.
unquote. Yeah, but you're saying the Earth is flat, though.
Well, I mean,
So
you've been
even if
preaching, and I was just asking for some evidence to back any of these claims you've been preaching of, but that hasn't happened, and that's pretty much the entire
I've
conversation I've
given
had
my
with you.
evidence,
I haven't said
though,
anything else.
I've given my evidence, and you've like straight up said the evidence isn't wrong. So
You didn't give
or rather, you
evidence.
said the evidence is
You
wrong.
just gave more
So
claims that you couldn't validate.
I validated my claim saying that the verifiable source or the trusted source, which is NASA, is what I'm saying, and a bunch of
You
other sources
verified your claims by
haven't.
saying that
Okay,
they're verified.
I think you're getting a little bit emotional about the discussion. It really is not that
Really?
serious. So
Okay.
please just
Well,
calm
even if I
down.
am, that's neither here nor there. I'm just looking
You're
for.
not even like letting me finish. So just chill out, please.
You
We're
pretty
having
much sound like you're finished. I mean, it looks like it's the end of the line. I asked you for
it was
verification
I
of your
was clear
claims.
you're not
You said
finished
that you
like
had it.
multiple
Then I asked you
times
what
while
it was, and it was
speaking.
like, well, I mean, I trust them. Like, what reason do I have not to trust them? They spend billions of dollars.
Multiple times while
Then
I
you
was
said,
speaking.
okay, well, maybe I can't verify it. And then you circled back to, well, it's verified because I said it's verified. So, I mean, I think we're done. Yeah, sounds like we're done.
Okay, you didn't even let me finish, right? So you've
I mean,
like
that's my
caught my
point. I think
point.
you're finished, but go ahead and ramble some
Okay, so
more.
Colin,
Make any
you've actually like
global
interrupted
proof
me like
coming out
50
of it.
times in a row, so please. Okay, so what I'm saying is, if I'm giving my evidence and you're saying my evidence is wrong, what exactly is going to satisfy you then? If I give like trusted sources, so let's say I say like the earth, or rather like the sky is blue, and I say these sources say that the sky is blue, and you say it's
Well,
wrong,
why
you'll
would
be
you
able
need to
to
defer
trust.
to a source, dude?
Can you?
That's self-evident.
Okay, never mind then. You're not even letting me finish even one sentence, so
The sky
I
is
don't feel.
blue is self-evident. Why would you be backing that with sight? What's the point? Oh, that's it. He rage quit. Was I too much?
No, he just thinks the word NASA will solve all his problems.
Has he gone?
Sorry about that.
The argument boiled down to if you spend a lot of money, whatever you say is the truth.
Yeah.
On its face. On its face. So you
Exactly.
basically, yeah, so, a very rich playboy tells a woman, I'm going to be faithful to you. And she goes, how do I know that? And he goes, I've got a lot of money.
That's why I like jokingly said, "Okay, then we're done here." But then I like had to keep the conversation going.
I was about to get him to go back to where he found the size of the Earth and try to get drop over distance from him. But
Well, they
he's gone.
spend billions of dollars, you see.
Well,
Oh,
think
that's
about it. That actually proves a different argument where people say, why would people spend money on something that isn't true just to gain control over people? When you are the evidence, the person asking that question, because you believe they're correct based on the fact that they spent a lot of money, and then they spent money, and now you believe what they say is the truth. Sounds like money well spent.
You won't even let me finish a sentence.
Dude, that guy was an example of time dilation.
So if I had billions of dollars to spend, he could just believe whatever I say here in this Discord. If he wants to apply the same standards.
Yeah, I can see the news now. This just in. Flat earthers have raised $1,001,001. They are now spending more money than NASA. Therefore, their position is correct.
Let me Google that up real quick.
What were you saying, Heretic? That you were getting annoyed and he was the one that rage quit. Weird.
Yeah, I know. I was the one getting all hot and bothered, but he left. He ran away. Mad, I think. I think he was mad.
Dude, he was triggered. He was upset that you wouldn't accept his prima facie evidence of why he believes in his worldview, which is just trust NASA because they spend money. Like, he basically was forced to contemplate how ridiculous his claim was. A deeply held belief, right? That was intrinsic to his ego identity. And so when he was basically held to task on how silly his conclusion was, he had to get angry. What else could he do? Accept the fact that his conclusion was retarded? No, of course not.
Yeah, once he jumps to 3 different topics, that's a win for him. Before you have to address one.
Yeah, he was given a Globe Earth sermon here, so I just wanted to ask some questions about some of the things he was saying. That was the end.
I didn't even interrupt his monologue. It was not very kind of you, Heretic. Obviously, you won't let him finish his sentence, so he has to run away.
Yeah. You're not letting me preach.
Hey, brother, why was the Glober mad at Trump for pardoning him?
Oh, could you say that again? You cut out, AI.
Why was the Globe Earther mad at Donald Trump for pardoning him?
Cut out of the exact same part again. I think you said Donald Trump something.
Holy crap. Alright, why was the Glober mad at Donald Trump for pardoning him? Because he wouldn't let him finish his sentence.
That's good. Let me
That
finish
was
my
much funnier than
sentence.
I anticipated.
Man, who's got the hottest temperatures right now? It's been 90 plus degrees around here. Finally went down to 80.
Yeah, it's been 90 around here, but still cooler than it's been.
Dude, both my air conditioners crapped out right when I needed them. Yeah, I have. It's just over 90 today. But I would have,
How do
if you were close enough, I would have given you. I have a couple ACs in the storage unit. You could have been sitting there for years.
how do air conditioners work on a globe? Come on, Globers, tell me, please. That was AI talking to himself. John AI.
Good point. Do air conditioners cool things down, or do they take the heat away, which is the same as cool things down?
It is.
But like, if you like it cold and your wife likes it hot in the room, do you just like put an air conditioner in the middle of the room so the cold air blows on you and the hot air from the other end blows on her?
You just fired the employee.
All right, let's play a game called Non Sequitur Olympics. So we gotta critique the globe Earth arguments and flat Earth arguments if the argument actually carry the conclusion. So, for example, on the globe side, they have an argument that goes like this: the moon is round, Mars is round, therefore the Earth should be round or must be round. Now, does that follow logically?
Well, didn't the last guy say the Earth's a globe because he has to go to work?
Yeah, pretty much. That doesn't follow.
When the moon is crescent, does that mean the Earth is crescent?
Hey, that's a good point right there, bro. All right, who's next? Who's got another one? Don't forget, you got to critique some flat Earth ones too. We definitely know there's flat earthers making arguments that aren't logical.
The Earth is flat because NASA lies.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've been getting reversed lately. Like I've been getting how can you have volcanoes on a flat Earth? They just reverse something on you.
Dude, that's crazy. How can a child make a model of a volcano that erupts on a flat dinner tray and bring it to the science fair?
What about the one word proofs? The guy was just like, he came in, he's like, you want to know how I know the earth ain't flat? Diamonds. And then he just left out the chat.
Or the McToon just points to the book.
The book.
Hello?
What's up, brother?
Yo, what's up, guys? What are you doing?
We're hanging out, talking about the earth being flat, talking about logical arguments that don't carry a conclusion. So, for example, Globers might say the moon is round, therefore the earth is round. That's not logical. What do you think?
That's true. No, I don't know. So please.
Yeah, that's fair,
Fine.
brother. That's fair. So let me ask you this
See.
there, brother.
Uh-huh.
If is there any logical argument for the globe existing?
Maybe. I don't know. So I just want to talk of whatever, you know? So uh, wait.
Are you practicing your English at the moment?
Yeah, in a few moments, like at school, right here. Is some hard for me, but I can, yo puedo, sí. ¿Qué están
That's
haciendo?
fine.
Sí,
Oh, you hablas español?
sí, hablo español.
Okay. So, anyways, it's un English channel,
Ajá,
but
yeah.
yeah, yo hablo español, but it's good for you. I mean, it's a good conversation to practice the
Sí, sí,
English
sí.
and the meaning of words. So, yeah,
Yeah,
it will be
yeah.
a good one for you to hang out in here.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. So,
Good to
what?
meet you. I'm at DM you. If you have any questions, we can speak in Spanish in the DMs. But if you have any questions about the topic, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Dude, you're the best. So, what about our talking? ¿De qué están hablando?
About the Earth and the shape
Ah,
of it.
shape. What is that?
You know when people say globe, Earth
Okay.
globe,
Okay. Uh-huh.
and how do you come to that conclusion that it is a globe?
It's the glow we are. I don't know. Are everything now? Is that all of the out of everything? No sé, todo, pues es el globo, ¿no? Es del planeta Tierra. ¿O cómo?
El poblato.
Te hablaría español, pero las reglas son inglés en el
Sí,
canal.
sí, ya. Sí, ya es English. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, it's nice. All of people in this chat are mute. Is to care.
What?
Okay.
Brother.
Yo, what's
When you
up?
came in, when you came in, 3 or 4 people were having a conversation, right? The rest of them people were listening because they're interested in listening to the topic,
Okay.
right? So the same is happening now. Like they're interested in maybe you have something to talk about the topic, and they're waiting for you to ask a question or make an observation about the topic of whether the Earth is flat or not. So, for example, you were told when you grew up in the education system, the Earth is a globe. It's on TV, it's in movies, it's all over the place. But it turns out when you actually go out and measure the Earth itself, it's not a globe, which is kind of weird.
Okay.
I don't think he understood what you said.
He's a beginner. It's okay. It's totally fine in the English language. So I can tell. I can tell that he's learning, but he's gonna progress eventually. But at the moment, the speed that you speak and we speak in here, and the amount of words that we put together, he's still gonna have to work it to put everything together to be able to comprehend it. So yeah.
Mhm.
I text you in the DM, so oíste.
Yeah. Yep. Right.
So yeah, if you have any questions, remember it's an English channel. But if you have questions in the DMs, you can text me, and good. You could
You are
listen.
the. Uh-huh.
You could listen to the convos. If you have a question, try your best to practice to ask your question in English. Try your best, and we'll try our best to give you a reply. But you're gonna have to work it out.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. Mm-hmm. All right. Wait. I can now.
He dropped out. He's definitely a beginner in the language. You're gonna find out that that's a big thing across the world. A lot of people don't speak English, like lots of people.
Oh, I'm aware.
Billions and billions. What's that, John? You said something?
Like I said, I'm aware. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't speak English.
You speak Spanish, right, John?
Just a little bit, man.
Okay. The way he spoke, I can tell that he's definitely a beginner. And then when I checked his profile, it says beginner. So yeah, my conclusion was correct. And the way he replied, Yeah, I can tell. So someone like AI Overlord, or most people in here, won't be able to communicate the whole point because he won't get it. That's unfortunate, but that's how it is.
Yeah, but you're a fluent speaker, aren't you? Can't you just do a quick translator for us?
I can. I just don't want. Some people will say no, you cannot do that. Whatever. So I don't know. I could have just flow with it and maybe spoke Spanish with him. Yeah, I could. And there's not too many people in here, but
Yeah, but it's not about speaking Spanish with them. It's about being able to switch to, so like, you say a
yes,
sentence and then you Englishify it real quick, and then when he says
I
what he
can do
replies,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I can
Obviously, it
definitely
probably have
translate
to be
from
a
two
little
languages.
shorter. Dude, we actually, you know what? Well, now that I'm thinking about it, there's at least a few of our dudes that have pretty diverse language. Obviously, Spanish is a big one, but there's also, other countries that we got guys that they're able to have that. They're not really translating, but they're saying it to the one guy and then repeating it for us, and vice versa. Like, we could do that for some of the guys.
Coppola was a good opportunity to maybe do that for a little bit. So next time, just if there's a Spanish speaker, we could try that. If he comes back, we can try with him. You- He can. I can just be in the middle, and you guys can say whatever you're gonna say. I could translate whatever his replies are, and back and forward between whatever you guys say to him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
and
there are
we'll
any,
keep it short.
yeah, if there are any French speakers, I can do the same.
Exactly. But for the main reason, like for example, on the main server, the main reason why we didn't let people speak in non-English is because they would often just have long-form conversations that nobody else understood what they were talking about. But if they would stop and they'd have like a translator that trusted, and we know they're not, talking about rude topics and stuff, then it's really not. There's nothing wrong with it. And then same goes for here. Like the purpose of this, if we're an English hub right now, the purpose is to help people advance in their English, and sometimes that intermediary steps is what they need. So we'd actually be doing both sides of service, right? So, for example, oftentimes I'll have to do that. There'll be somebody coming in here who's clearly retarded, and I'll have to translate retard for the audience so that they understand what the person was saying. Like a Glober might come in and be like, if one side of the lake was higher than the other, that's how you can see things further away. And then I have to tell the audience, oh, he thinks the earth is sloped. Yeah, could work.
Hi, Kimchi.
Hello.
Hello.
Corporal, regresaste. Te puedo traducir si quieres.
No, no problem. Like I'm going to go to gym now, so I
Okay,
come
sounds good.
later. See, I'm come later, and we talk like different kind of things, So thank you so much for the help. Really,
Definitely, bro. You're welcome.
really, I appreciate it. So I come later. Yeah.
Sounds good, man. Thank you. Come back anytime. We'll be here. Estaremos aquí si
Okay.
regresas, ¿ok? Gracias.
Gracias. No, adiós, adiós. Goodbye.
Adiós.
See you later.
Sounds like a chill guy, cool guy, so and respectful. So yeah, it can work out with people like him if we really want to try that. Kind of have like a back and forth and someone translating.
Yeah.
It could be a cool conversation with him.
Yeah, it's definitely for the people who deserve it.
Yeah, that's not gonna work with trolls or anything like that. It's waste time with trolls doing something like that now. I see Saki in the VC. Never seen Saki before. Do you have any questions, Saki? Have you been here before, Saki? You can open your mic if you like. Kane. Kane just joined. Go right ahead, Kane. If you have a question, you can direct it to the panel about the topic, the VC topic. Welcome, Kane. So, Kane, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, how can it be a sphere if it's not curving? Go ahead. Welcome to the VC, whoever just joined. Juanchi, Juanchi. Juanchi sounds like a Spanish name. Español. If you have a question, Juanchi, about the flat Earth globe Earth discussion, You're welcome to ask. They join and drop like flies.
Yeah, that happens a lot here. People just join up and they just want to see if people are talking. If
Yeah.
there's no conversation going on, it's like they don't want to sit and listen. So we do
Yeah,
have that
a lot of
cool.
people are in the listening mode. A lot of people do that, yeah.
Maybe they're studying to hear how people are conversing and the words that they're using, if they're native speakers or experts at English. So yeah.
Just like many times I join, I don't want to open my mic, I just want to listen. Same thing. Miguel! Miguel! Hi, Miguel! Welcome, Miguel.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome.
What up, Miguel?
What is this channel for?
This channel is for the topic of flat Earth or globe Earth discussion about the uh, questioning the claim of the shape of the Earth as a globe in a vacuum of space. The lack of evidence for
Okay,
that.
but why does it exist? Because it's common sense to know that Earth is not flat.
Common sense. So when you use your sense, your vision, you do not observe the curvature. And when you use your other senses, like your vestibular system that is in place, is a horizontal frame of reference and you don't detect any motion. So your common sense will dictate and tell you that you're not standing on a globe. That will be common sense.
I see a flaw in your argument because if Earth was flat, I could see from the Philippines the Great Pyramids from Egypt, because if the Earth is flat, everything is at ground level. Why can't I see the Great Wall of China? Why can't I see the Statue of Liberty? Why can't I see the Great Pyramid? Why?
So just like when you hold a book in your hand, right, and you see the letters of the book, then you put the same book 2 kilometers away, you cannot see the letters of the book or the book anymore. You have an angular view. Your eyes, the optics of your eyes, there's a point where within distance any image will converge, and it will be not. You won't be able to solve the image with your vision, just like any other optic. There's a point of convergence that you can't solve anything, and that's just one variable. Because if you're talking about the from the Philippines, see the pyramids in Egypt, there's many things in place that won't allow you for that. You know, the distance is not gonna allow you to see something, because within distance the stuff will just get smaller. You know this. This is common sense.
Yes, but why does it become hard? Why, for an example, from 50 kilometers away, if the Earth was flat in a flat space with nothing in between the 50 kilometers, if the Earth was flat, and I could see if there was 50 kilometers away from me a table with a book, I could very see the book and the table, because the Earth is not flat. There is not curvature
But it is the case that in reality, we have a visibility limitation, like just like your optics. There's also the atmos, the air, and the light that is going across the medium attenuates, and light doesn't travel forever, right? So the pyramids in Egypt, like you were saying, are not all of those variables are that image, that light image is not gonna reach your eye. You cannot see to a certain point because of the atmos, because of the angular resolution, and just the distance itself is way too far. You cannot resolve that image. You cannot. Those objects are way too. They look way too small, and there's stuff in the way too. You use your logic. From the Philippines to Egypt, there's a lot of stuff in the way that is also blocking your view. There's a
Yeah,
limit
but
of view for
I'm
everything.
talking in a different context now. In a hypothetical space with between me and the table which is 50 kilometers away from me, there's nothing. If the earth was flat, in that case, I could see the table and the book very clearly. If the earth,
Let's say for example, when you're inside let's say a hotel, and there is how do you say this? The ceiling and the walls, when you're looking across the hallway, a hallway, and you see it's a very long hallway, right? And then you see the ceiling and the walls converging to a point. The lights in the ceiling look like they're ramping down to the floor, and the floor looks like it's ramping up to the ceiling, and the left wall is ramping towards the center, and the other wall towards the center, and you see a convergence point that you cannot see past. You see what I'm saying?
yes, but why is there that convergence point? It's because the earth is a globe.
No,
Imagine
remember
if the earth
the
wasn't.
hallway. The hallway is not curving. The hallway this is perspective, though. Let me see if I can post something about the hallway.
No, the
In a
hallway
sec.
is a globe. The hallway is a globe.
The hallway
Yes, the
that
hallway
was.
is a globe.
Think
The
about it,
hallway
bro.
is a globe.
Think about it. The hallway
No.
was established
The
as a
hallway is a
wall.
globe.
It's
The
okay.
hallway is a globe.
You're chanting at the moment, and that doesn't mean much, though. Remember,
Yeah, but
the
the
water.
hallway is a globe. The hallway is a globe.
The hallway is a globe.
Yes, the hallway.
Does that make any sense to you? That the
No,
hallway is a globe.
sorry, I'm trolling you. Sorry for that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. The hallway is a globe. That doesn't make any sense.
Uh,
So let's see an example of the hallway. Let me see if I can post something in the text. Anybody has a hallway image that you can post in the text?
I have one.
I know I have one somewhere, but scrolling. In this perspective, though, there is a convergence point that you cannot look across. You cannot look past because the image you cannot solve the image, and that's just one variable. Though there's many other variables that won't allow you to see. There's the air that is blocking your view. Just when you're underwater, right? You underwater, you can only see to a certain distance. Effectively, the air within distance it's like it's causing that blockage.
So, may I ask you a question, Jancy?
Yes, go ahead.
are you really a flat earth? I don't know how I say it, flat earther, or are you just a flat earther because of the Discord team?
No,
Or
I
are you
mean
really?
that okay, so that is a term, right? I'm a man, right? There is people that know about mechanics. There's doctors, right? There is a lot of different titles that you can carry, different hats for different teams, right? If you have knowledge about certain things, like this term FE, right? You can you can carry that label or team hat because you know about this topic. So yes, I know about the topic, so you can label me that, but that's not what I am. I know about the topic. I know there is no curvature across the surface of the Earth. The measurements provided in any test about long distances show you that it's not curving. So the description of the surface of the Earth, it's people use that term, flat.
Okay.
And someone that knows about this topic can carry the label that you asked me about.
But but getting to the point, do you really inside your heart believe that the earth is flat?
We know it's not a spinning ball to the vacuum of space. We know, actually.
We,
Yeah,
in
you know
plural.
that. It's just,
Are you really serious? Serious?
well, do you hear me joking or something? Do you, if I was to say a joke, you'll be laughing.
I am
So I'm
laughing
not.
right
I'm
now.
not telling any joke. So
I can't
you laugh
believe
at a not joke.
that someone really thinks that the earth is flat. That is basic knowledge, man.
That is
We all
basic
know
knowledge.
the Earth is flat.
That is what I'm telling you. It is basic knowledge. You know, you spoke about common sense. Remember? So
Yes, I remember common sense.
yeah, common sense, right? So you know that the ground that you're standing on, it's not curving, right? And that it's not in motion. That's contrary to the belief that is doing those things. So
It is in
when the
motion. It is.
that's a belief
If
though.
it
That's
if
a
it
belief that you
wasn't
hold.
in motion, how do the day and life cycle even exist? What the?
We'll go there. We'll go there though. But let's stick to the curvature real quick because tests across the surface of the Earth are gonna show you that we can the topic long distance observations. You can see across the Earth beyond the clean geometry you remember the globe that you think it is. That globe has a specific variables and measurements that will have to follow when you're looking across the surface or when you measure the surface. So when you test for the claims of the globe, right? Remember, because the globe you learned it on a on a drawing, right? The globe, a cartoon, or a drawing, and those numbers when you take them to the real world and you test for that, the drop over the distance is not there to be found. You can see further, you can measure further. We use laser tests